Hello. Get these panties up. They don't really fit me that well. Hey Gobble, thanks very much for the original smut. Welcome back to the hashtag Connection Bites My Heart. Fellas? No lipstick? I don't have any. What can I do to get my lips to be red? Put some blood on them. Are you gonna pick me now, Coast? Are you gonna pick me now? Please, Coast, I'm just so lonely. I just want to play in the SCC one time. Please, Coast. Oh. Richter, Tanner, thanks very much for the subs. Tyrrell, thanks for the sub. Did I hurt my arm? Yeah, I got a cast on it, because Nurse Diagnosis Neath has a cast on it. Look, where's the thing? Look, she's got a cast. So I've got a cast. Socrat, thanks for the prime. What do you reckon? Who wore it better? Show legs? Can't do that. Carpy, thanks for the follow. Welcome. This is how it always is. Exclamation mark song days. Hey Shinto, what's going on, man? Good luck today. Oh Shinto, won't you please pick me? Please, Shinto, daddy, I really want to be picked today. Please. Thank you, Dezeku. Thank you, Goose Team 6. Thank you, Secret. Thank you, Tyrrell, once again. This is my last day before I have to go back to normal life as a working man. Tonight, I'm just pretending to be a working woman. In the hospital. Or on the battleground, depending on what you prefer. I had to switch to in-ears, by the way, over my headphones, because it just wasn't going to happen, was it, with all this hair? Feels kind of good, though. I might grow my hair out. Thanks, Big D, for the 100 bits. Maybe. We're doing this bit for the entire finals? We might be. It's possible. Depends how uncomfortable it gets. Afro Beach Babe? Maybe. I could be convinced. I mean, I've gotten to the point now where I just don't care. I just do not care.
Camelot King's gonna bring it back and keep their playoff dreams alive. Well, we're gonna have to find out.
Pardon me.
Exactly that, a small win. Gilgamesh has been great for initiation, but
Boogie dance, maybe. I will be sober. I'm not drinking too much today because I do have work tomorrow.
Only loses half of his health, and look at the onslaught of the
Oh, now for my new work badge? I haven't uploaded one yet.
That's not going to slow down Layers, who is the lord of the afterlife. Down into the back line. No more Phoenix on the left. No more health on Cyclone Spin. Captain Twig re-engages.
That was a great jump in by BMT. What am I wearing underneath? I am wearing boxers, but also, like, it came with this thong, right? This thong. How is this covering anything? Absolutely criminal. I'm just wearing short shorts. That's what those are.
Get Ragnarok back in. Some damage from Tink. Connects onto Aurora, though. Netrioid charges back, and look how low the health bars are on the Taurus Titans. Van Tings through the portal.
Paul going sicko mode, dog mode, rather.
Dash away. Cyclone Spin's got a double, and the Taurus Titans pull this fight, and they put 3 down, 4 down on a triple kill from Cyclone. Tartarus Titans only 1 Phoenix left. It's Layers.
Where's the 2 modes rat?
Good kick. A whole lot of damage. Captain Twig forces out the ultimate from Layers. Wins of Shamash.
I'm sweating a little bit.
Ragnarok gets spent on a Captain Twig as
I don't know why. I'm not wearing any clothes. Why am I sweating?
Ugh. The mid lane. Layers has taken a lot of damage. Captain Twig has as well. Lots of ultimates down on either side. Frenzy gets used. Tartarus Titans looking for the Titan. Variety looking to the backline. Cyclone Spin, unstoppable. Cyclone Spin, double
Welcome
kill.
eating apple pie.
Titans
I'm glad you came. Glad to have you here.
Cyclone Spin, game 4 win to the Titans. We'll see you in the finals.
Don't know. It's a bit laggy, Guava.
Hey there,
Is it the wig? What's my pitch there, Swang? Will he say
every
it?
single year, the SPL just keeps getting
Wait, where have I got the prediction somewhere handy?
And in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL.
I think he has to say it this time. That's all I'm saying.
That Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming.
30
These
seconds,
Alienware
prediction up.
Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks.
In my best Neath
Specs
voice?
on these Alienware Aurora
That's
Ryzen
nurse
Edition
diagnosis to
desktops
you.
are amazing.
That's all I got. That's the best I could do.
AMD
I can't hear
Ryzen
myself. It's
9
always weird having these
16-core
earphones in.
processor.
So different than my headphones.
That's plenty of processors power.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a
I
lot
can't.
about my
Cool pickle.
cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
I haven't made any plans, Tyrrell.
This thing has 64 gigs.
This is a one-time thing.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
Is that true?
16 gigs.
That's quadruple what I've got at home.
And one of the
How's my?
hottest
I feel like this
commodities in
isn't.
PC world.
This isn't working out
an
quite
NVIDIA
right.
GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Yeah, the audio's. Is the audio laggy? Is
What's
it
the
just
point
me?
of power if you can't see it?
Is it just me the audio's laggy for?
Man, when I win the scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of Smite.
Let me try something. Oh wait, is he gonna say it?
The VIP treatment, not just for
Okay,
the
people in
pros,
chat are
you
saying.
too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special
Right. Well, the
discounts
broadcast
from
has started
Alienware's
well.
best
Is he gonna
products.
say it?
Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you
That's
follow them
aggro,
on Twitter, on
Ranger, right?
Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
They're gonna send this straight to.
Alien
What alien? It's not me, it's the stream, by the way. Yeah, Alright, this can shut the heck up. Congratulations, Divine Joker, let's go. I don't know if Aurora's mom follows me. I know Cyclones does. See if they've fixed it. They absolutely have not.
Phase 2 offs are going to be coming to an end today, but we'll get into all of that a little bit later. First,
I got 3-2.
Thank you to our title sponsor here, Alienware, for sponsoring all of Season 8 of the Smite Pro.
To the Leviathans. Is that my real hair? It is. Yeah, I just grew it out.
And use AW on checkout to make sure you get this.
Yeah, it's not me. It's the Smite game stream that the lag is, chat. I can't do anything about it, I'm afraid. They will stop in a sec. 4 months. Thanks very much, Calypso.
Of course, my name is Gormizer, and as I mentioned, this is the Phase 2 playoffs. Things are, well, and are still getting really heated.
Am I doing alright? Yeah, I'm good, Faye. How are you?
Inbounding back, and we've got Mifflin sitting over there after a nice cast yesterday for the Kings.
I've been wrong the entire tournament. I was right about Leviathans winning both sets. I have predicted Titans to lose both sets, so I've been half right.
I think for some of them, they haven't been in a finals period.
Yeah,
oh, it's fixed, I think.
Players are actually, this is their first finals in either a long time like Zap or just their first finals almost ever. But yeah, I'm expecting a really good match. The Titans played super well yesterday. The Leviathans.
Zap did go to the final of Worlds last year, actually, and won. So he's missed like exactly one final.
Eliminated. I mean, it definitely has created a tumultuous setting in the SPL.
It really has, man. And to echo Bobby's thoughts, I'm super pumped to watch the Titans here today. I mean, I wasn't expecting the performance that we saw yesterday at all. Mid-cast, I was like, any second, the Camelot Kings are going to do something. They're going to be able to find a win. They're going to probably win the set. They were the first seed coming into this, and, well, that's just not the case. The Tartarus Titans, with layers now on the roster.
It's out of sync as well, I think. I don't know if it's out of sync for you. Maybe that's just my Bluetooth.
A little bit of technical difficulty, so we're going to go through a quick break, which is good, because we haven't broken anything down yet. We're going to come back with the finals and all of the talk.
They're going to restart the stream. Ray, thanks for the 4 months. Alright, chat. What's that song called? What's the song that they do? Like this one.
In the way, go. Hi.
This is the dance.
Credit for this goes to Lex. This is a
Caramel dancing. Right. Is that what? Caramel dance. Fucking hell, that belly. Ah. What is it? I don't know how to do it. How do you do it? I don't know the dance. Thanks for the follows, by the way. 3 people just followed me. I'm gonna out you. I'm gonna out you who followed me for that. Swoog, Elion, Maze, and Salt the Wound. What would your mother think? Thanks very much, Cobbs, mate, for the Prime. Thanks very much, Major Tom, for the 9. Hippie Jesus, welcome. Taco Master, Panini Cat, welcome. Hello. Chosen One, welcome. Tingling Tip. Jewel Fiend Josh, welcome.
God.
Ganef 5 ha.
Look at this.
Nose to Silent J.
Okay, Harris.
Thank you for the
okay,
10.
Harris, dude.
Very kind of you.
Look at this shit.
Fail Jess, thank you for the 5.
God. Look at this. Okay, Harris. Okay, Harris, dude. Look at this shit.
Oh. What is the Neath Wind dance? I need to look at this. Maybe this could be my next TikTok. It's not loading. Okay, I could do that. I could do that. What the hell is going on there? Zaya 9. Darponda, thanks for the bit. Zaya, thanks for the sub. El Justice Dose of Silent J, thank you again. So kind of you. Mwah. Stand on your bed and do the dance. Let me have a think. I need to restart the song. Rose, thanks for the prime. Wait, what did I miss? I could fix that, Wraithed. Come on over. Appreciate you, channel. Thank you for the 1 year. Yeah. Oh. Come over here. We'll get that thing decompressed right away. I thought I was supposed to be the one giving you the injections here, Wraith. I think my... No! No! Nobody look at me! Nobody look at me! Fuck! Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Okay, you can look at me again. He's bald? Okay, we're still at a pause. Alright, let's learn this dance. Let's go back to the start. Okay. I need this to shut up for a minute. Everybody focus. Everybody focus for a second here. What the fuck am I doing there? How the fuck did she do it? Okay. Focus up for a second here. Play it in slow-mo? That would be good. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, we go back to the start. Someone can take this and speed it up once I figured it out. Alright, 0.5. You know what? There we go. This is surely the way to go. Fucking hell. The worst bit about it, these are shorts, not boxers, obviously. The worst bit about it is this fucking G-string. What's that supposed to cover, like? That's an eye patch. Those are shorts. That's just a cold hard fact. Right. Right, no, this isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. We're gonna need to go full speed. No, let's just fucking commit to this. Here we go. Right. Stop playing. What the fuck is she doing? Listen, I wasn't blessed with more hips. That's all I got. That's it. That's all you're getting, chat. I've had enough. Fucking hell. Fishnet reveal? Has anybody done a sock reveal? I haven't seen one. Thanks, Isla. Nosa Silent J. Thanks for the T2! You can yeet! 4 months. You also gifted. Thank you so much, Nosa. What does I love most about Neath? Oh, there's no sock reveal? If I gotta fix that again? Why does that keep happening? Somebody turning it off. Oh, hang on, they're back.
Welcome back for your everything out at this point, so now we can get into the...
Zycodia, thanks for the prime. I can't twerk. I tried before when I was doing the hot tub stream. I don't know how to do it. Pardon me.
And Mifflin, as we start to jump into this, but first we kind of have to look at, I guess, the way things, how we got here. That's kind of the big way.
Thanks, Zycodia. Thanks, Nosa. Thanks for the gifted. Thanks for the T2. Very kind of you. You don't need to do that. Boom.
Thanks
for the 10 months.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't know why.
Like the top 6.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just talk about this
two.
weekend. I don't know. I just started at the beginning. My brain told me to like go back to the beginning.
Well, that's tough.
That's just mean, and I feel bad about it.
I can't do that, Noisher.
And that's what I got for you.
And hold that.
Yeah,
I actually think Mifflin, like, look where Mifflin eyes go. Mifflin actually has, why are your kisses so wet? When you like to know. Mifflin actually has it up on the Alienware computer. You can't see, but I promise you he does.
Leviathans beating out the Dragons and the Kings.
I'm trying to fix this skirt, man. How is that? It's not a skirt, though. I mean, look at the length of it.
Taking out the Warriors and then finally overcoming their curse and beating out the Bolts to be able to get here into the finals.
Oh, I was going to fix this shit. 1 second.
Should be a really, really fun day.
Yeah, both of these teams came through the lower bracket. They put on shows in the semifinals, and I'm expecting another show here today. Hopefully we get a little best of 5.
Soccerville should be on. Oh, it's paused. Who keeps pausing redemptions on Soccerville? It's not me.
Because like this Titans team has
one of the
never
mods?
played this Leviathans team. Like they've always had something.
Soccerville? Oh, we got 2 Soccervilles.
Yeah, both Layers and Zatman left around the same time, so they didn't really get the opportunity to play against each other with these squads. Pretty excited to see how this one pans out. Maybe there's a grudge match there.
I made a hole in this already, surely not.
But any bit of spice, I'm gonna latch onto. I'm a gremlin in that sense.
You're gonna be the spice gremlin that we have. No, it is really interesting because the first time they played in Phase 2,
what's this
Oxy
fucking...
was subbing in.
Sorry for the noises.
So they had a completely different solo lane
Apologize.
than what they have now. And the second time they played, Sino was playing, not Layers in the jungle. So Layers hasn't played against this Leviathans team outside of, well, no, in general. He hasn't played against this Leviathans team, and this Leviathans team hasn't played this Titan squad. And of course, I guess who better
ASMR? What? I don't even know how to ASMR.
Themselves. We've got Zapman and Layers.
Zap and Layers, both.
Hanging around with here. Welcome, both of you. Of course, thanks for joining me for the interview. Zapman, I'm going to start with you because
Sino's not on this team anymore, Snowies. It's Layers.
Since you have been in a finals that is not Worlds. You got 2 back-to-back World Championships, but playoffs has not necessarily been your forte, and you're on a 7-game win streak or 7-set win streak. I just want to know how it feels to be back.
Feels good, man. It feels honestly, I'm just having a ton of fun playing with these guys. Got an insane front line. Got Shinto, who's nuts as well, and they make the game so easy for me. So honestly, you know, being in finals is cool, but I'm just having a lot of fun right now.
And Layers, man, the last time I had mentioned this, but when the Titans played the Leviathans the last time, Sino was subbing in. You were in the coach role for that weekend, so you didn't really get to do it. Now you've got a lot of experience.
Layers is official jungle, yeah.
But I just want to know, how has this weekend with the Titans felt for you?
I don't know. I've just been hard carried this whole weekend, I feel. I mean, I'm just playing facilitators, so I guess that's just like the meta for jungle right now. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It feels good. I'm just, you know, I'm existing on the map and we're winning games, so it's pretty good.
Well, of course, we know both of you used to be playing on the same team together. Zap, I do want to ask just a question. I'm actually stealing from Inbound over here. He came up with it earlier. What, if you've watched the sets, I know you've watched the Titan sets now because you had to. You did your homework. What are your thoughts on Layers' performances so far this weekend?
He's been shit.
I think he's been playing really well within the scope of the team. I feel like they...
Thanks, Tribo.
They play their best mid jungle. I've seen them play. Like, no offense to Scary, but they didn't really have that much synergy. I guess. No,
I just feel it would be funny if he had to that way.
Synergy with Paul. I know Layers and Paul used to play 2v2s all the time, and so that probably helped out a lot. You know, they're like in each other's head or whatever. I almost said the bad word there, but you know, I don't know. But they look good, man. They look like a cohesive team, and they're gonna be tough to beat.
And Layers, just the same question for you about Zap. How are you thinking about his performances so far this weekend?
Say he's been terrible.
I wish he could have done that on the Scarabs with me, man. I never really gave him a chance. I never went to his lane. I never gave him a chance, but he's been popping off. Some pretty crazy slash lines coming out of the old Z-Man Senior. So I'm excited to play today, and hopefully, you know, we have a good set.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be a good one. Thanks for both of your times, and good luck in your games.
Layers gives good interviews for sure.
Always fun ones to hear that. It's actually interesting because both of them have been popping off at this point. I mean, Zap had like 2 games where he was like 8-0 or 10-3, something ridiculous. And Layers, as he had mentioned, has been playing these facilitators. And Inbound, I mean, he kind of threw it back. Layers told us, like, man, if
The
only we had been
pantomime
able to
ability
do
is,
this
yeah.
a little bit earlier in the
Fucking love
year,
a
things would have
pantomime,
shaped
man.
up for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what we're seeing here is, like, if you pick up a Scarabs player, you're
Can I say thank you,
guaranteed
Grandiose
finals
Squab?
at
I think I
this
did,
point.
but
So,
thank you again.
Okay, dude.
That's Inbound slowly. He's like, all right, so like, yo, I'm on, like,
Dragon.
I'm not on the market,
it's
but
just
like
me.
I'm on the market. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see as it goes forward. Mifflin, it just feels like these two teams. There's so much. I want to say a little bit of pressure on the Leviathans because they've been performing so well, and maybe surprise, not pressure, but I don't know what to say for the Titans. They've made it so far. They've been playing so well.
Yeah, I
That's
think
good that
maybe
they
the pressure
choose-
is
they
on the
choose
Leviathans,
Drownland
as they
violence.
are likely the favorites.
It's
coming
good for
into this, as
storylines,
they
good
are
for the
a tenured
scene.
team that have been playing together for a long time at a very high level.
Yeah, that's true,
But the
Poseidon,
Tartarus
so
Titans,
true.
If they do win this, are given instant validation. It never
Zatman's
feels
literally
better
Tom
picking up a
Brady
new
going for his
player
7th
and then
ring right now,
producing
and
such a massive
Layers is the young
volume of
up-and-coming
team play.
Peyton Manning trying to get
From
it.
nearly bottom of the pack to now contending to win
Hi,
the
Alba.
playoffs with their new jungler. If there was any doubt in any of their minds that, you know, maybe we should have just stuck with Scary D, I think you can eviscerate them if the Tartarus Titans win here today.
Wash that one from your mind, although right now they do still have an incredibly difficult opponent to get through. The Leviathans are
Thank you, James. Thanks for the 2 months.
Zatman, very specifically, not only pulling out a wide variety
I
of
actually,
gods
yeah,
so
I
far
tried the
inbound,
new...
but he has been having
a
the
new look.
time of his life. I mean, his KDA is 4.19 just for the
Did
playoffs.
Mahomes win?
It
Mahomes
seems like
did
no
win,
one can
right?
touch him.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
his
wait,
crit
did he?
chance
I
in the
don't
playoffs
fucking
has
know, I
been
don't
pretty
care.
insane. I wish he had that back
His
in the
crit
Scare.
chance
He had
has
like
been
80%
nuts.
Crit, and he never crit with us, but like now he gets 20% and he's got 100% crit, it seems like.
I think it's this play he hits like 2 600s in a row.
Yeah, and then the one by Gold Fury hit double
This
crit.
is
He
the
did an
most...
explosive arrow with
That
Jin Wei and he just
one.
started
1,
critting
2,
everyone.
3 crits in a row.
So
He actually can't not buy a crit.
that hurt to watch again. Like, I remember
Dr. Pan
watching
Mine?
that
Sure
and
I
like
did,
how
man.
much that blew my mind at the time. I can't imagine being a Bolts player and having to watch that back. Like, nothing about that feels good. But Mifflin, I mean, we even got these snipes. This
He
was well
rushed
played
the
from
snipes.
them.
I love
The way
that.
the Leviathans were playing almost always worked in a way where it's if Shinto died, Zap would
Tom
carry,
Brady
and if
beat
Zap
Mahomes
died,
despite
Shinto would
Mahomes
carry.
playing incredibly.
It seemed
Okay.
like they didn't really care. Like, if one
Needs
backliner
to be
died,
picked
the
today. I
other
did
would
ask
just crack
Shinto
the
to pick
knuckles,
it.
stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, they were creating space for each other. It's okay.
Am I going the
you're
wrong
gonna
way?
spend
I
all
think
your
I'm going the
time
wrong way. I'm
diving
trying to-
Shinto. Well, Zatman's hitting every crit
whatever,
possible,
man.
as Bobby
It's
said.
just-
And if you're diving Zatman, or diving Bobby, Shinto is having a very easy time inside of the game. I mean, this is a two-pronged threat from the Leviathans that is facilitated by one of the best front lines in the league, and it's something that's kind of a hangover
not online
from their
today.
days as Sanguine. Their team fight is incredibly strong, and I'd argue with Zatman now.
Third place matches are kind of lame. Nobody wants to play after losing. I hate a third place match. I would never like to be involved in one.
Fight's only gotten better, and I wasn't sure that we'd ever be able to say that about this squad, but they are legitimately looking like one of the most cohesive teams to have ever played Smite.
And they have to take on the Titans here. So the Leviathans obviously have been looking good, especially in their set yesterday versus the Bolts. But the Titans have done some...
I'm fucking sweating,
some
man.
would
Is it
argue
'cause I've
made
got a
me
wig
feel like
on? Does that make you
impossible
sweat?
feats. They took out the Dragons in their first set, and then
know.
took out the Kings yesterday.
My stream
I believe,
720p,
what,
let me
number
check.
4, number 1
Yeah, it is
so far in the
72060.
standings,
So
at
should I
least after
refresh? They
phase
might have
2.
fixed it. I'll
I
give it
mean,
a hard refresh. I guess most of the heat leaves your body through your head, right?
in this hyper
There we
carry,
go.
like
Now
you
we're
said,
10
has been
AP.
the
Good
facilitator.
shout. Thank you
Layers
for
have been
whoever
just
said
kinda
that. Who
operating,
was it?
allowing the rest of his team to do whatever he needs. I mean, in this match, that might have
Thank
been
you,
one of the biggest
Alexandra.
plays he made individually outside of rotating.
You
the
Romanian,
dual lane and
Alexandra?
finding a double tether
It's a
stun
Romanian
outside
name,
of
right? I know
wide
Wolfie's called
performance, but he does
Alexandra.
what is needed for his team. What stood out to me from the Tartarus Titans was their confidence. They were dead even in a match. Okay, well, I don't want to be even anymore. Let's go start a Gold Fury. Let's go
Yep,
do a
Romanian.
Pyromancer.
Cool.
Let's group up from dead even and push a tower down. And the Camelot Kings at no point really were setting the pace or even legitimately
Alexandru
responding
left
very
Erica,
well.
yeah. I've
So
still
I'm
got his
excited to
passport
see
saved
if the
somewhere
Tartarus
because we were on
Titans
a team together and I had to
revitalize
organize
and revisit
everybody's
that play style
passports
here
and
up
shit.
against the Leviathans inside of the finals, or if whether or not it was just the kind of
Only first place win money? No.
Plus,
Just
you
third and
played
fourth
your
we get the
skin.
same
You
amount of
brought
money.
that
Amazing
you ran
Zay.
a Tusker, so
Zatman
maybe
skin.
like, yeah, well,
Like it's
Zatman
different
owned
money. I think it's
you earned
7,000
the
per
Ratatosker.
player. Like if
That's
you
what
split it
matters
among
most when
6, it's
anybody
7k-ish
looks at
per
that.
player.
Inbound, though,
It's about
the Titans-
40k, I think,
I
for
mean, this has
first.
been a completely different
Thanks,
look for this team.
variable.
I mean, you look at the first week they had Layers, what was that, like week 6, phase 2, and things seemed like good, but like it wasn't
I'd
this.
love 7k too. 7k
Week 7 they
dollars,
had
but
signed
still
up.
I'd
Week
love
8
it.
they bring back Layers. Like this has been a different performance.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of it really just comes down to Layers and what he's doing in that early game. He is allowing Paul to just get a bunch of extra farm while making the other mid just super uncomfortable and unable to play the game. You saw that Dragon set. He was punishing her at every chance he got. A lot of it was coming back to Paul too, but Layers did facilitate that early game to get Paul to the late game and then be able to win those late game team fights.
There's anything
I don't think it is Pam. I think it's 40 something. I could be wrong.
Seems to do pretty well. We learned that at Worlds. We can go to picks and bans now to see if the Titans are going to be able to find that. Leviathans will be your first pick. And this is something worth mentioning.
40.6.
It doesn't come up as often. They haven't been. Well, I guess they were on Friday, but they
first.
Harkins
66K total.
When they start a set first pick, they have not lost that set in Phase 2. Wow. They have lost a couple of games as first pick.
There we go. Artemis ban.
Whole set.
Hell banned by the Titans. They get rid of that.
The Titans are going to break a streak. The Leviathans
taken away.
are going to continue one. They take out the Artemis, the Erlong.
No, is that clip gone?
Hell already getting banned away. I know I've seen a lot of people, and Bobby, I'm sure you're one of them, where Hell is on the forefront of their mind of gods they do not want to see today.
Yeah, Hell, Yemoja are two of the gods I just do not want to see today. And that Erlang
Hell,
ban
Yemoja, and probably not Tiamat ban, right?
How strong that 2v2 is. On Friday, I talked about it that the 2v2 so far has kind of dictated this this tournament so far, and that Erlang in the level 1, level 2, even level 3 brings out too much pressure, has too much damage, too much.
Why are they not in studio? I don't know.
Gotta get rid of them.
Oh sure, maybe one of them isn't double vaxxed. Maybe
Osiris available could go towards.
Maybe it's too much. Like Layers didn't want to travel down earlier because he really doesn't stay in ATL.
I think it's also worth noting this Artemis
Georgia,
directly targeted at Cyclone Spin. The performance we saw from Cyclone Spin yesterday cannot be repeated. I mean, you gotta tie that one up, put it in the forbidden
1 p.m. Rodney.
And forget about
ET, 6 p.m. my time is when the broadcast started. Yeah, Layers is still back home, I think. Ara wasn't there, so why would that matter? That's a good point, Stu. That is a good point.
Dominant he was out of the hunting role. So removing this Artemis, I love it. I think it's just perfect. And
I don't know why it's not in studio, actually.
I don't like.
Good question.
Actually, you said all of that, and the only thing I think yesterday there was a point
where my favorite part of the giraffe.
And they were talking about the fact that
I look like I'm naked now. I look like I'm just fully naked.
Dark will lean back and be like, maybe I don't make this switch, right? Like maybe I stay carry for the team.
What's wrong? Why do you ask?
Or just as good a performance as you had the last few days. You didn't mention it just now, Mifflin, but RDO banned out by the Leviathans. Titans looking for their final ban. And this healing has been very
what was I
prominent
supposed to say?
We have seen the Hells, we've seen Yemojas, we've seen these Artemises. We haven't seen, like, Chang'e, Sylvanas, or Aphrodite.
Oh, I don't want to click on that. I've seen that before. Artio was banned away from Hark the Bear Shark.
What do you mean, why not? We're just talking about, we don't want to see the healer. I want a good,
You're telling me you wouldn't be excited for a Chang'e?
Are they going to pick a mage?
Okay, well, what if it's Chang'e?
I don't actually think they're going to pick a mage. Their tongues, they are big. They can wrap around a leaf like hell. What are they going to first pick? I think both teams want Raijin. I'll be honest. I think both teams want Raijin. Will they first pick the Raijin, though, or will they grab something else, hoping that they get it anyway, like the Odin, for example, or the Osiris? No, they do go for the Osiris.
Osiris, what happened?
And then we'll probably see Odin. I think Odin Raijin for the Titans.
Not pressure, amount of damage, and they're just like late game kind of team fight. How hard she
is. Maybe they won't go Odin actually.
But right now, this 2v2 meta is way too important.
I think they should wait on the Odin pick. Maybe grab it third if they want it. Titans.
You've seen those Hells in mid.
Yeah.
A bunch of other just like level 2 gods in mid lane. That Tia just does not have the strength of those gods.
And they do grab the Odin actually. They go for it straight up.
I'm not seeing the Tiamat prioritized so high up because every other meta mage is still available. Morgan Le Fay's out there, the other Morgan, the Morgan.
And Tiamat comes through. They go Odin Tiamat. Interesting. That is interesting. I was not expecting the Tiamat pick. I was expecting it to be this kind of event where the Tiamat falls over a little bit. Now Leviathan should definitely grab the Raijin here, and they're going to go Surcat. Yeah, Surcat Raijin I think is great here. And it's still a flex as well, because they could put the Surcat support, they could put the Surcat jungle, they could put the Osiris solo, they could put the Osiris jungle. So they still have this as ambiguous. Raijin will come through in the next pick. Fuck me, man. Fucking wig, man.
Locked in on the other side. And this has been another thing we've seen a lot lately. This Osiris.
Can I keep the
Raijin on there still?
There we go, Surcat Raijin. There it is.
For the Leviathans, every time that they have locked it in and played it.
He's bald?
Inbound. I mean, this is a scary lineup.
Can I keep this thing off because it keeps messing with my hair?
2-3. He's got kill potential, lane clear, good 2v2, and then you look at the Osiris Surcat, and they're just good flex gods. Surcat's probably gonna go support,
no.
But
all right, okay, I'll put it back on.
Osiris is probably going jungle, but can it always go solo?
Wait, you're not a nurse? I am a nurse. Sorry.
Good 2v2 coming out.
I'm a nurse.
Nothing but power for them. Also, this Khepri, Mifflin, this one kind of caught me off guard. Yesterday, like, to the point nobody else was playing him, and then he becomes a first pick in the King's
They call me a nurse when you're looking in your purse to find your gun before I put you in a hearse.
I mean, the ult's powerful, but is he...
That's what they say.
That is so strong in this meta right now.
Look, to this day, and even before the playoffs, I go into every ranked game, I ban Khepri. It is one of the most frustrating gods to play against.
Stop calling me a fraud.
Then rooting your opponent, just completely...
I'm only a fraud when it comes to coaching Smite. In every other aspect of life,
and then Scarab's
I'm honest.
and you're like, okay, so I can either kill him and reset him back to his support, or I...
Odin, Tiamat, Khepri are the top 3 for the Titans. Are they going to go... Well, Hunter, are they going to combine with the Khepri this time? The Artemis Khepri looked absolutely sick nasty, you do have to say that.
Abduct is a great tool to burn beads.
Perhaps again, yeah, good point.
Root from a range as well. You can give your team defense with a second ability. This is a very versatile pick.
I just turn everything up.
Is in a similar spot to Ymir in that every 4 or 5 months, they kind of just come in and out of the meta. People forget that he exists, and then
Ram comes through for the Titans.
Just good. And when you have a composition with gods like TM,
what do you mean by Circuit 3, my bad? I can't even go invisible. No, these are just my normal eyelashes and Starry. Thank you for noticing that they're long though.
Tiamat's going to carry you in a late game team fight. Maybe I just keep her alive and she can keep doing it for me.
Plus, we've seen how essential these ROM snipes have been.
Kakulin for hardcore.
Catch up on the bands, though.
I don't know if I love that.
By the Titans, Izanami, Ratatosker banned out. So
maybe thinks it's a good matchup into Odin does have that, you know, on-demand salmon leap to immune any bird bomb that does come through.
This has been and was for the longest time.
And Jing Wei for Zapman. We've seen him do it. Is he going to do it again? Not too much pressure from the Leviathans. They've got the mid pressure is where they've got it. Raijin and Osiris going to win that mid 2v2 pretty much no matter what's combined with this Tiamat, in my opinion. Circat as well, support. But duo lane, they're going to be pretty weak. Solo, they're probably going to get... solo, I think Leviathans will have pressure actually. And then Kama comes through, so this will be an Odin support. And a Kamazot's jungle.
It is so strong, man. As you already highlighted, the early
Odin solo, rather, and a Kamazot's jungle. Whoops. Alright, star prediction. Someone else on it? Because with this cast on, it's tough for me. Who wins G1? Levi, Jeans, Tarts, Tatans. 5 minutes, chat. There you go.
To shut down this god. The Tartarus Titans for me are just
Levi Jeans in blue, Tatans in red.
Get us to the late game, and then Paul's
Who are the big spenders today?
That's actually exactly what I was going to ask.
I am a nurse, maybe.
But when I look, so Kamazot's pretty good for most of the game. Then you get Rom, Khepri, Tiamat, Odin. I guess can flex in that early game as well.
That's okay, Creed. I'll forgive you this time.
For this one to work off. Mifflin, a quick word. Leviathans, Titans.
If I had to choose one, and I do.
Thanks, Nan Heffen.
Man, these guys have just been looking so good. But if the Titans win this one, I think the Titans win the whole thing.
Anything poor for first blood? Nothing today.
Not the whole set.
Okay.
Thanks, Mermaid.
This game, the Leviathans. But if the Titans win this, the whole set.
Good on you, Miff. I like that you stuck to your guns. What about you?
I got Leviathans in this game.
The Leviathans draft just
What do you guys think, chat? I assume you'll tell me in your voting. That's okay, Joe. Here's the GOAT. Levi Jeans 59%, Titans 41. Legit Mark going for Levi's 250k Tanith Guardsman. Believing in the Titans. Here we go.
Dave and Aggro standing by.
The time has arrived to crown us a Phase 2 champions, and it's the Leviathans and the Titans standing strong at the end of the weekend.
That's good. How was she, Japoli?
These two teams got a first round bye. They've both gone the distance, and they both absolutely deserve to be here, dug alongside us for game number 1.
I don't think so, Rogue. Does sound good. Do the Neath walk. What's the Neath walk?
But Zapman and Layers, the guys that we interviewed,
I can't do a backflip. I've tried before. It's not possible. These fucking earphones are criminal. Can I take one out, maybe? Maybe that would be good.
It set us up for a really fun final set, I think.
I tried to do the dance earlier, Caribou. I've done my best on that. How do you vote? See down at the bottom, Peter Pistols, there should be, like, where the channel points are, you can click on that and the vote should be at the top. You might be from a region which is not allowed to vote, though. Like Netherlands, I think it's still not allowed. I don't know where else, but there's a few places where you can gamble channel points.
Dismantled the Kings when you watch that setback. So I'm impressed with what the Titans have done.
Damp Shroud for both.
About them a lot when it comes to roster changes, and if you doubted their strength,
Denmark Sag.
I think you need only look at who we've got in the finals here today, because both these teams playing really good smite.
Panatom actually getting pretty poked out here by Layers. Layers did go for Mannequins, so did Panatom, both going for the pressure starter. Mid will be cleared out, and are they going to go for these mid lefts? It looks like they are. Is this a bait? I think this is a bait. I want to watch mids. Wrong U and Zap should get pressured out. Level 3 is where Sircat has some pressure. It looks like both mids were picked up by Layers there. Nicely done.
And finally, they make their way into a grand finals. They've got Zapman on their team.
You're on Xbox? Yeah, it might not show up on Xbox chat. I'm not sure, Pierre. 5 buffs? Yeah, we got a green buff now. It's pretty recent, though. Uses 3 to stop Odin from landing from Bird Bomb? Yeah, I think you probably can. You'd have to time it very, very perfectly. It'd be tough. We value Scorpions more? Well, Titans definitely valued them a lot against Kings, which we don't normally see, but I don't know if that was an anti-Kings thing or a new thing for them. I'm not sure.
Just been in those bigger moments, sometimes you see them make the wrong late game shot call, but
no, they're hard to time. I thought it would be pretty.
And the call that they made and the way that they
were
able to navigate some of those late game fights up against a very, very strong Bolts team. There's just a different air about the Leviathans right now. They just feel different when you're watching them, and I think that it's hard to credit that to anybody.
Run jump pretty easy to cancel with a lot of characters. Yeah, I don't know if it would be easy. Ooh, nice nice play there. I think Wrong Use 1 actually missed because of Zap's knockup. Yeah, Kakulin 3 is pretty like weird, I think. You might just end up with a K moment, you know?
Carries for the Tartarus Titans showed up big in that set win over the Camelot Kings, but Paul really stood out to me on this team at pick.
Both supports just going to harass the ADC as they try and do their purple buff. Looks like Wrong You will come back. Help to secure this. Very high damage ability as Deathbane, but Hog is there anyway. Wrong You held onto the Hog. I guess he doesn't need it as Sircat to clear first purple. I don't know. There's a prediction. You still got 30 seconds to predict Wally of Jericho. 30 seconds. We've got 63% Leviathans, 37% Titans right now. 25 seconds to go. If you click the channel points icon at the bottom of your chat, you might be able to do it from there. You're quick.
Game 1, we talk about it a lot when it comes to best of fives. How important is Game 1? It's inherently the least important of all the games because you always have the most opportunities to bounce back no matter what happens. But I think it is.
Both solo laners going Fighter's Mask into a Warrior's Axe. Now they're going for a magical solo laner, which is interesting. Benji's been doing this throughout the tournament.
Put on a lot of pressure on the Titans moving forward in these picks advance in this set. But if it's clear that
I would say odd not to see either solo playing a Guardian. Yeah, Jack. I'm not a fraud.
On this Raijin, and that opens up these drafts a little bit for the Titans.
You had fun? Nice. Did you play some Joust, Joe?
Game 1 carries a little bit more weight with how similar the God pools are.
Damage onto Layers. He will leap away. Salmon Leap comes through from Hardcore, but that's not going to be enough damage to do a whole lot. Benji drops the ult, and here comes Layers. Hardcore in trouble. Seems to be the target. Won't get a transform, and he's going to fall for First Blood. Layers credited. And they're still going on to Panatom. He will survive, but nice play. Paul was on the way. I'm not sure he was necessary there.
Okay, I'll just come in and ult him because I'm Odin, and that should be a pretty free kill for us.
200k, Freds? Ooh, well, you'll never know. Maybe you'll feel good.
I want to talk about veteran presence. I mean, how many LAN finals?
When has Neil ever said that, Ping? Never.
His entire career. It just makes the right play at the right time.
So your statement's just inherently false.
Luckily for the Leviathans, Wrong U's been low on the right side of the map. That's not the lucky part. The lucky part is that he hasn't gone down yet because Aurora on this Khepri aggro, and it's something that the desk is...
Instead of the Kama, the...
Khepri is starting to carry a little
bit... Willish? Maybe, I don't know. I know. Thanks very much for the 7 months.
For so long, the conversation has been...
Well, I've done it now, haven't I?
Well, he can play defensive pretty well.
Co-stream with Genetics? Is he streaming? Could do, yeah.
But the way Aurora was playing on this pick yesterday, and other supports have played on this pick throughout the weekend, that's not necessarily the case anymore. These abducts have been so impactful. The roots as well for setting up for the rest of the team is not something I don't think that can be looked over. It's a core part of his identity in competitive play in my mind.
Fuck's sake, England, they're winning 4-0.
His ability to peel for backline and save the priority target. That's certainly a big part of it. But I think of Khepri as someone...
Well, I asked Mike, and he said he was doing his own thing. This is the final of like a standalone tournament, Joe. Final of like a standalone tournament.
That's usually 1v1 here between Zapman and
Cyclone solos him. Goodbye, Zapman. He showed up for the semifinals. Back to his old ways. You just don't really win that. Damage onto Panatom. Cyclone spin. He has arrived. He has arrived.
Blame the man for feeling himself a little bit after Steve dashes in that matchup. Just not the advantageous position that Zapman expected.
Wrong, you taunts Aurora back in here.
That Kepri shield. I played Kepri earlier, by the way, in ranked chat. And I did go, I think I went like 3-1 and 25 or something like that. Incredible scenes by me. So, I mean, the character has to be OP. Jump in? He's looking for it.
If you got the gold, spend it. And Rod feels so good on this god as it is. Getting it early, yeah, it's expensive. You know, you used a lot of gold, but you've got one of your major power spike items.
This could be a run back of what we saw earlier.
Damage onto Hardcore one more time. Here comes Panatom. This time Layers will at least get traded. Surely he has the pool and he's suckling the blood. And here comes the res. Panatom will just jump away. Layers continues to try and heal. Here is Wrong You on the Circuit. No tower shot for Layers. Here come the Raijin barrels. Will they connect? And there's the one. Shinto just too clean. He does not miss those. Jump away from Shinto and he'll stay alive 1-for-1. Solo for jungle.
Yarkor has not been able to roam free just yet. A level down and 2 deaths in the bank.
And this is kind of worst case scenario now for the Leviathans because it's really twofold. Number one, Camazotz is not a god that I think should threaten you until the very late stages of the game. And now he's going to be threatened.
Zap invaded red.
2 out of the 3 kills.
He does have a red buff, and now he's pressuring the purple as well. He wants it. He's going to in. Is he?
Side lanes losing now on the Leviathan side.
Zapman cannot.
I don't think Zap dies here. Yeah, I think even if the third one connects, he lives. But he gets the purple and the red there, Zap. That's a real big play from him after getting soloed out. Hello, Pixie.
Cyclone spin, I think that's a continued storyline for me.
He wouldn't have died from the third snipe.
If not the most important in the Tartarus Titans win. The Izanami was popping off yesterday. The Rom looked.
I don't think he did he? It would have expired. I don't know. How long does stacks on Ichabod last? Not that long, right? Sorry, no can do, G Shaw.
Getting Cyclone spin off to a great start, especially a 1 level and 1 kill lead. Pivotal now to the
4 seconds, yeah.
Of Layers with 2 kills.
I mean, in that Jade Dragon set, Cyclone really struggled in the laning.
I am SGT, but I have some shorts on as well.
Jade Dragons, I mean, it's Danzaburo, you know, picking.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Move it out of the way all the time. Got back from traveling around the country.
But Cyclone was still managing to come in and be impactful in the late stages.
We've had a couple sock reveals already, but there were 2 sock reveals, and I only kinda did it once. Cyclone will beads out the ult from Wrong You. Rez is gonna have to come through from Aurora at some point. They need to kill him twice. They're just letting Wrong You die. That is awful. Awful by the Leviathans. Really bad decision making there. Rotation comes over from Layers and Paul, and Panatom will fall as well. Layers having the best individual start we've seen out of him so far.
6-2 in just 9 minutes for the Titans. It's centered around the side lanes as Benji just solo killed Yarkor on the right side of the map. Do the Leviathans know we started kind of late, Dave?
You're right.
What's going on?
I mean, they get time to get coffee and food.
Yeah, no excuse for not waking up in time for this one, man. The Leviathans just
some big question marks. I mean, the Titans just make people not perform. The Titans just cancel all your preparation. They make you forget what you were going to do.
In solo lane for Benji. And now if you're Panatom, where do you go? I mean, what's the play? And this is where Kepri...
I have not painted my toenails, no. I haven't done my lips either. Let's go, Preds.
Many things you've got to worry about, and your hope is, okay, you know, if we can just catch Benji out, he's going to be overextended, or Layers is going to go for a play.
I just think Cucullin isn't a particularly good pick right now. And it was picked during the last time I was picked, I think it was by Hardcore. And it didn't look that great then either.
And we can't make that play happen.
And it looks like it's not too good of a matchup into Odin so far.
It's really, really difficult from this type of position to try and come back into it up against a Kepri.
I mean,
doesn't normally happen in mid-season though, Red God.
The same play run back onto
mid-season, normally just the OP teams win.
And the rest of us are going to swoop on in, literally in the case of Layers here. Nice. Benji is able to, yeah, appreciate that, find a 4-level lead over Yarkor, who is 0-3. And of course, that's not what you want ever anyway. But
Odin now up 4 levels, by the way.
Which has been signature
Just Cullen hitting 10. He has hit 10. While Benji grabs a Pyromancer, puts his whole team further ahead. Benji walking up, hardcore.
Right now, and so that's a massive differential here in this.
I mean, Benji knows from the fact Hardcore's trying to trade that somebody's got to be around. Hardcore runs away again. He knows that the Osiris is gone.
That goes very well for you. And I do want to zoom back. Cyclone Spin, who's now on the Gold Fury with Aurora as they walk.
Renegade story in Season 6? Oh, yeah, I guess they did kind of randomly win. That's true.
That Scarab's blessing goes on me, and I'm like, all right.
Benji steals the blue. Here comes the damage from Hardcore onto Benji. Benji has to drop the cage. Will get out of it, though. Panatom with the chase. Lands the ult. Looking for the kill. This would be a big shutdown if they can get it, and they will. Nicely done. Good rotation by Rong Yu. Panatom credited with the kill. Gold Fury on the other side, though. I mean, not a bad trade.
If they want to send the farm in order to kill Benji, sure, they'll get him. You know, there's not a whole lot that he can do once he's expended that jump. But we better be getting something on the other end to make up for it and keep this lead.
Is it the Titans are better or that their opponents are playing badly? I think the Titans are playing really well. I think the Kings did not look like the Kings yesterday, is all I'd say. Dragons, I think, played decent. Kings, I think, played pretty bad.
Didn't have a big kill bounty on his head. I mean, he's got a bounty because of all of his XP advantage. Yep. But he's not on a 4 or 5 kill spree, and that I believe factors in as well. So it's not the.
But the Titans are playing sick as well. Zap gets both of those. Zap's playing real confident right now.
Definitely on your jungler as opposed to your support, but it's still not going to put him at the exact same spot as Layers. He's still down an XP per minute, still pretty even in that. You know, it's not like he's down a whole lot, even despite the 4-1 score line for Layers on this Camazotz, but not starting to pull ahead just because of that kill.
That wasn't an issue, Mikey. Is all I'd say. Wasn't an issue.
I'm just going to let Smite happen to me. You know, I kind of just chill out, experience the early game. Hopefully, I can stay relevant and then get to
Peak Dragons or Peak Titans? Peak Dragons. From what we've seen so far. We haven't seen Titans peak that high yet, I don't think. They're definitely playing well. But not like Peak Dragons, you know. Peak Dragons look truly unbeatable.
Right now for the Tartarus Titans, it seems like, and you know, you call it the honeymoon phase, and I think that's a pretty apt description. Feels like all the pieces for this Titan.
Peak OG Team Rival? What, OG Team Rival is in Deathwalker and stuff? Peak Energy, 100%. Layers will have to ult here. There he goes up into the sky. Panatom looking for damage. Aurora is who they turn around onto. Will he get his ult off? Yes, he will. He'll die anyway. Rotation came over from Zapman. He's just going to back straight back to base. Won't even miss anything on the Joe side of the map here.
Zapman's over here. I mean, they sent everyone to make sure that this was a defense.
Thoughts on the Kama build? Just pen and into a Shillelagh. That's presumably going to be a Blackthorn Hammer coming up next from Layers.
Love that rotation over. Aurora gets caught out because Layers looked like he needed a scare.
To the Dragons? This is very much not their meta. Sam is pretty bad in this meta. I think Fine is pretty bad in this meta as well. Doesn't suit either of them.
Two specifically ult Layers, and so by the time that decision is made, it's too little too late for the support.
Will Kings fall out of the top 4 for Titans to get in it? I don't know. It's hard to say. Regular season Kings are always going to be strong. Kings and Bolts will always be strong regular season, I would say.
13 to 12 minutes of
Peaky United or Peak Splice? Peaky United.
You know, how big of a difference is that man really? Because I think in the past, this Leviathan...
Yeah, everybody seems to like Toxic Blade. I mean, the flat pen's not bad, I guess. I don't know. I guess it's just a cozy item.
I'm not saying the set's over, but certainly this game is looking pretty doomed from the way that this started out with both.
I mean, look where Scream is and look where you are, Sino. He was a sub for you, and now he's surpassed you once again. He's back in the SPL.
Right-hand side, making these smart plays, finding these windows in order to get some picks. They look a little bit more present.
Peak Energy are the goats for me, yeah.
The Leviathans have not shied away from talking about that impact that Zapman brings to moments like this. They knew that when Zapman joined...
Your peak was MVP? That is true. Scream's peak was just getting carried by Benji. Maybe you're right.
But when you're playing from behind as a team who needs to turn around games like that to win...
Your peak lasted 3 days? You in the last 3 minutes with me, Sino.
For the Atlantis Leviathans. We've crested that 15-minute mark. The Tartarus Titans find themselves about 2.5k, 2.7k gold in the lead. Has been hovering right around that 3,000 mark. The Leviathans have done a good job of slowing down that bleed, though, because it felt like for like a 10-minute period there, specifically on the right side of the map, everything was going to the Titans. It's this next range of neutral objectives where the Leviathans can really close up that gap or the Tartarus Titans can really push it.
Exactly. This next
In the ring? Get your head out the gutter, Salt.
Leviathans keep the ball rolling.
Let's keep rings out of this.
Or the Leviathans are able to
I'm not ready to commit.
put their foot in the sand and be able to make a play.
Jump in from Paul. Goes dog mode. Wrong, you will taunt him out. Here comes the light in from Cyclone. Looking for the damage. Is connecting.
Reminds him of it. Half of the HP missing on the Cirquette support. 0-1-4 is matched up well against Aurora, who's 0-1-3 up to this point, but at that space in the mid lane.
I've got none, Marco. How many do you have?
See already how difficult it is to lock down Paul even without his pure.
I don't know, Raging. That would actually be good content, but all it would do it would be make people very angry at me, and that always makes me sad. Bulwark alert.
Just like that a second ago, but
Bulwark for hardcore. You'll love to see that. Benji's a big Bulwark stand too. Whether he'll grab it this game, I think he probably will. He got. Yeah, he does have it. We got 2 Bulwarks. There it is. No Pridwin for Benji. Oni Fury being pulled. Titans really controlling this game right now and starting to accelerate. That Oni Fury should give them space to play around the duo side of the map as well. I'd like them, solo side of the map rather. I'd like them to go over to FG.
A tier 1 tower in mid, the Titans are fairly likely to group for. Are they defending fire? You know, where are we?
Oh yeah, Van got MVP for
and it makes sense
for United Worlds win. He was pretty nuts that year.
Affect you that much as long as the Titans don't synergize a push, and even then, you should have enough damage.
Yeah, well, Leviathan seem to be okay to give things up right now. I think they outscale, I guess. Maybe that's it.
Zap is in a position where he would just like to continue to farm.
Benji was the real MVP. Well, Benji did get kind of handled in finals by Deathwalker. That's probably why he didn't get it.
If we can handle those Oni waves, which they have in left and in mid, and now only have 1 remaining on right.
Which player do you think had the single best performance in a tournament? No idea.
I have no problem with the Leviathans giving that one up, but gonna have to make a choice eventually on where they do want to fight. You know, what power spike is good enough for us to actually throw our hats back in the ring.
They fixed that bug. You can buy shield items on Odin again. They fixed that bug last patch.
Spectral on the way, I'd assume for Benji. Dominance for Cyclone Spin. I think once that dominance gets finished, I'd expect a true grouping.
I think finals meta is warrior meta. Well, where it's solos, you can be more creative as well. That's good for him. Benji walks forward. There was just a jump out there by Raijin. Damage comes in from Rongyu. He's taken a lot from that tornado out of Paul. In goes hardcore with the knockup. This looks like a very forced fight by the Leviathans. This is horrible. They lost so much there. Cirquette ult, Cucullin Thorns, Cucullin Blink, Cirquette Blink. You know, have no engage coming into this FG fight.
I mean, Blink ult from Rongyu, Blink Thorns, and ult from Yarkor. And that should be enough, yeah, for the Titans to be able to...
And they're going to pull fire. Yeah, seems like the way to go. Paul's not here.
But I don't mind this call.
Down to about 70. Here's Rongyu. He's here, what, at 50%. He sees it. The damage is still on it. Secure is weak, though. There is no secure. Hardcore caged in. Has the power to salmon leap out here if he wants to. Here come the snipes onto Rongyu, though. One connects. The third will hit, and Cyclone gets him. Zapman into the backside. Will fall down to the mannequin's damage. Or maybe the 2. I don't know. Dot of some kind gets him anyway. Panatom. Cuvo combos his way out of there. And that's going to be fire for the Titans.
I don't understand how he got there, but he didn't get anything off.
Yeah, they needed to just leap out of that Odin cage, I think, and then look to let them pull it again and try and steal it. There was no way they were winning that fight. No way they were winning that fight.
Like this, so it's difficult for them to face check. Both their frontliners had used their ultimates, and the Leviathans just get so split up. And the Titans, they were fairly split, but not enough to...
Was Yaman the most dominant player in mid? Yeah, I've got Yaman slightly over Paul. If Paul wins, if Paul does good stuff again this year, he could overtake for sure. But I've still got Yaman slightly above Paul just now, just because he had better regular seasons. Both had crazy peaks of worlds.
Kind of up in the ultimate, looking for where he should be throwing it, because that fight was
Draugr.
so separated, and the Titans just making it look easy so far in this game.
Leviathans did lose game 1 yesterday. They got run over by early pressure and they adjusted from there.
Cyclone Spin and Paul have been under minimal threat in this game, and now they've got Fire Giant. They're going to start to siege. And
Paul ever been considered the best mid in the regular season? Probably not. Not this year anyway. I mean, I think Shinto and BMT have been above him the whole year so far. He started pretty slow this year.
Some of the power spikes that
Season 3 Worlds for IA was pretty good, but I don't like to think about Season 3 Worlds, Jay Davis.
into that spectral armor. Cyclone Spin's got a dominance, something that we normally see reserved for the last item in these hunter builds. Zatman's got one or working towards one as well. And the Titans rolling the Leviathans in game number 1. We are 21 minutes in and we're already...
To game 5 today? I do have this as a 3-2.
That feels extra bad because Shinto's kind of had about a half to 1 level lead over Paul.
No Phantom kind of troll here? I don't know. I don't think they need Phantom that bad. Who needs the Phantom like?
Couldn't see the power spike in Shinto. That's where you would have wanted to, because this Raijin is in a great spot.
Maybe it would be good.
To impact this fight, and we just didn't get to see it there from Shinto. And this base is getting cracked open early into this Fire Giant power play. We're still 2 minutes 20.
Blackthorn coming back? Yeah, Blackthorn's definitely strong at the moment. Another Bulwark online for Aurora. No Bulwark yet for Rongyu, so that might be why he's struggling in this game.
Good choice by Zap to let that one go, not stress about getting it, because it would have been difficult for him to survive if he had just committed to that Pyromancer. And the Titans playing this one very patiently, and I think they're actually making the right call in doing so.
How's Shinto even with Paul? Shinto's actually ahead of Paul. He's a farm demon. He sooks it up. But like, for example, when Paul's been doing objectives like Gold Fury and Fire Giant, Shinto's been farming because they've not been contesting them. Shinto's not died yet, so that's why he's ahead.
I like using this fire as the setup for the next.
How many subs am I on now? 1241.
3,000 gold because
You can check it anytime. I think it's exclamation mark sub count.
One in duo side. They've still got one more to grab over here in solo, and I would definitely like to see them get that one. And then you can just set up with great ward vision, and instead of taking a fight with fire up like 3,000 to 4,000 gold on the Leviathan's Phoenix, you get to take a fight up 10,000.
ADC has the most players that can contend for GOAT? I think there's only 2 GOAT contenders in ADC. Yeah, maybe Zap, maybe 3. Emil, Panda, Zap, I guess. Then you've got Spinner below with Barra.
Whereas you look across the way, you got a couple level 20s there for the Leviathan.
Stu? Yeah, maybe Stu.
In hand in order to finish them off. So I like this call from the Titans. I think. I don't know. Now they're going left side Phoenix, and this Dave I don't like, because you have one wave to make this count. 30 seconds. It's going to take another 30 seconds for the next wave to get here.
You're rolling the dice for what could be a massive advantage, but also a massive...
Shinto actually has to dash out there because Cyclone goes up for the snipes. In is the engage from Rongyu. He almost gets exploded. The one doesn't connect, though, from Aurora. Sheesh, thanks, Theoi. In goes Benji. Drops the cage. That man needs to ult out at some point. Still alive for now. There comes the bat out of hell, and Layers will chase the enemy carries all the way back to their fountain. Hardcore dashes out and now gets bird bomb. Layers credited with the kill. Shinto tries to survive. Gets souped up like a red buff by Paul. And all of a sudden, the Leviathans playing to not go one game behind in this set here. In goes Layers. Oh my goodness, he's connecting with everything. Surely he falls. Layers gets 5, 7, 1, and 2 for the Kamazots. The bat finally activated. The Scorpion overrated. Long have we waited. Tartarus Titans activated by Layers in the jungle. 7, 1, and 2.
The sleeping giant just waiting for his moment, man. I mean, he chunked Shinto down
points.
25% to death.
Titans. 40% of you had the Titans winning there, and there you go.
Now it's test time for the Leviathan.
Hey, Sandir.
How good is the man?
He's gone.
How important is that man to this team?
Hayzer's not here right now.
And get him ready to go for game 2.
Are we okay with taking Raijin over the Tiamat after what we saw? Because look, Shinto was ahead as far as levels go.
Soccerville is
side lanes are getting dominated like that.
That's not on Shinto.
Yeah, look,
still the first loss.
Never the mid laner's fault. That is
never is. You're right.
That's true. That is true.
This is the perfect duo to tell you that it's never the mid laner's fault. No chance it's Shinto's fault in that one. The Tartarus Titans have come to play a game win to the Titans. Leviathans need to bounce back in game 2. We'll see if they can right after this.
Taco with the GOAT predictions, it's possible. She might be the GOAT. Top 3 bans each in first pick? I can't, but the bans command can. Estimation what bans? I think the ride got updated this time, so you got it. There you go. Artemis, Erlang, Artio, Hell, Umoja, Haim. And the first pick was Osiris. I think you can show as much cleavage as you want, probably, MM Alpha, as long as you don't draw attention to it, I think is the thing. Alright, what should we do? Let's do a Geo. Whoa, that's loud. I'm gonna have to take this cast off at some point. It's really getting in the way. 22nd per round. What you got, chat? What you got? Thanks, Knights. Maybe I'll put the oven on so I can I bought like a calzone last night so that I'd have food for today. I didn't eat it for lunch, though. I had curry instead, so... Was it the petals? Dunno. And Geb will be more contested with the buff? Probably, yeah, Mango. It just makes him better, right? We'll see. It depends on the support mat also. Maybe they're just better. Maybe, yeah. I mean, they are playing well. I'm not saying the Titans aren't playing well. They're definitely playing well. But I'm not saying that... I think it's just the Kings, I think, didn't play well in the semi. Leviathans, I think they're mostly got outdrafted, and Benji really outplayed Hardcore. I think Hardcore should just suck up his pride and pick something to stalemate the lane and see what he can do from there. I don't think Cullen was the pick. What happened? I mean, Titans just pushed it down Joe's side, won the fight on the Joe Phoenix, and ended the game. That was it. I don't think Levi's through. They were losing the whole game. There's not a moment in that game where they were winning. They got drafted, maybe. Taking his fucking cast off, man. Put it back on later if we need it. Alright, let's do this GeoGuessr. How was it, chat? Was it a good one? Are you done with it? There's the Geo if anybody didn't get it yet. You can have another go. Hard. The red and purple invades were good. I'm still not sure they were winning at that point, Tyke. They were still losing hard on the solo side of the map. And Zap had already been soloed by that point, so that just kind of brought him back to even, I think. Alright, let's go. Driving on the right. Thinking maybe Turkey or something? Where'd that sign go? Fuck, I've lost the sign. God damn it, let me see the sign. Fuck, where is it? Oh! Not bad. I've clicked in Romania. I was very, very slow there. Hayzer is my waifu. Ooh. Okay, Tyke. Was Cyrus overvalued? Yeah, I'd say so. I don't think so, no. Don't think it's throwing them off. Sivril and Usak. Is that Turkey? Sivril and Usak. Going down here, maybe? Oh! There it is! Where's Usak? There it is. It's not bad. What's up, Coco Honk? North Africa leader. So we are in Tunisia. On a big road in Tunisia. Probably one of these. Which way are we going? We're going north to south, so we're probably on this A1. Somewhere the P2, maybe? Oh, we're right up by Tunis. Fuck. Super might beat me now. Where the fuck is this? Kampala. Wait. We're in Kampala. 71382. Classic Cape, thanks very much for the 3 months. Titans vs Leviathans, indeed, Coco. Indeed. Surely I've got this in the bag. Where is this? Is it my time to win? Oh shit, it's Russia. Fuck, dude. Where am I going in Russia? Am I going for a safe bet? Is it? Oh, I think it might be. Kyrgyzstan. Is it? It was Was it Mongolian thing I saw? You know what? It's not a bad guess anyway. How did I do? He's back. He's back.
That's right. Go to needforseat.com and you too have the potential to potentially take down the Leviathans in a Phase 2 playoff finals. That might not be entirely true.
Super washed up.
Grind. I mean, that's how Layers
Thanks,
got
Coco.
here. Saw what he just did in game number 1. Again, Need for Seat. Use code SMITEMAX when you get yourself a nice Maxnomic chair out there. And you too can be like Mifflin, I guess, and be the...
Was there a yellow bit on that number player? Did I just make that up? Is that... Oh, fucking hell. No, don't look at me.
As much as it is a bit, he does do that. Like, we'll be playing ping pong against each other, and you'll look into my soul and tell me to focus.
Well, sometimes you're just not returning the balls, man. It takes two to tango, and I want to be able to rally a little bit. All right, focus up.
Well, hey, you know who did focus up that game? And
Got my socks 1 second.
Specifically, it was Layers. Layers has a phenomenal performance that Hayzer were able to come out. And we were kind of thinking that this was going to be a more or less Leviathan's game, and as time went on, especially because they have so much for them, they were going to be able to create a giant amount of space, but they found it didn't happen.
Nah, Layers kind of did what Panatom usually does, which is just forcing fights in both side lanes and just trying to pressure out the enemy duo or solo as much as...
Was all Layers. Layers MVP or Benji MVP in that game? I'm gonna give it to Layers.
Came back up, would go to a side lane and just look for a gank. I think it got the Titans up.
Practice, Joe. Practice.
Panatom even started looking for something.
Yeah, this game was massive jungle diff, and it's not often you get to see that or say that rather. In the current meta, junglers don't usually make that kind of difference, but Layers absolutely.
Cyclone spin, solo kill. That dash in. A couple missed autos from Zap. He gets slowed out, and there are the minions to help Cyclone definitely secure the kill. Damn.
For the vast majority of this game as well. Gotta see more from Panatom, man. He's gotta match at least some of that pressure. You don't have to.
This was really bad. They just had to kill Cyclone here. Just kill him.
Okay.
Don't let him kill wrong you.
Still go mid. Could still have gone in the duo lane, but instead just really was kind of absent throughout this one.
Yeah, 7, 1, and 2 for him, and 8.
I mean, Odin did a lot of work. Benji also got a solo kill.
And of course, there's
Cyclone did a lot of work too. If it suits my voice, thanks. Schweiger Knecht. That's probably awful. Schweiger Knecht? Schweiger? Schweiger Knecht.
I mean, look at the damage numbers. It's not like they did anything insane. They just controlled the game early on.
Schweiger Knecht. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not topless, look.
And then winning, and then winning. They never really stepped back for them. How do you adjust to that in game number 2? Like, is it banning Kamazots? Is that what you have to go to, or how do you control Layers more?
I mean, I really don't think it's jungle picks at all. I think it's just more of a playstyle thing. You just need more out of Panatom in the early game. He's picking this Osiris, and he's getting out-pressured by this Kamazots. Yes, first picked Osiris. Oh, yeah. And this Osiris has been getting first pick for this entire weekend, and he's still just not showing up a ton. I don't know if teams are maybe overvaluing it or just not playing it exactly how they need to, but it's not looking as good as a first pick should.
No, yeah, when you dedicate that kind of attention towards your jungle pick, you need to see more from it.
No deal, Divine Joker.
Likely should have been or was. All right, Panatom is going to act as our bridge to the late game with early game aggression.
I'm not picking that pencil up. It's gone forever to me, Mr. Terrible.
Either side lane, and then he kind of got out-pressured by Layers in the early and allowed Layers to continually find that pressure.
When am I starting OnlyFans? When I get fired from my job, maybe. We'll see.
I'm not going to... oh, well, my late game's kind of bad. That's it for me. Instead, you got to take that fight.
I'm definitely going to have to, like, delay letting anybody in my new job know about my stream. Like, imagine, like, I tell them, like, about my stream tomorrow.
That said...
They're like, yeah, we heard you stream, man. Can you send us your channel? I'm like, nah, actually, it's in the shop. It's in for maintenance. You can't see it right now, actually. I'll send you it in a few weeks when it's out.
They didn't give themselves a fighting chance to get to the team fight inside of game 1. Let's see a shift in game 2.
Well, I know we've been talking about it a lot the last weekend, but that is the 8th individual game that the Leviathans have lost this year as first pick. So that is something.
I don't know, Mr. Terrible. I don't know. My interviewing finished ages ago, like 2 months ago, so probably just wholesome stuff.
Maybe the most pivotal in
just 1 week, Hayzer. Just 1 week.
The Titans are opting to be second pick again.
I think something you kind of got to look for is also Aurora on this Khepri. It kind of mitigates a lot of that pressure that Panatom can put out, that Ronnie can put out.
Circuit's pretty bad into Khepri as well. I wonder if they should drop the
He could play as aggressive as he wanted to. Same
the
with
Cirque.
because that Circuit feels very, very bad to play into a Khepri. Circuit wants to be able to just run around the jungle, use her movement ability, just travel around as much as she can. And Khepri kind of
New job scaries? Nah.
Cole and his root are undrable, so he can just lock down the Circuit for a
Okay,
while.
we got Artemis Erlang bans again from the Leviathans. They stick to their guns there. They've also stuck with first pick, and this time they will ban the Odin. Hell Yamoja on the other side. What is the third ban gonna be? Game on a stomp? Yeah, pretty strong win by the Titans. They didn't look like they were gonna lose at any point to me. SPL start back up on this patch? No, there's a patch. Isn't there a patch? Pretty soon, like Tuesday or something, or a week Tuesday. RTO gets through, so you just gotta first pick RTO here if you're Leviathans, 100%. If they don't first pick RTO, then they're trolling.
The Tartarus Titans are playing with an absolute ton of it. That was raw.
Both were 3-1s, Coco. 3-1 Leviathans, 3-1 Titans.
Look at it. There was a moment where he had messaged.
Tuesday.
He sent it out to like all the pros, like, "Hey, just in case worst case happens, want to come into the studio, be on the desk?" And Aurora just replied, "We're winning," and that was it. It was not like there was no conversation like.
Is RTO good? RTO's good, yeah.
It was no. I'm going to
win. Put a period on that.
Yes, it was.
There's no way he should pick Cullen again.
So you can tell that they're feeling that way so far.
As first pick deciding these matches, I think game 1 it'll either be puke. Osiris first pick comes through, so now you should get RTO if you're the Titans. If Benji has one, which I imagine he does. Quinvins, thanks for the 300. I don't know what I was going to do. I was going to do something with my hands. Woo!
Changing up as much as the style of the jungle. It's not a bad pick for Osiris. It's not bad for Panatom, but he has to play differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Clean dirt. Thanks for the T1.
I think the Leviathans are just getting caught in this trap that the
My hair is going again.
For them. They're kind of leaving these 3 very strong gods forward that the Leviathans take 1, the Titans take 2. Last time it was Osiris trade for Odin Tiamat.
And there is the RTO. I like it.
Tiamat also netting the Titans a lot of damage, a lot of healing,
Thanks, Clean Dirt.
solo pressure, and then just allowing
The thong is on, Blackjack, but it doesn't cover anything. It's basically just an eye patch. I've got an eye patch covering my Johnson.
Another phase of bans because Yarkor has had a lot of success on this pick in the past and getting as camped as he was in game 1.
That's a good top 2 for the Titans. I like that. So far, I prefer their draft. Let's see where the Leviathans go. Will they take away... They go for Serb, so that's going to be better for solo already, I'd say.
So it makes sense that that's what the Leviathans were aiming for, but the Tartarus...
It's going to be a 3-0. We'll see. Let me see how this draft goes. Okay, this is okay for Leviathans. I would have much preferred them not grabbing the Osiris, but they've done it. Titans, will they go back to the Khepri here? That's what I would expect.
If the Titans want to jam it down Yarkor's lane one more time, they're going to execute much better against the Cerberus.
There it is.
Cerberus was one that was actually banned.
Bans for the Titans. What are they going to get rid of? I'm pretty sure Leviathans will ban Rama here.
Someone worth mentioning.
Alongside Izanami. Rama Izanami bans maybe for Leviathans. Titans. What are they going to ban? They get rid of the Fafnir. Take that away from Rongyu. Will they take away... The Ymir switch up would maybe be a good one. Ymir is a good pick here. They banned Kama. Okay, so now Cyclone gets either Rama or Izanami, so maybe you shouldn't ban either. Titans... They ban the Terra. They go for Aurora.
Really hard to kill. Like, I don't even care what the bottom 2 are. That just feels good.
Yeah, they have a very good comp that kind of mitigates what the Leviathans kind of looked for in game 1.
Ratatosker, 2 shots at layers. They banned Rat last game also.
They kind of just now have more.
Sorry, I meant Rongyu. Sorry.
Cerberus, a lot of lockdown, a lot of damage.
2 shots at Rongyu.
Some anti-heal. I like their comp.
And Ram does come through for the Titans. Will you go for the Izanami in response? Not really a Zatman God. He might go for Hachiman here. Or Hoyi, maybe?
Some of this RDO, if he does, I'd like to go for something like the Divine Ruin. Again, you still have that matchup.
Gilgamesh being hovered, so that would make this a Serb support. Could we see a magical ADC? Serb Freya lane? Surely not. Surely not, chat. Is this Gilga gonna get locked? I don't know if this Gilga's gonna get locked.
Kind of gonna shred pretty early on. So that's one way for the Leviathans to root their aggression. Sorry for this pause here. I'm interested in this Gilgamesh pick.
They're changing up.
It's a Fenrir, so it's gonna be Fen support.
In light of Gilgamesh,
I like that pick for Wrong You. Let's see how he can do with it.
Support, Fenrir support, Osiris jungle Serb solo. I mean, where's this Fenrir?
And then Hachiman is the option.
Good amount of just flex potential all around the board.
A lot of pressure on the duo side of the map here. A lot of pressure all over, actually, for the Leviathans. REO should have pressure in solo, I think, but other than that, probably going to be all Leviathans.
So I expect the Fenrir to be going to support. Puts out a lot of pressure, a lot of dual lane kill potential. He pulls beads, which is what you wanted to see a little bit of. Maybe you can get...
And Gilgamesh, last pick for the Titans. They grab it. That's the jungle pick.
And then you'll probably see the Osiris
For them. Who will win game number 2, chat? Will it be the Levi Jeans or the Tart Tatans? Don't need to move anything around.
Shifting back over. Leviathans ban out the Kamazatsu.
I'm going to run through the kitchen.
Artio and now
Stick the oven on.
are the two that they have picked up, the only two differences here. And I don't know about you, man, but that just feels like they're better than what they had.
I'm doing a cosplay.
Maybe as far as the tier list is concerned, you do have Gilgamesh.
I'll be back in a second.
But it's not the exact same.
Nobody look.
Saw from Layers in the last game. It's not that unbridled aggression. Layers is going to have to shift himself more so towards that facilitator role and allow guys like Tiamat and Rama to start doing some of that heavy lifting side of the late game. So the Leviathans have effectively bought themselves a little bit more time by forcing this Gilgamesh pick, because now you can't really get blown out of the water at like the 5-minute mark like we saw in game 1. Instead, Gilgamesh can find that aggression, but it's a little bit harder to perform on than Kamazot's inside of the early. And I agree with Bobby. This Fenrir very likely headed into support, and that is a very aggressive position inside of the long run for the Leviathans. And the Leviathans, struggling in game 1, had pressure nowhere, so I think it's very nice for them to have a lane that they can rely on to find some kill pressure.
And we had highlighted not just
The Neath voice line and her action for us? What do you mean? I did the dance earlier.
having to change that style.
Which voice line do you want me to say?
The Titans that is looking for some late game fights, Bobby, or is this a team that can scrap early?
I have a really small apartment.
I actually think their late game team
It's okay. It's a 2-bedroom apartment.
It's easier to play out with an RDO Gilgamesh with how much just damage,
The moaning one.
they have. They don't have to rely on Kama hitting those skill shots and then diving super deep. They could just kind of drop that Gilgalt and then just play back after that.
Well, let's see if the Leviathans are going to be able to tie this one up. We're going down to game number 2.
Game number 1's real interesting.
Your charts look promising.
Strategy goes, but aggro, now that you're going into game 2, you're the Atlantis Leviathans.
I don't know.
Already down 1.
Officially. I was first game. Pretty dominant by the Titans. Benji and Layers run the game and get the win. Cyclone solo zap. Benji solos hardcore.
Probably get a win right now if they have plans of winning these Phase 2 playoff finals. I think that would.
Wrong you horrific. Ooh. Horrific pretty strong into Kepri. You can definitely get first blood with that.
What I'm worried about for the Leviathans is aggressive Fenrir support. I mean, the Circuit last game didn't really get a chance to impact the game, because when you're playing assassin support and both your side lanes are behind and the enemy jungler is ahead.
Thing is, it's really difficult to win this lane against the Titans here. Even with a fan in the lane, they're probably, like, the clear is just so strong from Ram Kepri, and the extra health you get from Kepri passive is really strong. Just means you can outtrade much more easily. Chris Cross, thanks for the 9 months.
Want to keep going with this style, they might need to spend a ban.
Rangdas? Yeah, it's been meta for a while, Schweiger. They buffed it. They gave it more power. And it's a pretty cozy option right now. When you don't want to go... Because Axe isn't so strong to start with.
It's very simplified. If Kepri and Rom have been available this weekend, or Kepri plus...
Dash in onto Wrong You. He'll have to dash away.
And Aurora have taken that every single time. This is a very specific duo lane that has worked so well for the Titans all weekend long.
How's game 1? Pretty dominant win by the Titans. Solo kills for both Cyclone Spin and for Benji. And Layers had a really, really great game on the Kamazots.
Game fight as well, if you're the Titans. You get Argo, you get Gilgamesh with your last pick. Paul is back on this Tiamat, and then Cyclone Spin apparently is going to be unstoppable today on this ROM.
Player tier list after the finals? I don't know. I only just did one. Everything I said is still right, even if it's all invalidated. You just keep it tier 2. Yeah, you just keep it tier 2. We've never seen it upgraded, I don't think. Eventually gets sold. Who is the single best player in the league? I don't know.
Scale fairly well into the later stages. I just think that when you look at the
maybe
way
me,
the
yeah.
Titans can play these team fights later on, it's going to be difficult if you're the Leviathans, unless they build some anti-heal, as the Bolts learned that lesson the hard way yesterday up against RDO. That god alone does require anti-heal for the team fighting phase. So making sure that we see that
Could be
from
Scream.
Ito in particular, maybe even from Panatom, allowing Wrongu to be aggressive, that's going to be big.
Collapse around the red.
Panatom in trouble once again. Gets a good 3 off to reduce a lot of the damage. Shinto gets his damage off. 2-man stun. Paul will have the beads. But the kill comes through regardless. Aurora has it with the 1.
White hot, as I have called them, as far as winning sets, but first blood rate off the charts for these guys when they're playing their best.
It's Aurora who gets it, but it doesn't really matter. The fact is that Panatom gets...
Aurora's just unkillable now. Capri from ahead is so oppressive. He's so unkillable. I don't know. I feel like he, to me, feels tankier than any other Guardian. I don't know if it's just because of his passive. I guess it probably is. But he feels so strong.
What's going on in the comms right there? Where is everybody? And that's not a mistake we normally see the Leviathans make. Those are the types of things we've seen from them in these big sets in the past, and rears its ugly head again here in the Phase 2 playoff finals.
Benji received some pressure
Oh,
here from
Benji will beads.
Had no freedom to operate in game 1. It felt like Benji on the Osiris got
Faf's pretty tanky from ahead as well. That's true.
but then was able to push that to a solo kill, and Yarkor.
Genetics thinks Titans have just won playoffs. Possible. We'll see. Why is Hachi valued so highly? A lot of hunters were banned, to be fair, and he's just good. It's pretty safe, pretty reliable. Does well in lane. Decent mid game, decent late game.
Speeds there, so maybe an opening now to make this Tiamat uncomfortable for the next minute and a half or so.
Especially once Wrongu hits level 5, and you gotta punish it. You know, this is your opportunity. If you're the Leviathans, this is easy smite whenever it gets simplified like that. The enemy mid laner no longer has purification beads. I've got an ultimate that kills them if they don't have purification beads. He's got to be there, and I think Aurora, recognizing that same thing, starts to shade over towards the mid lane immediately. Wrongu's going to be able to back by his tier 2 of his gauntlet, and then he should be heading straight down mid because he doesn't have that much time now. It took a while to hit level 5, and Paul's going to be resetting.
Flare, thanks for the 4.
He hasn't backed yet, so with all of those factors in, Wrongu likely has 1 wave in order to make this a guaranteed kill.
All right, I can see on the mini-map there, Wrongu jumped forward, but Paul able to get back to base. So maybe, you know, the timing clearly just doesn't work.
I cannot, Bali. I cannot.
Wrongu hit level 5, chose to back. It's a small window to make work. And
that's crazy.
Anything happening in the next 20 seconds, the window won't be there. So not all is lost. Paul playing this one smart.
Fenrir and Hachi are ahead, yeah. Don't know if there's some kind of farm exchange that we missed. Back comes in from Cyclone. He's got his Ichavolt, and I think Zap's backing for the same right now. Thebes Rush is done for Aurora. That first blood coming into effect. There are 12 stacks on the Thebes already. Wrongu hasn't backed to get his yet. That can be why it's nice to get your first blood on the support.
Heading towards that, of course, Chronos Pendant, knowing that he's probably not going to be able to fit that much CDR elsewhere in the build, save for a Soul Gem, so wants to get as close to max CDR as he can, and that feels very strong on Tiamat, as it does on all stand switchers, because you just have more buttons to press, and pressing more buttons more often, usually a good recipe for success.
What do you think here for Wrongu? Chooses Horrific Emblem first. You sometimes see a variety on the Fenrir. You know, maybe a Blink will pop its way into that first slot if Wrongu feels like that type of gap closing is necessary. This time the jump is going to get used onto Aurora.
Little gobble.
What happened, but nothing happens there in mid. You think Horrific Emblem's going to provide that?
Panatom fighting Lairs. Lairs playing very disciplined there. Doesn't overcommit.
RDO, you don't really want to get a cursed onk. I mean, you want anti-heal, but you don't need that much anti-heal. I think that just slowing that bear down.
Didn't you see the Hay Gobble micrototh? I did it already.
Force beads with my jump, and then as the beads are wearing off, drop Horrific, or maybe as soon as Benji blinks in, drop Horrific, and then he can't really afford to beads it, or else he'll get picked up by my Cerberus or by me, and then I'm in a really good position.
Geographer's Atman, Global Gold. Maybe it is the Global Gold diff so far. I wonder if they've been picking up the Scorpions. They picked up the Draugr. They haven't been getting the Kurs. Those have been going over to Benji, who's just been running the solo side of the map in general this set so far.
On those jumps in, make sure you Horrific him, and just kind of the anti-engage relic, and sort of in the way that
Jogger's worth 2 coups, global gold wise.
attack-centric gods against non-auto attackers, Horrific usually does that job a bit better.
Leviathan's a little bit ahead. There's the ult onto Aurora. I'm not sure that's going to work out. Wrong You has been so uncharacteristically bad this tournament. He's been so, like, he's used so many skills I've noticed that have just been off. Why did they not pull him back? Still connects though. Paul will survive. Snipes go on to Shinto. Only 2 connect. Benji is here, but will be chased away. Nice rotation by Zapman. He gets over there early and they win the fight. It was an unusual fan ult though, right? Jonas, thanks very much for the 4 months. Benji is the target. Surely will fall. Shinto gets in there. You love to see that. Nice stun hardcore. And all of a sudden, Leviathans taking names. Any beads down? Aurora's beads are down.
Ready to go. Aurora doesn't really respect the Ragnarok ultimate. Makes sense. Shinto wasn't anywhere to be seen in mid and was walking towards layers. Only Panatom around. But it just displaces him enough to set up for a potential play, and that's exactly what happens, where Layers gets caught out.
Maybe it was just game 1 wrong he was bad against the bolts. I can't remember. I just remember him being weirdly off.
Saves him over the wall, and that was max distance, I suppose, from where he could be.
He was like he was like taunting and he wasted his ult a few times and stuff like that. Purple will not be invaded. Cyclone will get a small minion out of this, I think. Shinto's on the way, hovering over left. Roar might be the target. Purple is secured by Zapman. We'll perfect him.
And a great trend, if we're continuing with Zapman here, is what's happening in the duo lane for the Leviathans, because Cyclone's been early, especially with the solo kill over Zap, started to separate things, and I felt like anyone on the Tartarus Titans was winning their individual matchups in game.
How have the games been going? Game 1 was dominant by Titans. Titans started this one off well, but now Leviathans have definitely come back into it.
He hasn't gone back to reset here in a little while. He's gonna have, you assume, a pretty decent power spike once Zapman's able to go back to base.
Yeah, their picks and bans are definitely way better in game 2 than they were in game 1. I think those game 1 picks and bans are bad. I would have preferred them to drop the Osiris jungle force pick, first pick, you know, but oh, Paul will lose his beads. Capriol will be saved for the next time.
Feels pretty bad there. You have to use your beads and with your Kepri right next to you.
Pause.
I do wonder if he could have just waited it out, played nice and patient, and
I think it was maybe me.
on the receiving end of that Scarab's blessing, but better safe than sorry.
Kick will miss from Layers. There comes the damage though. Look at how well he trades. No, I think it's the stream.
For the Levies here in game number 2, plenty of pressure on the
I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm on wired.
Panatom jumped in alone.
Let's see what chat's saying. I want to make sure. People saying F? Yeah, F.
To walk in and assist. The soul laners, as so often happens, have somewhat been left alone on an island here outside of a rotation in from Yarkor. And you know,
that's unfortunate, Tier. Didn't believe.
Level lead over Cyclone Spin. Yarkor being a bit ahead of this Ardio, fantastic trend, because we've seen Ardio do, or we've seen Yarkor rather, do ahead Ardio things, and keeping Benji, a guy who would love to do similar things on this pick behind, always going to be a great start.
And look, don't get it twisted. Ardio's a lane bully. That's her role. She is supposed to dominate the laning phase, and if she can't, and one of the reasons why Cerberus has been so important is that it makes it easier to actually go up into this matchup because you're anti-healing her.
You always got to commit with the points, I say.
Dealing pretty good damage.
I wonder who has the most points. Is it Legit Mark? Legit Mark has a lot of points, I think, from some astute gambling.
Come over and make a difference. All of those things have contributed to this Ardio not being able to be that lane bully.
23 skins, Poggers. Pyromancer picked up.
I still don't think she's horrible late game by any means or anything like that. But
I've got Infinite.
This is not the primary plan for Ardio, is to be down
114k. So I know Mark always does 250k, whatever he bets. 500k, that's pretty high.
Excuse me, Yarkor to get paid on his rotation towards mid and be a little bit ahead like this. Just eliminates one of the easy win conditions here.
The only corn fed. Thanks very much for the 4 months.
Just be massive.
I'm not single, sorry, honey. Shouldn't admit that on stream though. I'm gonna lose all my viewers now. Viewers are gonna half.
Yeah, Benji's game was simplified in game 1. I'm gonna jump in on anyone, drop a cage, and the rest of my team is gonna be there to deal the damage. So, little bit more difficult, or maybe technical on the RDO than it was on the OD.
1.25 mil? Oh yeah, I remember that.
Where he is. Anti-heal is a conversation we had early. We wondered what the Leviathans would invest into that category. Pestilence now for Yarkor, as well as Divine.
2K viewers, I know.
Shinto, those items, you know, you
Feels
don't
good, man.
feel good anyway, but you're getting some added bonus in keeping these
Listen, chat. Just because there's a goalkeeper, it doesn't mean you don't try to score. Am I right? So, I mean, all you've got to do is donate more, tier 3 sub more.
Game where he was able to go soul gem second item last time around. This time he has to delay it until third, which means that his next pen item can't be or even fifth if he wants to go soul reaver fourth, as you often do. So it was pretty critical for him to pick up 20% pen item early on, knowing that he wanted to make sure that he had this divine. And no surprise to me that the Leviathans are putting respect on the healing.
Getting question marked a lot today. I don't know what's going on.
Winning end of it yesterday. Now making sure that Benji is not going to be able to have that type of performance.
I think we asked Yarkor in the
Pepog.
waiting room out there how much
Pam.
he did.
Look at this.
13 tier 1 gifted subs. There's a man who knows what he's doing. Thank you very much, Pam, for the 13. Mwah. Wet true.
Aurora's gotta respect the dive in from the Leviathans. Couple of stuns connect.
I'm one for luck. Thank you.
But Aurora's able to scurry away, or whatever Khepri does, from the onslaught of the Leviathans. Opens up some space, though, for this Gold Fury to get started by the
Gold Fury will get pulled. Ram up into the sky. Doesn't send the snipes out. Aurora becomes the target. And here's the repull. They're going to reset, though. Paul is here. Meanwhile, Dive on the right-hand side is going out to Hardcore. He's going to live, pinging them out, and the Gold Fury will go down. Leviathans. Things playing. What the hell, Panatom? Is he okay? Panatom's playing from a fucking avalanche. Is Hardcore going to die now? He did so well to survive, and then he just gets dived. Layers and Benji. How many world champs are there on Titans? Paul's one, Aurora's one, Cyclone's one, Benji's one. Layers is one, console worlds as well. So I guess 5.
Slaying the door open once again with a nice little kill over there on the Yarkor. Benji bullying him out. Layers comes in at the right time. And even though Yarkor is very tanky up against Benji with his Pestilence build, no physical defense to worry about for Layers. So he's able to do pretty good damage right away with where he is in his build as well. So easy little
no console league anymore as far as I'm aware. They're encouraged to just compete in the SPL and the SCC.
Up about 2,000. Pretty big lead for Shinto in mid, about a level and a half over Paul, who's been...
Oh yeah, Cyclone has a console one and a PC world one. That's a good point.
The Great Escape seems to be the answer. As Rangyu has kind of continued to hold down that W key and just make individual members of the Titans uncomfortable at different periods. Paul has no beads for 15 seconds. Aurora about a minute away from having his beads back.
King's the only team in the league without a former world champ. Possibly.
Khepri is potentially easy to punish.
Scarabs have Scream Pier.
And while Paul could be a good target, and we talked a little bit about Paul early on in the game and how if we can jump on this Tiamat, that's great.
How do they have so many production issues, man? Like, I don't get it. Like, I stream without production issues, and I'm just one dude.
Big hitbox, pretty easy.
I actually don't understand how they are still having this problem this far into the season. It's HiRez. I don't get it. Like, how have they not sorted it? I'm sure it's a more nuanced problem than I think it is, but I just don't get it. So true, Finden. So true.
This chainsaw-esque build from Panatom. Not full chainsaw, maybe a mini chainsaw. You're chopping down some small trees with the way Panatom has gone here. Benji looked at, though, back up.
It can't be about being cheap, though.
Some damage will connect here from Panatom instead.
I wondered before if it was something to do with working from home, like Doug has bad internet or something, but you'd think now Doug would be in the office. You know?
I agree, that's all you need to do in that situation, because you've got the instant kill this dude without beads button with Ragnarok, so you don't need to overinvest. Getting the beads is good enough.
Jump in.
Oh, Scorpion contest. Layers will beads. That was secured by the red team there somehow. The Layers lost his beads. Good crits coming through from Zapman. Zapman's starting to really affect this game in a way that Cyclone is not.
With a Pyromancer, Aurora looked at Khepri blocked by Rangyu here, more annoying than anything else. The Cyclone spin all the while aggro's pushing.
There's probably a clip of Actober. Get somebody to show you a clip. Sure, someone could post one.
I mean, Zapman misses multiple.
Internet's kind of dog shit in Georgia. Well, I mean, like Nika streams fine without any issues. These days, he did have some issues for a while. Who else? I'm sure there's plenty. Like Barra streams all the time. Zap streams all the time.
A kill to his name, only 2 assists, but these global objectives starting to add up a little bit.
Surely you get a if you're you know a business, you play for a company line.
Things along those lines. I mean, Zap's gotten all 3 in this game, so those things add up pretty quickly. And when you want to talk about how
Zap's a little bit ahead, going for this Rage Dominance build once more. Breastplate was the option for Benji, by the way. It hasn't gone into a Spectral this game.
And then still coming back with a lead. That's how you really end up using leads effectively at this level.
Isn't Final in Jordan? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, exactly.
He was what, a level ahead when Cyclone was alone in that lane. Now
that's not the point, you know.
Spectral armor got picked up 6 times in game 1.
Well, I thought it was an issue with
looks like aggro. That might
with Doug's home internet. So maybe he's still working from home. I don't know. Maybe he's not in the not spectating live from the studio. I don't know why he wouldn't be though. Kane, Danny Boy Kane, thanks for the 9 months.
Getting ahead of the 8 ball here. Wait, that's not the right way to word it. We're getting
Agreed to Jati. Agreed. I don't know who did it first, but that was the first I saw. He's going to a wedding, I think, Max.
And it's just like the anti-heal conversation. If you wait until you needed it, yeah, there you go. If you wait until you need it, then it's too late. That you've already lost a critical fight.
Cyclone sold tier 2 Rage to get Kins? Really? Is that because Hardcore had the Spectral and there's the tier 2 online for Rongyu? That is fascinating. I guess Rongyu will not finish this tier 2 breastplate. He should keep it as is if he's paying attention.
And Cyclone actually did have Rage too.
Oh my god, Layers has just bought some crit. Layers, he's been earning gold this whole game. He was thinking, right, I'll go a Wingblade. That's going to help me out. He sees that there's a tier 2 breastplate on the side for Rongyu, and Rongyu, he thinks, right, Rongyu's not going to upgrade that. So he takes his gold, goes back to the base, and purchases a hidden dagger so that he can then build into some crit and crit the enemies with his auto cancel with the 1. Does a lot of damage. By the way, Layers to the backside, looking for the crit here, does have the res onto him, picks up the kill onto Zapman and escapes, and Rongyu's gonna fall as well. And in goes Paul, dog mode, looking for the kill to his opposite number in Shinto. Shinto will escape for now, but Benji says no. There's the slow. Shinto will not jump in. Paul will get ulted by Panatom. Cyclone's got R-core. Is this gonna be a 5-4-0? No, Panatom will live. First pick on the Osiris, and is the only one to survive. Layers got a great flank.
Their carries had a full item over the enemy backline.
That was all Layers. A great ult, by the way, by Aurora as well. I don't know how he had the range to get the ult onto Layers when Layers went in like that. Really, really good stuff. I think it was probably Hidden Dagger difference there, you have to say.
Is easily going to get chased down by that hero's leap. Ends up, Shinto and Zap aren't close enough to peel for one another. The front line got too isolated. The Leviathans just fell apart in that team fight, in a team fight that they should have been favored to win by 4
Fire Giant onto all 5 for the Titans.
For them. They should have paid the Titans to pull that Gold Fury for them.
Yeah, not surprised you stopped finishing the Silver Breastplate. Paid attention. Only Fury will come through. Titans very comfortable now, though. Should be able to get these 3 tier 2s with the fire. I don't like that Panatom's doing this. Yeah, he's going to walk away. I guess they had a ward there. Yeah, spots it out, walks away. Any level 20s coming through yet? Not quite yet. People are close, though. The XP is very, very close in this game. A 2-level deficit for Hardcore, by the way, who sold his Spectral to get Mantle, and Rongyu's dead. Is he? Oh, he'll live. Okay. Zap farms some damage with that oboe.
That's an important one, but it does become harder to use on these Phoenix defense.
T1 and T2 items don't have crit on them anymore? Yeah, they only have power. I didn't say crit, did I?
Now they can beads, but they might end off of it.
Just power.
What a collapse from the Leviathans around that Fury. The mental check is just around the corner here. Can you keep yourself in game 2?
Yep.
Because, look, this is what the Titans did in no uncertain terms to the Dragons earlier on this week, and the Dragons...
Wait, Nurge? Nurge? This is a Nurge moment. That's no, I'm not going to do it. But maybe I will. But maybe I won't.
Turn that game around, and then mop the floor with the Dragons for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, Layers is going crit.
This game and now drop it, and the Titans have already shown us that they can push leads like
Yeah, I mean, surely that's the switch up for next game. Is this Osiris first pick jungle pick gets dropped? Twig dropped it, I'm sure, against the Titans as well.
Now the game feels like it might be over. That's really what's happening.
Can you not see the emote, Trigger? If you don't see the emote, you need to have either... It's Francoface C, it's like an add-on so that you can have more free emotes on Twitch. Hardcore sold Spectral? Yeah, he sold it for his mantle.
Both their backliners with a full extra
A little while ago.
over the opposition. All they had to do was group properly and team fight that fight properly.
Both work? Although they both work for the same one.
They were doing what they could. They just didn't do it well.
They just didn't do it well.
Yeah, it's a Francoface C emote. Yeah, I have the BTTV add-on, I think.
Perspective, so it was hard to see where else went wrong for the Leviathans, but Layers played it perfectly, target selected, and he just won his 1v1 up against the guy who should have been favored to win it.
I love Doug highlighting that for us. Yarkor did sell off the Spectral armor, so we're looking.
Shinto did lose the last game. Working on your Xbox? Let's go.
Shouldn't have worked out. Did, and now it's Yarkor.
Yeah, no fun emotes for you, I suppose. Well, some fun emotes. You got Elion Lel. Shinto being chased. Benji will drop the beads. Layers gets pretty low, actually, as he comes in there. Here goes Hardcore and Panatom looking for damage. A good Gilgamesh ult will split the fight, though, and now back come the Titans. FG sustain starting to come through. There's the beads from Hardcore. Paul looking for damage. Good blink in from Hardcore. Hits a few, and Benji's surely gonna fall. No, the res is onto him. Paul leaps away. Shinto gonna fall, and that's gonna be game 2. Surely Panatom into the backside. Sustain coming through. Cyclone has a double. Zap and Rongyu, just the duo lane left. Zap wants to get Layers, not able to do so. Rongyu groups up with his hunter. They're under the duo side Phoenix, but the Titan is under duress. Paul drops the slow onto Zap. Back comes through from the Fen, and Zapman's gonna fall to his former teammate. Paul takes him down. Benji helps him out, and that is the game.
The rest of them pristine, and the Leviathans probably feeling awfully shell-shocked after that one.
I'm shell-shocked.
What happened? Me too. I'm still dumbfounded at how that fight went so well for the Titans, but they just kept the pressure on. They reset after that, bought one item. I mean, Paul, I think, finished that game at 3.5 items total, and they just started pressing.
They're gonna drop the Osiris jungle pick for sure. That RTO had a huge effect on the game, by the way. RTO was really, really strong for Benji. And the jungle pick for Layers, he's gone from carrying on Kama to carrying on Gilga. What are you going to give him next game? I don't know. Give him the Osiris, maybe? Let him show you how to do it?
Neither do I, to be fair.
Yeah, nobody knows what happened here in this one. The Titans, they've shown up big.
My terrifying legacy. Wait, no, dangerous Star Trek. Alright, I need to pee, chat, and put stuff in the oven. I'll be back in a sec. What are y'all pogging for? Oh, we got 500 marbles? Holy shit, chat. Winner gets a code from me or a gift sub. Let me get Pint, actually. And then we'll do it. Country song. Sheesh. Let's go. Fear of God. Yeah, 500's the max. Go here. What's the score? It is 2-0 to the Titans. Just come in here. How do you think Bolts versus Titans would have gone? In this form, Titans would beat everybody. That's the way it looks anyway. But I'm gonna get accused of being like anti-Barracuda for saying that. Who's the leader? Surely Columbus is. Okay, we got some people to follow. The end is near. I want to go to Zaya, man. Somebody stay on the map. Okay, Senegal. Soggy takes the lead. Is Soggy even here? His stupid bot joins every race. Surely he doesn't win. Somebody stop him. Who's our leader? Jax is our leader. He's claiming IRL? Yeah. Oh, he's claiming the marbles race as well. Dominant racer. Oh, there we go. Veil Sound takes the lead. What have you got, Veil Sound? No world record this time, though, chat. No world records, you know. Only 272 marbles left up. Oh, for fuck's sake. Give Soggy a fucking code? Nobody tell him. He's not even here. Thanks, Appa.
Game so far this weekend, whoever has won game 2 has gone on to win the set. Bobby, what do the Leviathans needs to do? They were even controlling the early game.
I just feel like there's not a lot
RU is good. Yeah, I was saying they should first pick it that game, Matt.
First pick God. These gods that the Titans are getting in the first phase on their side are just being more valuable. The Osiris isn't looking bad per se, but when you are
oh my god, Leos lives.
To be one of the reasons you are either winning a game or contesting a game.
I'd say the Leviathans do okay in the early of this one. Like, they were controlling the pace very early on. I think it was about 2-1 at around the 6-minute mark. And
shut up, Soggy.
From there, it felt like the Leviathans kind of had this, maybe this idea of...
Pay out? Did I not pay out? Here we go. Titans vote is 57% of you. 88k from who? Let me check. 88.8k from Reneleaf. 250k on the Leviathans from Tanith Guardsman. Losing them points.
It felt like to me that they were playing with a lead that they didn't have.
It's a neat skin, Soggy. There's a kiss for you anyway.
The Tartarus Titans, this new revitalized squad.
Scary got kicked, Eskinoy. They replaced him. Initially, they had Layers for a week, then they had Sino for a week, and then Layers came back, and now they're sticking with that.
And I agree. Panatom doesn't have a terrible performance on the Osiris, but if I'm first picking something, it can't be 0-2-2.
I don't know, Mango. Yeah, I guess the 6 people who are registered to the team get it, but they might make a switch up for that.
Not finding a whole ton. Layers, Paul, Cyclone Spin, all undying in this game. And here's the other fun fact. I guess it's fun if you're a Titans fan, not so fun if you're a Leviathans fan. But the Titans have effectively doubled.
I think the next card's Atlas, isn't it? Atlas is pretty soon.
Right here. And if they win this next game, it'll be the first set that they have won. Or no, second set they've won against the Leviathans. First one.
Atlas is the one after.
Coach wasn't playing.
Some Irish one first. Ah.
I'll call it first.
Cleodna.
Going into it,
I'm never gonna be able to say that.
Leviathans once again as your first pick team. You had highlighted changing up the Osiris. I mean, it feels like nothing so far has really clicked for them the way they want to. What other gods? Artio was available, Tiamat was available. Where else can they shift?
I mean, I think either the Artio or the Tiamat
Welcome,
are fine.
testes and breasties. Can you say... I can't say that, I'm afraid.
Seems like Panatom, Yarkor, and Ronnie just have not gotten a lot of value.
I shouldn't just say random. And there's more sex appeal here? Thanks. Yeah, the chat is rather attractive.
Dives too much, allowing Layers to play super aggressive because he has
Cleanup.
coming. And I just think that Khepri might be a pretty big problem.
I'm right there with you, man. This Khepri
Buongiorno.
needs to be addressed. Whether or not it's in the bans or the picks, it's got to be somewhere. Take it early on, because clearly you're not getting value from this Osiris either way. You're going to get...
No, Cherio stepped down from the Titans to join an SEC team. He's currently on Pandemonium in the SEC.
In that Kings Titans set, they were really putting a lot of value on this pick as well.
She might be the Oracle. She might be the Oracle.
How they're going to address it, but
it's an incredible pick by her.
At a lot of like Worlds events as well. There are a couple of gods that just kind of come out of nowhere. Geb, Khepri, Alquang, all kind of rear their head at that land.
Look how chill Aurora looks.
Don't really show up throughout the regular season, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, they can dominate a game. Right now, at playoffs, right here, it's Khepri, and someone's got to stop them.
Picks and bans for Game 3. Do or die moment for the Leviathans. And so I guess, you know, potentially we might need to get the broom ready. Reverse sweep's the only way this could happen. Although I guess get the broom ready because it might just be a sweep for the Titans.
Leviathans go for first pick again. Any switch up. Let's see.
And guess what? Same as Game 2, at least for the top 4. Artemis and Erlong.
No skin? Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
The Titans banning away the Hell and the Emoja. Leviathans go back.
Am I liking long hair? It's kind of gets in the way and it itches my face a bit.
It better not be an Osiris, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. We have not seen a single.
There's no way it's Osiris first pick. It has to be Artio. Has to be Artio. Titans, I think, should switch up their ban here. If Titans switch up their ban here, they stick with the Heim. So you've got to get Artio. If you don't take Artio, you're trolling again.
Now it was banned in every game of their set yesterday up against the Bolts.
Did I put a ponytail? I was getting on. Oh, I pulled my earphone out.
Osiris, he's only won 2 games, and the 2 games he won, it was the Titans playing it.
Yeah, he's like 2-9 or something like that. He's just not getting the.
There it is. They figured it out.
With the picks, and this Artio pick is just so much safer.
My hair behind me, maybe. How about that?
Flex potential into solo.
I feel like that shows off my body more as well.
Those lanes, so it gives you a lane to also play around.
Yeah, I like this a lot, and I think it is probably going to be in the hands of Yarkor, who has had a lot of success on this pick in the past. He has said that, and I quote, maybe not the most fun god I've played, but really good at winning. So I'm hoping that that's the case here for the Leviathans going forward. The Titans, though, are in a position where they can get a very powerful top 2. Generally been Tiamat in this slot.
Khepri comes through.
Seems like the Titans may have been listening to the death.
What else are they going to go with?
Realize how strong this Khepri has been. That is an early selection.
Hello, Twitch on Firefox. It's working for me, Pixie.
I mean, they've been scooping him up in the top 3.
I was game 1 too. Game 1 dominant win by Titans. Game 2 they were behind until 20 minutes. Then they win a fight at Gold Fury 4 for 0. Take fire. Win the game. Tiamat Khepri come through. Still coming through for Paul. It's a god who has not done well in this tournament so far, but Paul still feeling good about it. He doesn't care what you're picking or what you're not picking.
Every single game. This Khepri Tiamat duo.
How did game 2 end? Well, there was that fight, then there was FG, and then Titans just pushed down Duo sides, won a fight on the Duo Phoenix, and ended the game.
It's very clear that the Leviathans have come into this.
Our Achilles would be a decent pick first against Cat? No, I don't. I don't think our Achilles are good gods, so I don't think you should be picking them. Yeah, me and the guy behind have got the same thing. Gilgamesh, Terra. Okay, this is. I much prefer this top 3 from the Leviathans. It's got, you know, some cohesion. They've got a solid solo laner this time, so Benji's not just gonna have his way. They get wrong news pick a little bit earlier, so something that he's super comfortable on. Good Serb pick, though. Titans just seem to have the better of them in the drafts, honestly, but we'll see. Can I lower the cam?
And there are a lot of abilities already on the side of the Titans that are going to proc that heal.
That good?
No matter what. Ghastly Breath, dot damage. All right, we're getting that burst heal from the Earthen Fury.
I think Achilles is pretty bad.
From Tiamat, or even the second ability from Khepri. I like what we're seeing from the picks on the Leviathans, but I am concerned that they've just given the Titans too much.
Well, we're starting to see more adjustments, so they do still get.
I look good, thank you.
Tiamat Cerberus there for the Titans. That feels really good. Their last pick each time for the Titans as well has been the
Raijin, Morgan Le Fay band. So yeah, Leviathan still need a pick. What have you got in the pocket here, Shinto? Is he just going to go to something like a Merlin, or is he going to go something a bit more out there?
Which, again,
We'll see.
win rate for the Titans, and the
Titans.
But they also ban away
They grab the Izanami. And Layers getting to last pick. And he's had a great 2 games already.
Yeah, I think Cyclone's just fine with either one of these 2 picks. He doesn't really care which one.
Morrigan is the hover for Shinto. Okay.
Easy fight potential via.
Can be a good matchup into Tiamat, though. Surely it's in fact a bad matchup into Tiamat. Is that not a bad? Like, can you not kind of get railed in that in mid? It will go Merlin. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Leviathans got themselves a draft that, for the first time,
Shinto is very good at Merlin.
Leviathans. What is more synonymous with the Leviathans than Shinto on Merlin, right? This is going to be a good look for them going forward, but as you
Daji. Daji, Layers. How's your Daji? Have you got one? Because if you've got a Daji, then lock that shit in. That is the naughtiest Daji game ever. I'd love to see him go Daji here.
They agree going towards the Hachiman with their last pick. That is a very safe pick. Maybe not as safe as something like the Heimdall, but certainly...
Daji gets destroyed by RTO? When's RTO dealing with the Daji? It's not really going to happen, in my opinion. I love a Daji pick here, but he goes Kama, straight back to it. I had a great game with it in game number 1. Who wins game 3, chat? Are we going to a game 4, or is this the end for the Levi jeans? They've got longevity. They're made of denim. But how durable are they? When you've got a bat swiping away at you.
This one's 7-1, Bob.
Hey, Derek. That's going well. It's going well, as you can see.
Solid Layers pick.
Yeah, I mean, the Camazot's pick is great, but I just want to highlight how the Leviathans have changed up their draft and what they're planning on doing in these later game team fights. Instead of going for that assassin kind of like...
I do. This is the Leviathans draft I've liked the most. The only question mark is the Merlin, but I feel like there's not a lot of punish for the Merlin. Kepri and Serb don't punish Merlin particularly well. Kama can, kind of, but no CC for him. So we'll see.
Keeps things maybe open, an option necessary for the Leviathans here. They have to.
I'm sure Inbound doesn't begrudge him his success, actually.
In a row, otherwise the Titans standing on the precipice of victory. Myth, who you got?
This time around, if history's any indicator, and it has been in the past, whoever wins game 2 wins the set. I'm not saying that they have to win here, but I'm favoring the Titans. I feel like they're comfy.
All right, one word, Leviathans, Titans.
I think Leviathans got the comp.
All right, well, we'll see if the Leviathans can start to bring it back. They
that wasn't one word.
Do or die in game number 3.
250k on Titans from Tanith Guardsman. Tanith Guardsman must have a lot. 150k on Levi Jeans from Legit Mark.
Leviathans, the mental aggro has to be one game at a time.
I think they just don't have enough bans, Winchester. They don't have enough bans.
We have to win now.
They gotta get rid of other problem characters.
Look, but here's the thing.
Worried about Artemis.
No one has
maybe the Artemis switch up would have been good.
Steven Zapman Zappis. I mean, this
Are you calling your shot? Are you at half court buzzer beater?
No.
Steven actually tried to reverse sweep me, but he didn't manage. I actually beat him.
I'm not.
If anyone's gonna do it,
I'm not counting my chickens. You know, they have not hatched quite yet. Certainly.
Elysium. Oh, is Trelly casting now? I haven't heard any of the games of him casting yet.
They're gonna need to.
Yeah, Elysium are really good.
Step it up in the team fighting phase because they have not been very impressive in those.
The Bracer Dread? Yeah, that's normally what people do with Bracer. They put the Bracer like next to Red. I don't know if it's actually worth anything. It's like what, 10% power and 10% of fuck all. It's 10% of fuck all. Yeah, pretty much fuck all.
Much more oriented.
Old rival goods? They made a roster change in the SEC Rose, and they're not really old rival anymore. They don't have Kalas or Vote. They now have Streak Up. And Millsy's supposed to play for them, but I don't know if he's played for them yet. I know he didn't play last week because he was on vacation in Greece. Irie Page, welcome. Welcome to the stream. This is what it's always like.
On this pick this weekend, Yarkor has stood out. I mean, a lot of the solo laners have been dominating games, but I think about Yarkor's performance yesterday.
Zapman is in trouble, does get able to dash out eventually. Millsy played against Just F6, was he good? Vacation in Greece? I love grease. I know you typed grease as in like the thing that you get from bacon, but I love grease. I want to go back. I've not been since I was like a teenager. I'd love to go back to Greece. Tell you what, the last time I was in Greece actually was my fucking lad's holiday when I was 18, and that was crimanthemum, you do have to say.
Double kill and then maybe another triple kill in the Titans set yesterday to put
Wolfie's still playing? Yeah, Wolfie's still playing. Wolfie, Death, Ice are still on the team.
Great start here for the Titans duo.
Really, really love it because it just.
No, I went to Kavos in Corfu, Rens. The girls in our group went to Zante, and the boys went to Kavos. I'd love to. Hashtag F7. You might have just said that you're gonna like cut my balls off. Who knows? But I'll trust you. Testies and breasties. Thanks very much for the T1. Welcome. The hashtag Nation welcome to my heart. As far as I'm aware, yeah, Kellis got kicked. I don't know. Maybe he chose to retire, but.
Going to beat your head in with pressure in the early stages, even against someone like
Why did they kick Kellis?
I think the Titans have
in the nicest way possible.
It's got to be centered around the duo lane.
Kellis was pretty shit the last year.
Pressure is most held.
Leviathans build up a little pressure here on right, and it's Yarkor that's got Benji a little bit low and pushed beneath
the duo lane in general was pretty weak. Okeanos actually looked really good when he subbed in support, to be fair. Oh, Benji's the target. Nice turnaround. Here's the bear, and Panatom gets it. Layers wants the chase, and he will not be sated. Chase coming through. Paul's on the way. Hardcore will survive, and so will Panatom.
And that's exactly what the
What's up, Bevy?
Needed.
Hey, Bevy.
That's the first aggressive buff invade
hey, Bevy.
Our
Titans 2 up. They're just dominant. They're a dominant force.
To just get bullied over there up until
Prime got snaked again, yeah.
They send someone over, and Benji makes a mistake. Doesn't respect.
No Cyrus, yeah. Blue buff invade. Layer's still doing good stuff. Wrong you is, I think, maybe gonna die. No, I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Just about. On to Prime. He apparently got kicked this morning. Looking good? Thanks, man. Please don't call me wee man. We'll see who's wee Bevy next weekend. That's a question, chat. We've got some smite people. I'm Bevy, yeah, I'm having a couple pints. I do have work in the morning, so I can't get steam in though.
Not much else outside of that.
Few and far between on the cameras.
Prime got kicked, yeah, apparently.
Bring a whole lot to your team composition outside of damage, but there's a lot of CC elsewhere in the comp here for the Titans.
But I've got some smite people here next weekend, and I wonder if I should do anything stream-wise. Got the entirety of the Scottish smite community. Oh no, we don't, because there's a few in chat, like Harrion and stuff like that. But me, Bevy, Swag, Soggy Sandal's gonna be here. So's Genetics, and so's Willet.
The Gilgamesh will survive, and yet again, the Leviathans put pressure on right.
Are you wee, Bevy?
Got to be careful here. If that cripple field was up, and
you got better facial hair than me, though.
Stun into bear swipe. That would have been another kill for Yarkor. But
stream?
Fine, so
we could do a drinking game stream together, maybe. No natural born killer, yeah. Maybe he'll be here next time.
The right side of the map. And I love
5'7". Nah, I'm 6 foot.
Talked about how much pressure the Titans have on
group hot tub stream. Maybe it's finally time for the real hot tub stream. Well, that was the plan originally. I was going to rent an Airbnb with a hot tub, but it's just a fucking logistical nightmare. Like everything about it is just a fucking massive pain in the dick. Maybe I'll figure out how to do it at some point without being a massive pain in the dick, but we'll see. What the hell, Aero-san?
I think that this is a very smart look.
You're gonna make me sad like that?
Very different in the draft style for the Leviathans from last game, and very different in how they're executing.
What's cables? Like, there's only one decent hot tub in Glasgow, and it's outdoor. So that's gonna be a pain in the dick. I've got to move my whole setup. There's a few things, and I don't know how it would go with like the bubbles, like how the audio would be. Probably pretty bad. What's going to be the next milestone? I don't know. I don't feel like I should ever get any more subs. So, we'll see. Already fighting at 7 minutes? Move my camera up a little? Sure, here you go. Now you've just got like a little tease of cleavage. I like that. Speed and aggression, thanks for the 2 months.
To give Shinto a strong pick here in the Merlin, it's been a lot of Raijin this set.
I like the tease. I like the tease.
And so here in game 3,
move my boobs up a little. Let me just
give Shinto a power pick, one of his favorites in this Merlin.
And it's just something to give the Titans a bit of a different look. And
thanks very much, Aerosang, for the prime. Welcome to the hashtag Nation. Glad that you could hate sub to me.
Shinto was going to be picking Raijin when it was open in the top 3.
2 inches out.
That was a foregone conclusion.
Why no lipstick? I just don't have any. I was thinking about going and buying some, but honestly, I was feeling pretty rough today.
can
And
be
check.
beneficial. So I have no qualms with the switch up here for Shinto. Think Merlin, is he as good as Raijin right now? No. But if Shinto says, hey, I can carry on
Touch my elbows together behind my back, maybe?
On the right side of the map again. Behind. And Benji.
Oh, it actually kind of works. I kind of look like I've got boobas when I do that.
But patient. Will hold on to the ultimate. Aurora has been on point on a regular basis.
Hello, cat
with these
ass.
Scarab's blessings so far throughout this set. And here to play. Back to base nonetheless.
Kick onto Paul. He's the target. We'll go dog mode over the wall. Beads were used though.
Searching for blood. Hesitating though on the blue buff invade.
Damage comes out. There's the ult from Rongyu. Blue was secured, by the way, by Layers and Co. And he goes up into the sky. Very, very low HP, though. Where's your stun? It's not there. And the disengage will come through.
Secured blue at the end of the day, and they don't lose anyone else.
Is REO good? I thought it was better. Yeah, it was pretty good, Kerbal. I thought it was pretty good. You know what originally comes from him? It was him and... I think it was maybe originally... It was the casters in general, but I think it was maybe Aggro and Finch used to do it. They used to always just be like, is King Arthur good? Oh, hey, Aggro, is King Arthur good?
They're a little bit quicker on the response. You know, first two blue buffs, sure, you can have them.
Hey, Finch.
Next one, we're going to be there for it. And I imagine they'll be there for the one after that as well.
It's Merlin,
like the way that they're playing and with confidence and centered around Aurora on this Kepri once again, who played that fight very, very patiently, didn't need to use anything, stayed at his distance,
what a man.
made sure that he was putting out some support, but then ready with that Scarab's Blessing at any point. And even though it looked like some health bars get low from the Titans, didn't really feel like they were in that much danger because Aurora was right there.
Don't get sad, chat. Don't get sad.
Just the first blood bounty. 500 gold is all that separates.
2-level lead for Aurora, by the way, over Rongyu. Not sure how the hell that's happened. But that is significant. XP is pretty much even, though. Rongyu should be hitting level 7 off this wave, surely. Yeah, there it is. Pardon me.
The throw.
Tell you what, chat, I didn't go outside today. Tell you what, chat, I didn't go outside today. I won't lie to you, I didn't go outside today, but I did watch like 2.5 hours of YouTube videos of people camping in the great outdoors. So technically, I learned how to like make a fire and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So, fuck you, Mabino. I'm gonna have to phone them tomorrow probably and fucking rage about it. Hardcore will live. Panatom's on the way. Blue buff being looked at, but Aurora is out-rotating here. Then again, Paul might be slightly late. Hardcore is gonna fall. Surely he will. There's the Terra ult. Too late. Damage comes out from Shinto, but Paul is looking confident. Goes into dog mode. Chases Shinto out. Rongyu trying to run. Knock up immunity. Not there. No 2, no 3. Down on the ground. There's the root, and Rongyu surely falls. Drops the 2, and Layers gets him with the dash in and the ult. Shinto looking for the turnaround. Won't get anything though.
Coming from the Chaos side. Just able to really read the play of the Leviathans. And that's Benji and Layers combining to put some pressure on that RDO before the rest of the team gets there. They get Yarkor down to half HP.
Monkey.
Didn't have his purification beat, so that Stygian Torment did good work. And then from there, it's just an advantage.
Good patience by Layers. Layers has been so good in this set. Like, I feel like Layers has been, like, you know, like, good in this tournament, but has not, like, excelled for the team, you know? He's never looked like he's jungle diffing anybody so far. But in this set, he has been so good.
Who I thought did a really good job of having that ward coverage earlier on this weekend. I think struggling, and that's what happens when you fall behind. So in the games where you're behind, that makes sense. But if the game plan is to continue to invade,
I can't even hear it.
On the right side of the map, they needed better wards.
Oh shit, my food in the oven. Do you reckon it's burning? I put it in some foil, so surely that means it can't burn. Impossible.
Players, I mean, that's as easy as it can be for a jungler. Just walking into the lane and finding some really good damage because of the lack of information. And now Layers is up huge. I mean, he's up 2 levels.
What do you have to show for it, right?
I think that's how it works. I'll turn the oven off. I won't get my food, but I'll turn the oven off. Nobody look at me.
Aren't worth as much as your own side of the jungle, but it's still worth more than your side of the jungle when you think about the fact that you're taking it away from the opposition in addition to adding it into your pocket. But it does mean that unless you're getting your side of the jungle in addition to that, you're going to start to fall behind. And that's what's happening right now to Panatom.
What do you have to show for all this right side pressure?
I don't know if you guys could see me squat down at the door there. I realized that the angle is pretty thin.
Layers about a level and a half over Panatom. And so it worked out, but it stopped working out for the Leviathans. You have to turn your eyes elsewhere or execute it better.
I ran. My oven is like there, like on my right. It's like at this wall here. So I go round into the kitchen and then Salk reveal, Nestle.
Bit of a turnaround for the Titans. This game still very much on either
Fuck,
side.
my hair's getting caught.
This is where this composition for the Leviathans is better and easier to execute upon than what they had the last 2 games. Where if they are in this state the last 2 games where they lose their momentum, they lose the initiative on the map, then all of a sudden Fenrir support and Circuit support, they just stop being threatening.
I pulled the muscle in my toe. In my toe, in my stomach.
Where it's, hey, we're gonna get into a team fight and we're gonna lay
That does happen sometimes.
And they're all really effective, and if you don't play properly around each one of them, then you're gonna lose.
Maybe when I move. Fuck this apartment. Professor Bit and Zenther, thanks very much.
Down, we'll stop our blue buff invade. We'll instead just look for as many neutral heartbeats as we can. And play
These
for
balls?
a little bit better. It's not built for right now.
The left side of the map is maybe now where we start to see some pressure push.
Bulwark alert. Who has it? Who has it?
Level up.
Ooh, a little early bulwark for Aurora.
It's a start of a rage for Cyclone Spin, though.
Pretty similar build to what I did earlier in ranked.
He hit us with the turnaround.
But I went Stone of Binding instead of the bulwark, and I went bulwark after.
As dominant of a spot in this
Because I was pogging.
turn around and just straight up buy a Spectrum armor.
Gold Fury, this is free. Nice call by the Leviathans. First, is this the first objective they've gotten in the game? It feels that way. They make a call and they get it.
Snap play by the Leviathans. You collapse on the objective, you get it, and you get out.
Makes you miss the bars? Imagine if I had the bars. Imagine if I had the bars with this look. That would be incredible. I might have to bring them back just for that. Maybe for Worlds. I could grow the bars back over December, maybe.
Even if the Titans were to fight them in that position, you still feel like they should be favored because of the Terra.
Layers good? Layers is definitely good.
Core was on one side, Benji was on the other, Aurora was lurking, but it looks like everyone's just going to go back to their own.
We've got 1262 subs. Need cosplay at Worlds? What are the bars? I used to have a handlebar mustache, Saffron. If you do Hey W or Hey Good, you can see it. I used to have a nice handlebar mustache.
You ever so patient. We'll let those walls crash on.
Oh, you should have said 1263 or something, you know.
Shinto able to help out around that Gold Fury. Can he help out in a team fight that could be brewing here as a stun from Yarkor finds itself onto a couple members of the Titans with Pyromancer in the background? This is so risky. You don't want to lose
It's a Hey E for real.
what is just a Pyromancer, but if you can get it, you'd be feeling pretty good, and that's why maybe the
Engage onto Aurora. I think did he beat? Nice damage onto him, but he will survive. There goes the Hatchy man ult. Hardcore dives in. Layers will swoop and keep himself alive, but here come the rest of the Leviathans. Paul on the side, just not being focused at all, and Layers will just take down his opposite number.
Titans just continue to be impossible to dive. They are splitting up so well and then coalescing back together whenever the fight is better for them. Love the way they played that engagement. That was
I'm a Layers simp. I didn't used to be, I'll admit, I didn't used to be a Layers simp. Right now, I'm a fucking Layers simp.
Will do the last bit of damage, so at least the Pyromancer goes to the Leviathans. But you drop a kill in the meantime. And so maybe the Titans could have done a little bit more with that individual pick onto Panatom, but as you mentioned, Aggro, your ADC in Cyclone Spin is just pushing down the left side of the map. Could have taken this tier 1 if he had wanted to, but you don't know where
Don't simp for me, I'll only let you down. I'll only let you down, chat.
Might get that one low enough anyway.
Plus, it denies more minions.
Oh, this is messed up. This thing's messed up a little bit here. Let me sort this out. Oh, my hair.
So I like that play from
Hair's going in my eyes.
A bunch from this left side jungle, was able to clear all of it out all by himself, and he finds himself now in a very clean position. And interestingly enough, he backed and bought a full chin size, but didn't sell.
I thought he did it again.
Silver Talisman online for wrong you.
That dagger. So now he's kind of left himself open. You know, how many spectrals are they going to buy? We'll figure it out, and then I'll decide if I want to buy a rage or not. He can choose from here. And this is the value of going with characters like Ram and Izanami that are good with both builds, the bow build and the hybrid build that we've seen from Hunters. I mean, if you're a character like, you know, I think Apollo really wants to build some crit in there. I don't think he uses the other build quite as
Someone
well.
been popping off for the Titans in the first 2 games? Layers was really good in both games. Benji was really good in both games.
Silver Branch, that doesn't feel that good for that god. Instead, he wants to build this sort of hybrid look. But Izanami can certainly build Silver Branch and feel pretty good about it and still feel like you're doing significant objective DPS. I kind of love this cheeky option because now Yarkor, he's sitting on silver breastplate.
That's so awkward.
Does he finish it? Does he start his
Well, there's been lots of
item?
ADC bans,
And then if he
actually.
starts his
It's
next
basically
item,
why.
Cyclone finish
The
range,
top tier
start a
gods
fight,
have been
and all of a
gone.
sudden
Emoji been banned, I'll say,
is
yep.
doing a lot, whereas
Emoji been banned every game. Artemis been banned every game. Hell been banned every game.
Cyclone spin, use Dark Portal.
Zatman will have to ult away. Lairs wants it, and he might get it. Aegis is early. Here comes Aurora, and he covers it. Lairs gets his third kill of the game. 3-0-1. Aurora did try and cover the option, but he's so tanky. Oh, look how tanky he is. Oh, is he tanky? Oh, he went bulwark, did he? Oh, right, is that right, Aggro? Right, okay, I thought, yeah, right. No, he's just really tanky, eh? Fucking idiot. Damage onto Panatom. Paul jumps in, and Paul, nobody can stop him here. Nobody can mark him. Cyclone gets Panatom. Shinto with damage round the back. Won't get anything now.
Shinto doing a lot of damage at full HP, and the Titans will get 2, and they'll get him clean.
And it's just the same story for the Leviathans. They just keep getting caught in these awkward
And he's panned when the enemy backline, the enemy front line is far behind. I don't know. I guess.
That they're scrambling to keep up with the Titans' decision making, and they're just not where they need to be in time. A great decision from Cyclone, who starts that fight all the way.
It's actually pretty interesting that Aggro gets the cast with.
Because Layer's trajectory is bringing him down underneath that tower. Hey, we can dive.
I mean, with Dolson gets the cast with Aggro. I mean, it was always going to be Aggro in the final, right? But Dolson is the pick. He probably is the best play-by-play right now, right?
For the Leviathans, where they got Pyromancer. Or leaving it up, because if that tower's down, Zatman's likely not walking all the way up there. But even just thinking, hey, my tower's still up.
I think their draft's fine this game, honestly. I think this draft for Leviathans is the best they've had out of the 3 games, but they're just getting outplayed. I don't think this is... Maybe it is draft diff, but...
And now you look at the state of this game, Aggro, and in these next few minutes...
They should have first banned Capri. It's really hard to say what they should have first banned. I mean, they have to give up other things they want to ban. Emerald, thanks for the 8 months. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, literally 2
Doing my
levels
best.
now. Cyclone spins up over Zatman. Benji's got a pretty decent lead over Yarkor as well. And they're still getting to level 20 in 3 of the roles that are 4 really.
No ban Capri, GG. Do you really think Capri's been the difference maker? Maybe you're going to take something away. Maybe it's going to be the Tiamat. Maybe it's going to... I mean, there's just so much stuff that's done work for Titans. Capri has been good. Don't get me wrong, but...
Something that gets looked at, especially with the chin size, and now Silver Branch for Cyclone.
Still sitting on his hidden dagger.
Still sitting on the hidden dagger. These next
Capri ban instead of Artemis? Maybe. You must obviously see a lot of issues with Cyclone on that. Oh, is Rongu dead? Rongu's dead.
They're too far behind. Rongu's caught again.
Engage in mid onto Paul, but Paul surely won't die. Hardcore has arrived. Jump over the wall from Panatom. Rongu trying to survive. He will live. How has he lived? And now Lairs might be in trouble. Zap. He has ult. Not ulting in, though, because he knows Cyclone's on the way. There's a kick onto Aurora. Aurora into the wall. Getting crit, but still so gosh darn tight key. Will survive. Bulwark shield is enough. Hardcore will not. He falls. Panatom finds Lairs on the back. Gets the kill. And Paul getting low. And all of a sudden, it looks like... the Leviathans have arrived in this game as Cyclone gets a second kill. Zatman, good Aegis, good dash, and Shinto secures the kill. 2 for 2. Solo and jungle both fall. Oh, have they arrived on the map? Have they? I go right. Oh, right. Yeah, no, yeah, they finally arrived. Yeah, they finally. They've.
Zero pressure. That entire engagement, able to
fucking
really
guy.
pay those quicker cooldowns than someone like Raijin might have at this point in their build, able to make the difference. The Leviathans. Okay.
Bolts would have had the best matchup? That's interesting.
So that time Zatman's doing some decent damage. The Leviathans, even despite... That's with Rongu really getting caught in a very bad position, that team fight. Still managed...
Am I playing Neath after this? I could do a Neath game.
Titans have to get a little
Would you like me to?
around Aurora, though. But you saw the difference. I mean, it wasn't just one health bar getting ticked down, and then Aurora can ult them. Aurora has to make a choice.
Need speedrun, try and break my own world record, maybe.
That is so much harder for him to play, and he still made the right choice. He still saved.
Titans have been really good, Midas. They have been good. They've been the best team. Cyclone has T1 crit. Yeah, he bought that, and then there's 2 Spectrals picked up, so he just decides not to finish it, and he'll sell it. Smart by Cyclone. He's just baiting the builds.
So I've watched Yarkor. You might hear me giggling. I've watched Yarkor sell off what could go.
When am I going to take off the costume? Maybe tomorrow night after work.
become a breastplate of valor.
I'll be on Zoom calls all day tomorrow, I think. Oh, there's no spectrals? Yeah, I'm looking at his teammates. Whoops. 2-2 for hardcore, yeah.
A solo kill
Wrong team. I'm tripping.
Game would be absurdly detrimental. I think Zapman.
Feeling kind of pretty? I am feeling kind of pretty. I'm not gonna lie, I feel kind of pretty.
And the snowball that would have occurred should the Titans have gotten
Probably not as pretty as I did in the bikini.
Leviathans would not have wanted to face.
Well, not bad.
To get out, had to use the beads though, aggro. Yeah, that's a tough loss for the
Sorting out my hair again, 1 second.
You know, in a situation like this, maybe his ultimate could force the Titans in and chase them down, set them up for Panatom, but without that mounted archery, it's going to be difficult to do so. And it's a pretty
Bulwark, another new Bulwark. Bulwark finished for Panatom. And it looks like Rongu might be working on one as well. Once that comes online, you've got to start to worry. You're getting kind of Bulwark diffed at that point.
Sold the tier 1 rage to go back into the rage after Yarkor has committed to the breastplate of valor. We'll see if this game goes that long. The Titans won't want that
damage onto Cyclone. The poke comes back from Paul, though. There's a kick from Panatom. We'll get the beads out of Paul. Layer's doing a lot of damage. He really likes this skin. This Kama skin. Benji dashes away. Terra ult used. Surb ult used. Terra ult used. Probably a trade that's in favor of the Titans.
Not big at all, 22 minutes in. And an ultimate from Rongu that does nothing. And a whole lot of it. No one
Some salt spray.
Just
like a salt spray.
It's just a hard disengagement away from the Titans. And in some sense, that does something, I suppose, that made sure that the Titans didn't engage. But it didn't look to me like they were ready to engage anyways. It's just a lot of low health bars for the Leviathans, and Rongu sees that.
I don't know what salt spray is. Am I supposed to know what that is?
I think that it shows how much more in control the Titans are of these skirmishes. And now that Rongu
upgraded to breastplate? Yeah, I saw. Now he's going into what looks to be a Wind Demon maybe for Cyclone?
Gold Fury that's spawning right now, and
that's a good option.
Have a pretty significant window to punish.
Or Crit Watch 2021 continues, and it's what looks like a Wind Demon for Cyclone.
Sometimes Morco.
Ended up being the rage, so it's not quite a rage, but still some crit.
Bulwark done for Benji, by the way. I don't know if everybody knows that. And that was a Bulwark for Rongu. Double Bulwark on each team now. So glad to see Benji keeps it even. So this team is still a contest.
This map pressure, but the gold lead is far from out of control, and this is certainly an aggressive.
I don't want cum in my hair.
The fire giant has been
Hardcore in big trouble. Kick onto Layers. He gets up into the sky. Damage is decent, but not shredding through those tanky targets he was hitting. Kama ult used. Surb ult down. Izanami ult down. Gilgamesh ult is down, but this Terra ult's coming back up soon, so this should be an okay fight. Now that it's back available, Rongu drops a 2, will dash through. Looks like he can get a whole lot of damage done there. FG down below half. They're going to commit to this. They're going to commit to this. I love the call. In goes Rongu, drops the ult. Huge ult over the wall. Leviathan steal it. Merlin must have got it, surely. Shinto gets it. In goes Cyclone and gets immediately exploded. The Aurora's ult misses the first time this game. Layer's just too close to Cyclone, but Paul is starting to go sicko mode. Rongu will fall. Layers gets him. Benji trying to do work. Panatom jumps in onto Layers, kicks him into the wall. There's the follow-up. Not enough from Shinto, though. FG sustained. Starting to come into effect, but Zapman in big trouble, stunned out by Benji. Dashes away from him, though, and there's the autos, and the autos will be enough. Zapman gets the kill. Layers now in trouble. No beads. He falls. Hardcore. The bear is activated.
What patience from the Leviathans, man. What
Beware
a
the
play
bear.
to just pull the Titans in and allow their AoE to
RTO got it with 34 damage. Was it 3?
So well. His relic usage was solid. The way that he baited Benji in was perfect. And now Yarkor in trouble, but it's just Paul
Wow.
here. Shinto can flicker in, but Paul still has his leap away, so he's okay. I don't think he's going to be in any trouble, except maybe he's on the way.
Oh, Panatom. Paul no beads, right? No, he has both relics. Never mind. Kick into the wall. The beads is late. Will get the dash away. Hardcore looking for the chase. So is Panatom, but here comes a roar. Will he be able to help him? Paul's still alive. He's dog mode, but Shinto gets him, but there go 2 FGs. Paul for 2! That is a horrible trade!
2 of your FG buffs.
Hate that call from the Leviathans. You gotta just take the win when you get it. Their eyes get a little bit too big for their stomachs, and they decide that they need to take Paul off the map. Finally, they do. But as you said,
dude, I want to get my food.
Their fire giants, and namely Shinto
Paul Berger. That was not Paul. That was Cheeseburger. That's all I'm saying. That Paul on land, he turns into Cheeseburger. There's the steal.
Yarkor turns his eyes to the fire giant aggro, and it's just the last bit of damage there. I don't think that's a view moments before disaster, but it's definitely an interesting call for the Leviathans to then, after winning a big fight, you are in control of this game. We're tower diving Paul. However, if that works, now you've got a massive advantage without this Tiamat on the map.
Sure, but I actually don't even know if that's the case, Dave, because they would have had to back.
Yeah, Tiamat is a bit too tanky, I agree. Mitigation on dog mode.
No, and certainly not legs, we all know that.
No.
And then it's like,
legs.
Sure, he's dead for 37 seconds. But
pardon me.
We're backed and walking the tower for 29 of those.
Blair's the Patriot.
And what's our real power play? It's getting his relics that matters, and they got those without.
I want to go to a game 4. That's what I'm saying. I want to go to a game 4.
Tier 2 tower, they might have been able to run away, but too greedy.
Was aggro not going to do a layer spit, a leg spit? Maybe he should in this game. Maybe that would be his final transformation.
Control. As it stands now, still pretty even.
We are dead even, in fact, as far as gold goes. Fire Giant still for Panatom, still for Zapman. Impactful if a fight were to break out, but the next Fire Giant will not be up for the next 2 minutes. So then you start to look at map state. Left side Phoenix is exposed for the Leviathans, but then right side Phoenix is exposed.
I can check your vitals, Shrekolepsy. Cheeseburger tonight, if you know what I mean. I don't know what you mean, and that's my story, and I'm sticking with it, Saffron. I don't want to know anything by your glazed buns.
But Titans have that one tier 1 and left as well. I mean, you are about as even as you could get here, aggro, you might think, outside of a couple levels in support.
Exactly. Very, very even at this point in the game. And with that last team fight, the first time Aurora has made a mistake on this Khepri in this set, he ulted the wrong person. It was
hey, Warwick, yeah. I straightened my hair today.
But the Scarab's Blessing went on.
Look at them bulwarks. Yeah, you love to see it. So many of them.
That's where you're starting to see why
for this game. Might be hardcore that's the difference maker here if they lose. Shitty pestilence.
Showed up big, or in that Fire Giant fight. Much less veiled.
Leviathan steal the Pyromancer, jump in from Panatom, gets the kick onto Cyclone, and he has to dash out of there. Decent Gilga ult, but will it be enough? There's the chase, stun onto Aurora. He's trying to get out of there, but now comes the damage out of this Merlin. It's finally online at Aurora. Surely he falls twice here. Yes, he will. Benji trying to do what he can. Layers has to ult out of there. And that is great stuff by the Leviathans. They're finally here in this game. EFG, not yet. Still 50 seconds on that, but this will be enhanced, this fire, when it goes down, surely.
Zap doesn't have his ultimate, but
he gets left.
Yeah, he's actually all alone.
He gets left. The rest
Benji
of the
has blink.
leave. Can Layers close this game? I mean, this has got.
I'm more impressed by the people who followed today. The people who followed today, I appreciate that. It's super cool when people, like, I'm getting new follows, but I just find it really funny that I get them when I'm dressed up in a sexy Neath costume with an eye patch on my dick.
The Titans are having trouble.
No, you can't see it.
Properly. They've been playing counter engage a lot and really allowing Layers to be the engage in game 2 on that Gilgamesh. On Kamazats, he can't really do that. And you're starting, and I think that is starting to really make a difference.
What the hell, Jess? FG pool down to have 500 crits coming through again and again and again from Zapman. There is the go button. Frenzy means fight, and Layers means to do something, but not able to do so. Cyclone will fall. Benji down below half. Paul still on the side. Will have room to make things happen here. Still must have the leap. Still in lady mode. Benji escapes, and now enhanced Fire Giant will have to be the option. 2 down though. You got a bit more FG damage coming through and a bit of a tankier fire to get through. Oh, is EFG harder to burn, is it? So it's harder to get through, is it? Right. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting us all know, aggro. Right. Aurora. Walking forward, Paul. There's the Terra ult, just defensive, I think, and FG gonna be let go. Zapman has dashed in, and Zap might be in trouble. Benji looks for him. Benji gets him. The FG is done, and Zap is alive. He manages to ult out of there, and Paul now in trouble. Here comes the root. Hardcore looking for him. There's the res. Dropped onto him, and he'll survive, but here comes Shinto, absolutely railing through Aurora, just like he did in the last fight. 2-man stun from Hardcore. The bear is here. Beware the bear. It's going off, and Shinto has a double. I'll pass over to my co-caster Dolson.
Players now for the Tartarus Titans. A nice silence comes on out. That's Dark Portal.
Vamos! Vamos!
Delays the base siege, and the Leviathans have to take a deep breath, and it looks like the Titans get one more chance.
No idea, Pierre. I don't think so.
All those towers you were talking about earlier, Dave, come back to matter quite a bit in that moment. A lot of times, the Leviathans might be able to end off killing 2. As it stands, they have to at least get one more.
Have we got a set on our hands, chat? It's not over yet. This is not over. Frenzy means hit the Phoenix in this case. Frenzy means Phoenix, as they say. It will go down.
And the back and forth, the juggling, the ebbs and flows of Game 3 have resulted in a lot of advantages for the Titans, but now the biggest of all for the Leviathans. Everyone's got enhanced fire.
No throwing. They get the 2 Phoenixes. And here they go, EFG, they grab a Primal. And now they just gotta pay patient, get over to the left-hand side. We're gonna see a full split here from the Titans. That's a question. Making sure they do the Scorpion before they do these buffs. Shinto just slurping up the farm. He can't help himself. It's 32 minutes in and he's like, I gotta drop my 2 on the purple and then go farm the red to make sure I can get the farm for both. He's got a 3k pot off it though, probably. I imagine he was waiting to get that 3k gold.
How they want to play these late game fights. You know, I was talking about honeymoon phase and all that stuff in game 1 of this set. The downside to having recently made a roster change is you don't have that same experience.
3k pots for both carries.
Game scenarios you've been in with this same roster. You know, the Titans might not know.
Double buffed red buff. Red buff in general is important. It being buffed doesn't really matter that much. The lifesteal difference is not a big deal in my opinion, but yeah, they're going to be slamming these towers and Phoenixes. Just patience here.
Very much had trouble locking down how to start these fights and how to
Left Phoenix will fall. Now, you wait for the fire minions. Tiamat minions are in mid, pushing out the mid waves. Similar to Labor Day? I don't even know what Labor Day is, Tyson, but I don't think so. Well, that's your day off tomorrow, right? We don't have tomorrow off. Yes, I assume we don't. It's my start day. I've never had public holidays before, but now I get them.
This is the first we've seen the names Shinto, Panatom, Yarkor.
Damage onto Aurora. Aurora kinda melting to these crits out of Zap. Doesn't matter, they have Spectral, still getting hit for over 400. There's the Frenzy. They say go. A little bit rushed for me, but they've gotten this far. Can they do it? Layers getting crit as well. Will disengage. Gilgamesh ult comes through from Panatom and Layers. Looks like he didn't have to use the beads or the ult to get out there. Surprising Benji, though. He needs something. There comes the damage. There's the res, and he will get back to the Fountain Paul. Free casting. But all 3 Phoenixes down. I feel like they maybe had to go there. Kepri ult down. Hachi ult down. Gilga ult down. You still have Kama ult. You still have his Inami ult. They need to connect here. You need a big play out of Cyclone Spin, I feel like. Patient play by the Leviathans. I like the call. You've won the game. You just need to convert now, and they're just going to back. I don't know if I like them. We'll see. 1,000 crit, by the way. 1,000 crit, by the way.
Comebacks from this position for teams that have lost all 3 Phoenixes.
In this position, there's advantages for both. There's advantages for both.
The Leviathans are all going to reset.
Cyclone is pretty sick wave clear.
The right side Phoenix is going to come up very shortly, so that shouldn't be a problem.
How hard do Tiamat minions counter on a fire wave in your mind?
They don't counter it.
Can you ignore it?
No, you can't full on ignore it, but it helps, especially with how much CDR Paul has in the build. He's got 30% plus Chronos Pendant passive. If he's bought a 500 pot, he's at full CDR. Still plus Chronos Pendant passive.
Wasn't this in studio? I don't know, Bardock.
Portals pretty regularly. It did take longer than I thought it would for that right side Phoenix to come up.
We're already at nearly 3 hours for this set. I mean, 3 hours since the start of the broadcast. This could go on for a while longer, I feel like.
He thought that the minions would do more.
A fantastic illusion of cleavage. I feel like it does. Yeah, it's good, right? If I push it together,
this is a double fire
even better.
Into the base, and the Titans can't let that go for free. The Titan's pretty squishy right
I'll show you
now.
in a bit, Knife Pam, after the set. I'm not wearing trousers, though, is what I would tell you. Blackthorn's OP. Blackthorn pretty strong right now, yeah. Aurora gets absolutely exploded. Will get the ult off and will reses himself forward, but there's the damage again from Chinto. Hardcore backs off. Panatom in there. I'm not sure he should be. Needs to stay safe. Benji and Layers are diving, and this is the fight that the Titans need, but nobody dead. Everybody's still alive apart from Benji, who gets blown up by Shinto. The Frostbolt gets him. And now they just need to push. They're going to go EFG.
There's still 4
Mid
members up,
and
a lot
solo
of them
Phoenixes
still
will
have their
respawn, but those will not survive for long in the face of Zap with a 3k pot and EFG.
The Bracer of Radiance is coming up from Rongyu. We can just get these 2 Phoenixes, and then we can head in, place the Bracer.
What's even gone wrong for the Titans here?
Brutal game here, 1, 5, and 6.
A huge biceps. Bam!
Not been able to jump in effectively.
They start working out again, really. Down goes the Phoenix.
Hoping the Scarab's blessing comes back up for one last-ditch effort. Cyclone Spin's gotta go big here.
A life tap on FG steal. Is that the difference maker?
In game 3. Is it going to be big enough to keep the Titans in game 3?
Mid Phoenix is the target. Stun onto a roar. Down goes the Phoenix. In goes Panatom. Kick onto Paul. Beads are good, and he will get into dog mode and get out of there. CC immunity on the spin, by the way. In goes Lairs looking for one. He gets him. Nice play by Lairs. You would trade your life for that every day of the week. Here comes the Ankh. You just disengage. The Ankh was used. Disengage. You don't need to fight. In goes Benji looking for the ult. Don't know if he got some beads. Here comes the damage. 796 crit onto Paul. And Zapman ults in, looking for Benji. Now Aurora taking a lot of damage, but everyone's still alive. Cyclone gets crit. Cyclone has to dash out, gets the heal onto, but surely the Titan will fall. Panatom, though, gonna go down first. In goes Hardcore. He will get Cyclone. Paul doing so much work on the front side, but surely he's dead. He's gone, and Zapman casting here will do it all for his team. No, there's the stun. 2-man stun from Rongyu. It connects, and Paul still healing, still alive. Zap eventually gets him, and the Titan will fall. We're going to a game 4.
So close to an insane defense by the Tartarus Titans. That
Ban the
play
bear.
from Layers to be able to get Shinto was massive. That is a huge 1-for-1 trade in that moment. But Zap, that veteran Moxie baby, playing
Holy crap.
with the Hachiman.
Holy crap, chat.
HP,
We need something chilled out. What's going to chill us all out?
That he's been there, done that, man. Incredible performance from him. Front lines where they need to be. Finally,
Globgo Gabgalab on Twitter.
We expected them to show from game 1.
What the hell? There's a song called Lil Globgo Gabgalab. Surely that's criminal.
That's an upset, to say the least. That is the least you could say. Now we've seen the...
That's not going to chill us out. This will chill us out. Maybe too much. Maybe that's going to chill us out too much. This will chill us out. Alright, I need to get my food, chat. I'll be back in a sec. Running an ad. Close. If you don't like ads, close your eyes, leave the room, get yourself a drink of water, get yourself a pint, get yourself something. Thanks, Shrieger. Am I knee-thoughting the bed? Done. BRB. Don't get an ad blocker. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Take me in and dry the rain. Gab, thanks for the 500 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doing my best with the casting. How the first 3 games gone? Maybe I should just add a command for this and I update it every time. First game, dominant by Titans. Game 2, Leviathans are winning until 20 minutes. Titans win it all. A 20-minute fight. They kill 4, get fire, end the game. My bird thing of the fish, she said hot. So, you know. Maybe one day. Agro and I are the same though, right? We're both chair 2. Pints we on? I was drinking Tenants, but I'm gonna stop drinking. I think I have work in the morning. First day of work at new jobs, so. I don't watch it religiously, Tyke. My little sister used to watch it, though. Thanks, DKO. Say it out loud, it'll be okay. I will be your light. 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 Morning, Reflexer, my boy. I will be your light.
When we come back, because we just get
cool camera work.
Bobby right in the middle. It's perfect.
What a banger.
Score update and of course a nice Bobby update. He's doing well as of right now.
I'm glad Bobby's doing well.
It's the 5th, as you saw in the 2 Loops video. That sale is ending tomorrow. You have what?
Sale ends tomorrow, chat. Use create. Do I have a creator code for gems? I don't think so. But if I did,
sometime it's either this Tuesday or the week after that. So no matter what, there's a patch soon. Get your gems.
Some people have like an Exala one, right?
Cheap and while your wallet won't cry. Also, payday was like, yeah, I don't know, like 4 days ago for a lot of people. So there you go. Thumbs up. Miss says no. I know it was your payday. I just know what happened afterward. Your bank account wasn't very happy about it. Oh well. He also made some bets against Bobby. Almost lost $60. Bobby's nice. Said he'll only take $10.
I'll take the 10.
I would have taken his money had
and
he
you
lost.
know what that $10 was? He bet that the Leviathans would win, and guess what they did? Exactly that. I mean, it took a little while.
That's calzone.
Are you okay, man?
Yeah, look, do the thing, all right? Give me the P's and P's.
It's Mifflin. We won't hear from Mifflin for a little while. Bobby, the Leviathans just look a lot better that game.
I mean, yes, they look better gameplay-wise, but I think their comp just made so much more sense when you factor in what the Titans have been
I'm sorry,
doing.
Peppy.
They picked that Kepri that just saves the one character.
How do you feel better, man?
And the assassin support just doesn't
You know what?
work against that.
I'm checking.
It's one of the best picks against the assassin supports are the Gebs, the Kepris who can just save that one person that's getting gone on.
I would argue this is the first game of this set that the Leviathans
Is it gonna work?
played. I don't know what team we saw for the first 2 games.
Feel better.
The Leviathans, they weren't playing their style. They weren't even necessarily playing their own picks. This is the first time we saw a composition where I thought to myself, yeah, this is
Money laundering, lol.
They played their style. To be sure, it was not a clean win.
Welcome to the hashtag Indish. Welcome to my heart, Peppy. Hope you feel better soon.
Win off the tail. End of that to find the action.
You're also sick? Fuck up, Bay. The only thing you're sick at is sick in the head.
At this team as a unit.
Psychopath.
Fighting was a lot better. It felt like they had a solid game plan going forward. I think it was you, Bobby, in the green room that had essentially said, before now, it felt like the Leviathans were just playing the
Maybe
game.
Neath pick time? No problem. We feel better.
In the standings, in the win-loss here, finally finding one up against the Titans.
And they had mentioned it on the cast, but Zapman has been
Merlin diff? Yeah, Shinto did go sicko mode in this game for sure.
in Smite history. So if anyone's going to be able to do it,
My bad predictions? I had 3-2 Leviathans, man. That could still happen.
Just did 47,000 damage still from Paul, despite
I don't think so.
that Tiamat. And that's the first
I feel like the Leviathans had to work so hard to even win a game. I don't know. Paul, 47k damage, by the way. Actually did 16k more than Shinto. GPM, though. Shinto top in the GPM charts. Like he does. No, it didn't. Zapman had more GPM.
Merlin, he's getting out 40,000. If he's playing more,
the heck?
he's getting out 40,000. I think it's just something Paul's going to do if a game goes 30, 35 minutes. So I think you just let him have the team match. keep those bans consistent. Maybe if you want that team at early, you can look at that. But
Are they going to be on the same side, though? Which side do you think
No, I agree with that. The Tiamat
the Titans choose? Do they choose to go first pick?
Is not necessarily what has won the Titans all of their games. And as you already say, Paul being the GOAT that he is, it's kind of going to pop off regardless. Give him some time, give him some space, and he's going to find damage no matter what. Worth noting, though, in like
Thanks, Bevan Bar review.
when their backs are
No
against
shot
the
on
wall,
a slot.
Paul's back is against the wall. He'll pull out things like the Scylla. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls out something crazy like the Thoth. And
That's what I would think,
really
Polina.
hard in the early game. Maybe if this goes to game 5, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. We get to see a little bit of spice from Paul.
Now they got to take a leap over it. Only one
Inbound's good on Desky as he's great.
It's not been 4 games.
Being on a your calzone.
The very first one, the Oni Warriors lost in 3, and none of them have made it to 5. I know a lot of people for finals
slowly.
are begging for a 5 game. Of course, now you're rooting for the Leviathans if that's what you want.
Nah, it doesn't really work that well, does it? I was thinking like elbows together, booba. Not really. Oh, my nipples are. Don't look at them. Don't look at them, chat.
And that's where things get a little more interesting.
It's none of your business.
You've mentioned it a few times, Bobby, that in picks and bans,
Aurora not smiling quite as much as he was before.
they're top 2 for the
Looking a bit more dialed in.
Just phenomenal picks each time.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by this because I think for the most part, even though the Leviathans may have outdrafted a little bit, I think their comp was still really good.
No,
and they
Lois
played the comp
Pixie.
here perfectly.
You cannot.
I'm surprised that they didn't do this, and I wonder what they are going to be banning now to maybe get first pick value here.
Yeah, I think bans are going to see a large shift.
Elbows together in front?
Find themselves in the first
How the fuck does that work? Then my arms are in the way.
What they're going to prioritize pretty high up, but
Elbows behind your back, 100%
in
is.
that first pick selection, and that kind of maintains the exact same strategy.
Yeah, I've got to have lights on. I don't want people straining their eyes. I think it's really bad for you.
If I had to guess,
Anytime I see somebody streaming in the dark, I tell them to get a light on.
the Titans are in a
I like
position
it.
where they do have a 1-game buffer here, so they're not.
Put your elbows to your belly button.
About this one, Ardio, Kepri removed.
My arms get in the way. Ow! I'm pulling them. Oh, how am I pulling muscles now? This is just too much for me.
For the Leviathans,
Becoming a problem.
now in the second pick position, maybe feel like they have a little bit more room to play with.
I don't have a whiteboard, sorry, just babies. Maybe I should write it on the mirror. Maybe I should have got some like mirror safe pen. That could have been big.
Was one bad ult from Aurora. And
On the front and push those bad boys up. It doesn't work for me. Oh, like that maybe? Like that. Ah, like that?
Yeah, I mean,
okay. Ow!
kind of when it's super.
I'm pulling a muscle every time I do anything. Shock reveal.
The ult, I don't remember who was very low, and he ulted the person right next to them, and it threw off the fight very badly because
I saw that. It was he missed the ult and it hit layers instead. I think it was. Was it layers and Cyclone were next to each other?
Perfect first 2 games and perfect up until that point.
Push from under. I'm pulling a muscle every time I do it. Sacred.
Well, this is where things get
Oh,
interesting.
you're delayed. You're on mobile, I reckon.
Mifflin had mentioned earlier were the first 2 bans. Titans go for Terra.
Thank you for telling me, though.
Go back to the Odin. That leaves open.
I'm learning. Not even wearing socks? Well, they're just very long socks with lots of holes in them.
TMI, I mean, all of these picks.
Isn't that what stockings are?
Gilgamesh, like, I can keep going.
I don't know,
There's a lot of
Marco.
good
I'm
guns
finished.
available.
I did pull a muscle putting my leg behind my head earlier as well.
I think the thing right now is
On my
there's
other stream.
2 very, very strong gods that have dictated games so far, and it's Artemis and Hell. And I assume they're going to look for a trade, but now it's up to the Titans to see what they value more.
You couldn't see the pantyhose? Oh, you couldn't see them?
Topped off with yesterday, or the Hell, which Shinto has shown he hard carries games with. And I think they will go towards the Hell because Zap has not really performed as well as Cyclone has on that Artemis, so I think it's a trade they're willing to take. But let's see what they do.
I think the Titans take the Artemis, man. Maybe we get to
Leviathans, what are they going to ban? Hell.
If there's any more money, well, they have to go towards the Artemis. Take
Artemis
that
first
right
pick
now.
for the
Artemis, I bet
Titans
they-
or no?
Yeah, they're 100% going to take the Artemis. It's just the best pick out.
Mifflin is trying to recoup some of that money. Yamoja, and hey, guess what? It was the Hell.
He is paying, agreed.
Erlang Shin
Too much for me.
Available for the first time this set. Heimdall available for the first time.
Fucking another Erlang Schlong first pick for layers. Okay.
Can I take that bet about the Artemis?
Oh, no, it's too late, man.
Erlang.
Yeah, Erlang.
My hair keeps getting caught behind me.
Not been allowed to play this pick as of yet, but now finally gets some early game aggression.
But it had been mentioned that Zapman's Artemis isn't as good as.
My hair keeps getting caught behind me when I do that. He's bald?
Yeah, so Bobby takes the credit for that one.
Wait, look.
And Zapman likes to play Heimdall, like, and it's available for him. I don't know that they
Stressing me out, dude.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is just a brilliant play.
She's bald.
Now give them that 2v2 pressure, which we have been talking about. The thing so far is in this set, they haven't been drafting.
One of my nuts is going to pop out? No way.
So they've kind of just been picking
Artemis Kabrakin. So is Kabrakan considered a counter to Artemis because of the root immunity, perhaps? Or maybe the root immunity to Erlang is strong as well? Fascinating by the Leviathans.
One of her worst matchups is that Kabrakan.
Oh, Bobby agrees. Oh, it's one of the worst. Oh, root immune because of. Oh, you can immune the. Yeah, you can't root him.
Matchups that have similar facets. The Ymir is still available. The Titans could go there if they want to be able to wall off.
Fucking Bobby, man.
It is a little bit of mobile, so
everyone's copying me today.
Hit level 5 first,
Ow.
to shut her down, but that wall is so strong inside of the team fight. Not just strong against Artemis, but also against Kabrakan. Makes it. He's got a very telegraphed engage. Pops the one, starts walking directly at you. Like
Kepri Odin Hell.
Maybe I just drop a wall.
Tiamat's still open for Paul if he wants it.
More about this. Why don't you think the
Ram comes through.
I mean, I think the Artemis is fine. I just wanted to specify that Cyclone's Artemis was hard carrying games yesterday. And we have not seen that from Zap. But I do think taking away the Artemis with the Zap, and because
I am a real nurse right then.
He hasn't shown that want to play it. It's the Rama, the Artemis,
Tiamat, Ram.
and he goes towards the Rama over the Izanami.
Yeah, Rom's selection is interesting. If you go up into the air, you're landing.
Alright, unfold. That's not cool.
If you go up in the air,
Don't be sexist.
for a while, you might be landing into a trap and then having another trap dropped on you. You can get locked down for a very long time inside of this matchup. If Cyclone Spin falls behind against Zapman, Zapman is going to dominate this lane. That is how strong this matchup is for Artemis from ahead. Kind of similar to Danzaburo. Start winning, win way harder.
A lot of wild shakeups. I mean, admittedly, the Rama Tiamat is not too different for the Titans, right? I mean, they ran that earlier today, so it's not too outlandish.
Fenrir is the pick for the Leviathans. Wrong you back to that, you would assume.
Helps pick that up. But with Tiamat,
in my mouth,
Poseidon,
calzone pizza.
Like the most early game scrap heavy. Is that like still slowed down, or is layers enough?
I mean, it's
sure, Pierre. Let me come fix it for you.
They could pick for the 2v2 and go like
XT ban, Gilga ban, Leviathans. What are they going to choose to get rid of? A support for Aurora? Serb?
How much do they want to win that? Or
Probably don't want to go Ares here if you're Aurora. It's going to be a pretty bad pick. Where could he go?
I would argue that Erlang Shen and Tiamat together is actually pretty strong in the 2v2. Sure, Tiamat not that strong in her
Angel Dead.
but you're following up off of a pin, off of a knock-up from the turtle form. All you need from your Tiamat is a little bit of damage, and Erlang Shen builds enough time that you can charge up that first ability and a follow-up stun.
Paul played Tiamat all game so far. Yes, he did.
This is a very threatening 2v2 for the Titans.
You got no chicken in your chicken Alfredo. Get your fucking money back, man. The great. That's not cool. I'm playing.
Well, checking in on the bans here in Phase 2. Xing Qin, as well as the Cerberus, taken out by the Leviathans. Gilgamesh.
I sure can, Chef Kepri. As long as you res me if something goes wrong. Osiris does come through for the Leviathans. You've got to assume this is going to be Fen support, Kabrakan solo, Osiris jungle, is what I would expect.
I hope they give it to Yarkor, man. That's all I'm going to say.
They got the Kabrakan.
Kabrakan can jungle. Panatom, I'm not sure, has played it in the past maybe once. My memory is not...
Hell's banned? Yeah, Hell's been banned every game.
Kabrakan jungle is easy to execute.
Osiris wasn't horrible. It wasn't great, though. Gilga definitely looked better. Fafnir is the pickup for Aurora and the Titans. And what is their final pick here? They need a solo lane god for Benji. Where does he go in game number 5?
I don't know if that's like, I don't know if you
What's
really
open?
said anything unique there. Like, your core just seems to be really good.
RTO is gone. Ching Chan's gone. Serb's gone.
I mean, a couple of times
Yorm time? Herc time?
I mean, he has been and was at one
Hercules is correct. There it is.
Now they get a Hercules as well, Bobby. They're rounding things out with a interesting draft for us.
I think this Titans comp is like got everything they need. They have good dive, good pressure in most lanes. They have safety measures for the lane.
I do like this Titans comp as well. I'm feeling Titans right now. Let's see if Shinto can change my mind with his last pick. Is it going to be Merlin? That's what you would think. Morgan Le Fay open if he fancies it. Not great here, though. Merlin is Harvard. Chef Capri, thanks for the T1. Welcome. The hashtag Nation, welcome to my heart. Double Fizz Shroud, run at Blues. Yeah, it could definitely be strong. We'll see. Prediction up. We do predictions after picks and bans are done. Take a deep breath.
Admittedly, it's not one that I'm like, oh my god, he's going to carry the game, and oh my god, it's a detriment. Like, it's Shinto. He's playing a mage. He's going to do really well.
And there it is.
Mifflin, how are you feeling about the Leviathans draft?
Titans in blue. Levi, Jeans in pick. 5 minutes for who will win game number 4. Are we going to a game 5, or is this ending here? Are the Titans taking it? Someone else already did it, I guess.
by like 10 minutes.
Surely it's on the right side. Levi jeans are in blue. No, I'm canceling it. I'm canceling it.
The Leviathans do hit the ground running.
Sorry, Pixie.
Absolutely pop off with this composition, especially around.
I already said it the wrong way.
The seething howl, the
Who wins game number 4? Will it be the Tatans
all survive like
or the Levi jeans?
Now, I mean,
Blue for the Titans, red for the Levi jeans.
like
Predictions come through.
that it should theoretically and based on what we've seen in the past be
It feels like GG for me.
been the go-to every
I tried to be helpful. You do great, Pixie. I appreciate you.
SPL was playing it a lot alongside a Finrare and Osiris. It seems like there's going to be a lot of frustrating.
Yeah, I think I don't really mind the Cabrakan. I think the Cabrakan kind of gives a lot of what they want. It's a good match.
Hey, gobble. One second here, lady.
Pretty safe against him. He can kind of.
Let me gobble this, and then I'll hey gobble.
He's tanky for the Erlang. I really think it just comes back to this Osiris. What can Panatom get off to?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it does rely on the dual lane also. Because they don't have this pressure everywhere, the Cabrakan kind of loses to that Hercules, a lot of CC. Cabrakan can't really play that aggressive. It's really up to Ronnie, Zap, get out to that early lead, not necessarily by kills, by at least pressuring out, getting
Twig Hage Titan Straff, really? Why?
That is one of the most big things in this game.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Just making sure, again, that your early game is looking strong. And there is still flex potential here. Fenrir, maybe not having the most, but could go jungle, could go support, even
I gotta gobble, Pixie. Cam. It's time to gobble.
Cabrakan could go jungle, could go solo, could go support. Osiris, maybe everything besides support as well. How do you think this one lines up, Bobby? Where are you putting these gods?
I mean, just from what you've seen so far, I think you have to throw the Fenrir in support. I think it's almost guaranteed. And then you see the Cabrakan is going to be solo, Osiris jungle. Panatom has shown that want to play the Osiris.
That makes things interesting, though, like, because the Hercules locked in, and that's after all of those others are locked in. So you have to imagine they did that with the mindset of it going up against Cabrakan.
How are the predictions?
Like a better matchup versus Cabrakan, or is he just?
We got 48% Titans, 52% Leviathans, 250k on Leviathans from legit mark, 71k from the Iron Frere. On to Tartans.
Cabrakan Tremors almost instant proc Herc passive, and it's hard to trade into Herc passive almost all the time. Cabrakan also is going to be getting tossed around.
Tastes good? Not really. That one kind of hurt my mouth a little bit. Big mouth or small hands? Wouldn't you like to know, Krakito?
That Benji likes because he did pick it. He went
They give up Tiamat again? Well, they just beat it.
Assuming that he thinks the Cabrakan is solo.
Did a lot of damage, but Merlin did a lot of work in the late game. A lot of work in the late game for sure. But can they get there this game? That's the question. Can they get there? No RTO this time.
When Layers has been able to scoop it up. And like, you know, we had talked about it earlier, maybe the 2v2 is not quite as deadly because you have the Tiamat right beside you. But every other phase of the game seems like it's going to be really, really solid for the Titans.
Yeah, I'm expecting great things from Layers out of the jungle, man. This guy has been performing on
Your problem, Shlee. My hands are... I don't think my hands are small.
I mean, he's been an initiator. Occasionally, he's just been the sole winner of your team fights. Like,
pretty normal size.
He does it all on his own. Keep your eyes on this Erlang Shen in the early game, and maybe not pre-5, maybe around the time he finishes up that Ichabel, he does generally like to go there first with this build. That's generally the time he starts to hit his pace as well. I'm expecting great things from the Erlang, and he's got great pieces behind him.
Are you flirting with me, Sadie?
And it's all he's ever had to do with this team is make sure that Paul
There's more like,
is looking good.
Can you fit your hand in a Pringles can?
He's going to drop like 42,000 damage in like 30 minutes.
No.
And
are you flirting with me? Something like that. Lower camera? A little quick camera lower.
Already said that Paul's going to do 40,000 damage no matter what pick you put him on. He's gotten the Tiamat 4 games in a row. Some people, if you say that in the middle of phase 2, they think you're absolutely insane. The Titans need to win it right here, or the Leviathans are going to punch back one more time. We'll find out here in game number 4.
One game at a time continues for the Leviathans into game 4. The Tartarus Titans just need one more, and they've got 2 games at most to do it. You just need one more here. And Aggro, I have to admit,
I kind of look like I have bazungas because of that hair.
Look,
oh my god, look at those things.
Against this very same Tiamat.
I should get on what if I wear this outfit and we jump on Omegle?
And I think pretty telling.
Surely I could do that on stream and nothing would go wrong.
Hey, you have to, man. Hell has just looked nigh unstoppable this whole weekend. So I think the Leviathans, if you're going to leave open one mage, I think they're right to leave open Tiamat instead of the Hell. Now, that doesn't mean that Paul is...
No, I definitely can't go on Omegle on stream, chat. Come on!
Sorry, probably still will. But I think that you've got to pick your poison. And some days, you gotta just beat the players with their best picks.
So many eligible backthrows, so
maybe
true.
It's like, oh, the name of the movie's escaping me, but there's the guy who's like drank enough a little bit of poison all his life that like he has a natural immunity built up. The Leviathans have played against this Tiamat so much this set.
Layers gets them both. Layers doesn't get either of those mids, rather. Panatom gets both of them.
They've at least figured out
On his signature pick, the
a
Osiris.
little bit as far as not losing the
Gotcha, left.
1,000 damage is a whole nother conversation that we'll have to revisit as this game goes on. Shinto looked great.
I've never seen the Princess Bride. It is supposed to be good though, right? Nice damage from Wrong You and Zapman onto Cyclone Spinner. Aurora walking up. Will hit the stun.
Enabling this team to go back to the style they clearly think suits them the best. I mean, when you come into a best of 5 and you've got all data.
Shame the Leviathans win last game, Joey. Game 3.
What you're going to do when you go back to back. There it is. Thank you, Dave.
Slayer's lost his Erlang yet? I'm not sure if he has on this team, no.
That's what you think is best for you and your team. Enabling that.
Maybe against the Kings in that one loss they had? I don't think so, though.
From the Tartarus Titans. What it was
I wouldn't describe myself as anything. Parkour. We'll get beat up a little bit here by Benji. Jump in. It doesn't connect onto Cyclone. The 3 does connect from Zap. Maybe they should have gone in the other order there.
You get Benji on a high-octane playmaking solo laner like Hercules. I'd argue you could say similar things about Yarkor on this Kabrak, and both have opted for
There's no beads. I like that. Alpha goes for the blink.
But damage and team fight takeover potential, maybe at an all-time high for as far as this set has gone here in the solo lane.
Definitely not the Guardians. Who
was Capri Bandit was Tom, yeah.
A whole lot else that we've kind of seen up until this point. Much more aggressive options.
I wasn't banking, not at any point. Oh, damage onto Zap. Cyclone trading pretty well here. How are the pots looking? 2 pots left for Zapman. Only a multi-pot left for Cyclone, so he is slowly getting poked out in this lane. Doesn't have too much sustain left over. Wrong you. Doing good work, but he's out of pots, and Fafnir just popped one, still has another one in hand, so sustain looking good for Zap on the ADC side, looking good for Wrong you. For Aurora, rather, on the support side. Words are so hard, apparently.
A bit more clearance here.
But it's the first time, maybe all set, that the Leviathans have had significant lane pressure over here in duo. I mean, think back to the Izanami Kepri. Like, that is crazy.
Was Gilga banned?
Guaranteed.
He was banned bottom 2.
So definitely a bit
What lane do I play? I play support mostly, Saffron. Last time I played comp, I played support. And I played ADC in comp before as well. I've been a coach. I was an ADC first, then I was a coach, then I was a support.
Positioning as if he could, because of all the pressure the Leviathans had, didn't want to give them a free.
But I'm pretty comfortable in all roles. I've played a lot of every role.
I think jungle's going to be interesting to follow.
From subbing scrims and stuff like that. Who's a better late game, Ram or Art? It's pretty close. It really depends on how the team fights are going. I know that's a bit of a cop-out answer, but you know, if you're diving, Ram's going to be the better god. If you're getting dived, Artemis is going to be better. What role did I play when I soloed adapting? I was playing Zhongqi ADC.
To impact this game in similar ways. Do you think the power curve of both looks somewhat similar?
Team am I joining next year? No team.
Yeah, somewhat similar.
I'm retired.
So Osiris less about outright.
Who's the best coach sub solo laner? Solo. I don't know. That's probably me. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Someone like an Erlong Shen, but Erlong brings that burst of CC.
Skirmish in, and it's Layers.
Ro, on the other hand, Ro is the GOAT. Layers gets ulted, no beads, as we mentioned earlier, and he gets absolutely exploded. Cyclone spin, up into the sky he goes, will land down, no trap there, but there's the slow from Panatom. Jump in from Rongyu. Beads are used by Cyclone, but he gets out, and now Paul's here, but so is Shinto. Jump in, Paul goes dog mode, and he's starting to bark up a storm here. Shinto puts the damage out, burns him down. Aurora will go out of his ult. Will he survive? Is the I was going to say his mannequin's enough. It doesn't even have to be enough. Suppress the insolent. And he says, down, boy, down, dragon. Falls down. 2 dogs. I don't know what I was saying there. The Levi jeans are in there. We might be getting a game 5, chat.
Maybe the most impactful support in the league is
5 coaches and 1 pro as coach.
So that'll write that one off.
Who would be in the team?
Rongyu has not been able to impact these fights as much as he normally does. That is the type of play that I expect from him, where Layers feels like he's setting the trap, but it was Ronnie's trap all along. Picks him up right away, no beads, for Layers on this Erlong.
Layers not going beads? Yeah, I mean, I respect it a lot. Sometimes you feel like you've got to go it because you've got to be the playmaker for your team. That's what Layers has felt like here. He feels like he needs to play the map, he needs to control things, he needs to be able to engage for his team in this early mid game and get them off to a good start. But the fight has not gone his way.
Is the word I'm looking for, pushing us on to a game number 5 here. Interesting.
Might be a solid team. Put Slaney mid, Kabam ADC, Rose solo, me support, Cherry jungle. That'd be pretty solid. If we count Cherry, that's kind of OP though. Have I ended up like this? This is just how I dress, Marco.
Just making sure he's as tanky as possible right up front. His team's got plenty of damage. I mean, Merlin plus Artemis.
Surely Ro ADC? The Roman Gander is cracked. Boobaban Tommy.
Devastating to say the least for someone like an Erlong who doesn't have.
And Kabam used to be an ADC.
Was unable to play for how long?
Maybe one day,
on
Saffron.
that fight, I mean, just got Ragnaroked into board.
Where would Tigress play? I don't know. She could play Osiris, maybe? Pretty good with the chops, isn't she? Why is Hark the Shark so far behind? He's not. Was he far behind in XP? Oh, it's quite a lot of XP. Yeah, 45 XP per minute or so.
I'm not offended by Thieves first.
I'll help out the rest of the team as well. Greater Scorpion picked back up by Layers. This
Kabam's pretty good. Yeah, Kabam's a good player.
So that'll open up a Gold Fury a bit later on, where both of the junglers are. I always like talking about whether it's Ikavale, Stone Cutting Sword, something like
Cannibalize the attack speed reduction of Mannequin. I have no idea.
Shred that objective early is there, especially with what we saw for the Leviathans. They love playing around Shinto as far as the entire game goes. But on these early objectives, this Merlin
Shows your tits?
can make a
Behave yourself, Hamza. I know you're a sub. You can't treat me that way. Pubs after this? Well, yeah, it depends how late this goes. But I might play a Neath game after this, or maybe a quick Neath speedrun, if I can get the Conquest game going fast. Coaches vs pros? Coaches vs casters, I think, would be way better. I think coaches would win pretty comfortably, but it would be fun.
That means someone is susceptible, and it's Layers. So I'd expect the Rongu to start hunting that enemy jungler in his side, because they're the same level right now. Rongu is in
Tyrannical plate him for hardcore. Yeah, we've seen Tyrannical a fair amount in this tournament. Pretty good item right now.
I don't think you can afford to let him get to level 12 with one.
Does Smash by Dolson IRL and in game? I could take him in both.
Rongu jumps into the mid lane here. Paul jumps out of the mid lane here. And so you look back to that earlier skirmish aggro. 3 kills for the Leviathans, 1 for the Titans.
But you could maybe have aggro, Mifflin, Taco. You could probably put Hindu in there. He's a decent support player.
And it's Paul and Cyclone Spin for their troubles of.
Well, Taco's pretty good, Snowies, for sure. Mifflin used to play comp. Pubs is in the bars? Oh, right. No, I'm not in there.
Small differences in moments like this that
oh, here's the dive onto Zapman. The ult comes through. Rongu tries to turn it around and looking for it still. There is the Fafnir ult. This will get turned around, or will it? Cyclone surely gonna fall. There comes the Suppress the Insolent. He says, bad boy, bad. Down he goes. There's the ult from Panatom. Beads from Aurora. Should be enough to get him out, but here comes Rongu. Brutalize comes through and Panatom secures it with the Spirit Flail.
In game 5.
Just not enough ward coverage for the Titans.
Blueberry Pancake, thanks very much for the prime.
That roll in from Cyclone, he has to know that he's going to eat a board to the nose right away. I mean, Zapman, of course, is going to drop that as soon as humanly possible. And without any sort of ward coverage...
I mean, like, deformed, Danny? I think he probably thought he would have died to be deformed.
They don't realize that a big rotation is
or who do you mean? Cyclone, maybe? I'm not sure.
It would have been bad enough. That would have been a 1-for-0. But with Panatom on the way as well, I don't know if Panatom went through mid or not, but clearly the Titans weren't aware.
Here we go. They did say Zapman's been involved in a lot of reverse sweeps. Joe from New York, thanks for the prime. The hashtag connection moment to my heart. Hope things are going well for you in New York. If you're still there. Or wherever you are, I hope things are going well for you.
A little bit closer to yes after the way that this game has started off. 2-0-3.
Well, Fenn's had a pretty good phase overall, honestly. I feel like I'm going to move the cam back up now, chat, for any Twitch staff coming here.
Because think about where the Titans have done so well, and it's with Cyclone Spin. Now
Benji will beads out there, and so will survive hardcore. Just being looked up, Panatom rotated over, and for once, I mean, game 1 and game 2. Game 1 especially, this was the opposite of how it was going. Leviathans were just getting run around the map. They were never anywhere on time. Anytime they showed up somewhere, it seemed like they were losing the fight. before they even arrived.
in a position to really
Now they're looking good.
But
it's the opposite now. Titans are starting to look like they're the ones showing up late to things.
Step up and consistently toss threes on your lane opposition and annoy them that way.
Oh, and it's so fun to do that.
It is really fun to do that. It is very easy to
Nice cosplay, thanks, Avis.
Watch out for how many wards Zap is placing, where they are, and if
Surely get free drinks in that outfit? Yeah, maybe. I can see myself wearing this for my stag do, if I ever get married.
His vision chart here.
It would go well.
On that Harpy on the Titans side of the left side of the map. So actually a nice arc of war
203 and he's behind.
on up the left side. So Zapman
I thought for a second he had like a short sword there, but it's a tier 2 Witchblade.
Especially if the rest of the team knows where Layers is. That's going to give Zapman the credence to walk just a little bit further forward.
I did get 2k at the start of the season as well, like start of phase 1. Maybe I was getting view botted then though, I don't know. Yeah, we're pogging off. Thanks everybody for turning out. Cool. Any caster that plays solo? I don't think so. I'm not cab 3ing the bed.
Layers has now gotten to level 10 without suffering an additional death.
I think Layers needs beads at 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Against Artemis Fenrir, are you kidding me?
Well, Wrong You is
Here goes Wrong You, finds Layers, picks him up, but this one doesn't look so good. There's the damage from Shinto, but will it be enough? The up-down is there from Panatom, so no heal will come through. Paul takes half his HP from Shinto. Benji, though, starting to do good work, gets a 2-man pull and a 3-man push. Benji goes absolutely crazy on him. Paul, though, still in trouble, and there's the damage from Shinto, still pumping out the damage in this fight. Benji has maybe single-handedly brought his team back into this game, but here comes Zapman. Looks like he'll settle for just this speed buff. Aurora being chased. There's the slow from Shinto. Nice job. Beads. Not beads from Hardcore. That was enormous by Benji.
And you get 1 kill for it. You only get 1. Now, it still trades you 1 for 1. It keeps Layers actually ahead.
Oh, there's the ult. Aurora actually beats another 2-man pool. Zapman in trouble. Leviathans did get Pyro. There's the stun onto Benji, and Benji started to be in trouble. Shinto flickers forward, misses the force bolt, looking for some O's, and will eventually get it. Hardcore secures the kill. Disengage coming through. Here comes Paul, looking to go dog mode on him about now. Gets the slow onto Hardcore. There's the damage. Paul just constantly getting hit by this Merlin too, it feels like.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
He gets killed.
Eclipse? Is that what it's called?
My man hits what, like 4 people and 2 Earthbreakers?
Sorry, Benji, we're gonna look at it again. I think
Oh my god.
I like the option from him here to try and just make sure.
Throws the boulder. Doesn't he miss the boulder? I totally missed the boulder.
Detail from Panatom.
Oh, the 180.
And then crazy the rock. That is
Benji. That ended up turning around.
My father.
That fight. My heart goes out to Benji in that moment. You set up a fight like that, you're for sure that your team is running away with it. And then it's the fallout after that where the Leviathans even further their advantage. They get Pyro, they add another kill.
He's so good.
Himself. And so ends up not feeling great for the Tartarus Titans. Doesn't
all onto Paul, no beads, caught out, will jump away, goes dog mode, but the tether is onto him. That stun will be coming through. Shinto looking for the kill. Good Aegis, there's the 2, there's the 1, and will it be enough? Shinto is putting out so much damage right now in every single fight. He's hitting priority targets with those arcane stance abilities every time. Oh my god, Benji. Cut that out. Somebody has to check him PC. He's Benji very good player, but that is not normally. Gold Fury pulled. Shinto is here, and so is Zap, though. Look at Zap. He's so aggressive right now.
The Gold Fury. Luckily, Zapman sent his onslaught of a lead early in this game, has just added that 1 assist around the right side map skirmish, and that's opened up Cyclone Spin to farm up a little bit and at least keep things even as far as levels go. Build immediately on map is going to be equal for both of the hunters as well. The Leviathans.
Can you set up breastplate? I guess he was worried about the Tiamat damage. Wanted to get some Magic Pro online early. Going double Magic Pro, actually Hardcore. Interesting. Hardcore is going to stack up the magical protection this game.
A lot worse 15 minutes in for the Titans.
Absolutely, especially
there it
after
is.
That dual lane skirmish and how well that went for the Leviathans. I mean, things have certainly stabilized now for the Tartarus Titans, and their team fight is scary.
Wrong you and Aurora battling it. I love supports, dude.
Farming damage, baby. Most supports don't get the
Wrong you's giving it up.
do this all that often. It's,
Rip,
yeah,
dude.
once
Aurora
I'm
wins that one.
ruin things. Wrong you actually.
Paul's on the way.
No, he'll walk away. Paul is close by.
Gold Fury.
Gold Fury restarted by the Titans. Zapman has
Here it comes. Wrong you looking for it. Wants to contest. Will get reset. Jump is in from Wrong you. Does pick up layers. Gets the beads. Disengage comes through. And here is the pull again. How's your secure? Not there. Shinto drops his ice stance 2-1. And it's picked back up. And what are they going to do now? Cyclone needs to try and contest. Has the rage, so could do some big damage here, and he will. Wrong you starting to get melted. Here comes the damage from Hardcore, though. Round the back, catches out layers. No beads, does have the turtle. There is Shinto, though. Aurora did get into his ult. Here come the snipes. One snipe, two snipe. Huge damage from Cyclone Spin on all three snipes. Good beads from Hardcore. And he's going to survive, and now a 4 versus 5, but they want the Gold Furies. Tartarus Titan step forward. Aurora down at about half. Paul will step forward the zone. Panatom looking to go here. You can see him zoning up, and Leviathans will steal it. There's Shinto. He's been here every moment of this game, every moment of last game.
54 damage. Yeah, that's just a tick of the Eclipse there from Shinto that puts it back in the Leviathan.
Shinto. Don't know about that. Don't know about that, chat. I also have no idea how loud I'm being because my earphones make me feel. I don't know. It's weird. It's not like wearing headphones.
Inching ever closer to a game number 5.
Takes your Gold Fury, then it takes your bitch. That's what they say.
Despite a discrepancy, we're at least able to put some pressure onto the Leviathans, but
very loud, massive. Nice hairy titties, by the way. Thanks. That's actually just the shadow of the chasm. I think you'll find. Finished your exam? Welcome, Cherry. It's been a fun set so far. Leviathans went 2-0 down, came back game number 3. They take it home after a long game. And game 4, they're in control.
Landing on his god pool right now. He just has been playing so well. As expected. I mean, this is what you expect from a guy of Shinto's caliber.
Games 1 and 2, the Leviathans definitely got draft diff though. But
every time
games 3 and 4.
Bracken walks towards you and is trying desperately to hit that stun and just unable to do so.
That's called
you look like Envy from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I don't know who that is.
That tracks. I'm with
it does not. P2's lane, I'm afraid. Zapman, 1v1 versus Layers. Layers looking for it. Here comes Paul. Jumps in. There come the snipes, and Zap surely will fall. Caught out. All alone. And meanwhile, Benji's all alone against 3. Here comes the damage. Will Benji get stunned out? Double stun. Nice job by Wrongu. But they're going to lose a tier 2. This is good for the Titans. Surely it is.
Pressure. They got it. This is theirs at this point. No shot anyone from the Leviathans can get here in time. And a much more valuable pick on the Zap. Benji he's the damage sponge at this point. He's going to continue to sponge whether or not he's super.
Pyromancer will be pulled up by Panatom. Has the ult here from Aurora. Paul looking to help him out, and Aurora should be safe here. Up down from Aurora, but doesn't get the stun. There's the disengage. Tier 2 has fallen though. Shinto now here to DPS this Pyromancer. Back to base will go Panatom, and that'll discourage the commit. Paul here to send damage over the wall.
To any further engagement here, Zapman will come back onto the map aggro with no beads for about a minute and a half. So it'll take a little bit.
Pyromancer gonna fall down here surely to Cyclone Spin. I mean, if we've seen an objective get stolen before, we might see it again. There's the ult from Aurora. Will catch Layers, but he's able to get out of there. Jump in from Wrongu. He will quickly 3 out though.
Have gotten what they came for, and they'll back off. And that gold lead was 2,500 shrunk. Right back down now to 1,000, if that, for the Atlantis Leviathan.
Envy from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, of course, Myrmidon. What are you, some kind of fake weeb? Right invade from Panatom. That's something.
Layers, even despite the CC chain, can set up for some damage from Cyclone from a distance, from Paul, who was able to help out. And then Zap is just toast without his relics. And as soon as that happens, the wave.
Thanks, Emerald. That's what I was going for.
Down that tier 2, and that's a big gold
the pirate one, yeah?
For the Titans, and Zap
favorite anime? Probably Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Good amount now at 19 minutes. So you're seeing how quickly things can turn for someone like that Artemis. Now that he's back and has his ultimate up and his beads coming up in 30 seconds or so, he could be in a good spot again, but he's got to be worried because Layers is hunting for him.
Layers is
Buttered toast.
Layers will not engage. Panatom was
Gravy.
kept things interesting. As far as build state goes for these hunters, we are the exact same, down to the individual.
I like
stack
the
on
bit where
right.
Ed eats his bed.
As we stand on map right now, the one level for Cyclone Spin is going to be the difference maker. But the avenue was clear for the Leviathans, and it was through Zapman, and how impactful one pick is when Zapman is left alone. Now, though, the Leviathans still have that small...
But Avatar? Is Avatar an anime?
The waters, muddier.
I have watched all of Avatar Last Airbender and all of Korra. Got stairs taken away? Classic.
Now in a power position. He's gotten the Ob Shard online as well as the Soul Reaver. Gold might not say exactly even aggro, but we might be there.
So far,
I've watched a decent amount of One Piece
great pressure on purification beads. That's what this comp does really well.
when I was like a teenager.
I'm gonna get your beads,
That's all I've got
low
though.
commit option like Kabrakan stun,
One Piece counts, right?
stun, and then I'm gonna be able to kill you with my Caledonian Boar, my Ragnarok. And that that stays good through the course of an entire game.
I like One Piece. There was a lot of it. Some of it was alright. It was pretty cool. They were killing each other with swords in there. I like that sword guy who had all the swords with the green hair.
Reset.
His name started with a Z.
90 seconds later. It's much more fast-paced. And so if the Titans can use their relics
Zoro,
well,
yeah.
namely Layers has the most pressure on his relics.
My goat. Only Fury. Surely you don't just do the Only Fury. They will. 2 objectives in a row now for the Titans. Hardcore getting low. Benji doing good work again, but Layers is stuck in another Kabrakan ult. Their clips, though, will not connect this time. Up into the sky. Here are the snipes. 1 snipe, 2 snipes. Zapman, 1 HP, will live this time, but Hardcore might not be so lucky. Where's the pull? Wrong you. Jumps out, blinked in on by Layers. There is the pin, but here is the damage from Shinto over the wall. It's not going to be enough. Cyclone will get Wrong you and the Gold Fury.
On that late game
Top net worth in the game is Cyclone Spin, has the rage, has...
so much better than this Artemis.
What's this item called again? The Dominance.
No relics coming into this fight. Shinto does have his.
FG, Hardcore already stepping up, has him back to base, surely. Has maybe 1 Chalice off active. Benji almost gets knocked up by fire, wastes his 1. Will that be significant? No, disengage comes through. Cyclone Spin is starting to swing though.
This is maybe the reasonable call for the Titans. As we've gotten an advantage, we are literally back to
no FG, Titans even now in this game, starting to grow into it. Do they outscale here? I don't know, it's hard to say.
Get our feet back underneath us.
Hard to say. I think it's going to come down to how the mages and how the ADCs play. The carries going to decide this one.
Clearly been Layers as the target for Yarkor.
Can Layers get to Zapman and kill him? We'll see.
Shift his way every single fight, but it's starting to not materialize as well. Shinto was a little bit too far away to put in the damage that he needed to. Got a little too scared from those snipes in the boulder coming from Benji. And if that play doesn't execute,
FG pulled. 23 minutes, so their DPS is not crazy on this. There goes the blink. I think Panatom blinked forward. Benji being looked at, but just has absolutely no fear, as Benji does. Kind of the way he plays. Zapman, no relics indeed. Yeah, beads down for a little while for Layers, which has got to be a worry if you're the Titans. Beads just coming back up now for Aurora. They've still got a little bit of time here, a little bit of space. Ankh upgraded, by the way, for Wrong You. It's an interesting pickup. They are going to try and use that onto Benji and blow him up, but I feel like he just doesn't die anyway.
Both hunters sitting at the same spot with their starters upgraded. Pretty important that a Magi is now completed for Layers, and Benji, who didn't go a starter item at all up until this point, gotten a
Pyromancer will go down for free. Benji working on a Boomba's hammer. That is going to be a scary prospect to deal with if you're the Leviathans. This guy has been absolutely nuts in this game. 0-2-2. But having a lot of impact whenever we see him in these fights. Hardcore being chased down. Benji looking for him. There's the slow. But the 1 does have that slow immunity for Hardcore, and he's going to walk away. Wrong you. Steps forward. Might look for something. Aurora could be the target here. Really not that tanky as Aurora, but it has the beads. So they'll probably leave Benji to do the majority of the frontlining here.
So for a moment, there's an advantage on map for the Tartarus Titans. They won't look to push this one any further. Look at map state here. Every single wave on map aggro have caught themselves right in the middle. No real pressure one way or another. So it's either going to require a big rotation from someone that
Benji should nearly have the gold he needs for that Boomba's hammer upgrade. Hardcore clears the FG ward, so people need to stick around fire here for the Titans.
Everyone has beads. A Magi's now completed for Layers. This is not the easy early
Layers' lowest damage in the game, 3.9k. Yeah, did take that early spill. Hasn't had a whole lot of impact since then.
As CC immunity, how well can he use it in order to pick up someone whose beads have already been forced? Those are going to be pretty critical things to watch in this Fireside dance, because the Leviathans, their engage is linear, to say the least. Their poke damage isn't great. You're really looking at just Merlin, and his poke damage isn't as good as Tiamat.
Aurora the Devil.
It's a little bit harder to compete with. The fact that Tiamat's main poke goes over the wall.
Can't D-ward Bracer? You can you?
Which would put him in pretty long cooldowns most of the time. Makes it kind of hard for him. And Rongyu has to be in the teeth of the Titans in order to really start to get a fight going. So does Yarkor, so does Panatom. Whereas the Titans, they have ranged hammer. They have
FG pull Paul. Puts a poke out onto Rongyu. Rongyu does. He has the HP 5 from Thieves, that's about it.
The Leviathans don't really have.
Teamat minions were in the mid lane here for Paul.
Which ball is that? I don't know, just someone from Amazon who's pretty cheap Ewans. Probably like the first one on Amazon. Bracer wards? Yeah, it does. New Bracer. Bracer of Radiance.
Real threat for the left side Phoenix of the Leviathans right now. Rongyu, this could...
Damage onto Rongyu. He jumps onto Paul. Will surely force out the beads. Yes, he will. Paul drops the tornado. Shinto, look at the space control from that Frost 2. There's the stun onto Benji. They might look for some damage. Zatman stepping up. This is all got to be on Shinto, man. He's doing so much work.
They just got CC immunity from a character who doesn't have it on demand.
Fire Giant restarted by the Tartarus Titans. Yarkor
engage from Hardcore, catches Cyclone. Cyclone down below half, will manage to roll away. Here comes Aurora's ult. Benji still frontline, he's still doing a lot of work. Snipes, gonna land onto Hardcore. Huge boulder damage. Zatman taking a lot, but Benji's starting to fall low. So is Layers, they're down below half. Here's the jump in. Rongyu going crazy here in this fight. Jumps in with a brutalize at this stage of game. No, he can't. But a huge eclipse by Shinto. He hits 3 people with that. And it's a 1 for 0, but there's Paul, he gets Hardcore. Zatman steps forward, can't do much.
Far forward, still has that Aegis, but has to be careful. All that damage, and the Leviathans only get 1, and it's traded. So it's really not too bad for the Titans, but look at the...
How are the relics looking? Shinto, I think, and Zatman. Still, shut up. Don't say battery low to me, earphones. Don't you do it.
And that's what Artemis does.
Now's not the time.
Let's not give credit to Zatman on that one, Dave. He just walked up and pressed 4, and the board did the work for him. It took a lot, yeah, I guess.
Zatman, both relics available. Shinto, both relics available. On the other side, you've got beads for Aurora, you've got Aegis for Cyclone.
That fight head on, they have to be advantageous here.
FG, hold. In goes Rongyu. That Magi's for Layers?
Used a Ragnarok, but found absolutely
Rongyu has just ulted for a Magi's. FG down below half. Who's going in? Round the back comes Panatom. He's looking for it. Gets the slow, but he's CC'd by Benji, and he's starting to get blown up. Cyclone takes a bit of damage. Benji will secure the kill. And FG, it's gonna be done. It's finished. Rongyu's gonna die. Shinto gets pulled. He gets sniped. Is that it?
Hits the last snipe. It's a minute on the death timers. The Leviathans only have 2.
I don't know what the Leviathans were doing, Dave. Panatom.
They're going left. They're doing the right thing. Yeah, they go left here. They end this game.
Who do you want to get? Because no one has beads, and his Ragnarok.
That's got to be done.
Nothing. He bit Layers. I believe it was as the Magi's came up. But that's still not your priority target. They've got to be pickier than that. They've got to find a better target than just the...
Cyclone's not there. Did he back?
The Tartarus Titans here. Zatman.
Why is he not there? Are they not ending? They're not ending. Yeah, you're right. Rongyu up in 8. Panatom up in 10.
And the Titans will look no further. Left side Phoenix is gone.
Cyclone just farming it up.
Tower might be the next target. But the Leviathans have not lost the game yet, but the Tartarus Titans have pulled the reins back.
Man, Benji has done so much.
It's not over. I thought it was done, chat.
Early game, flashy pickup and pulls. The fact that he got Shinto on the back end of that fight.
They get everything though. They get red, they get pyro, they get gold, they get the left Phoenix.
And ends up falling with it still available.
And now they just need to group up with this Fire Giant and push the solo side of the map.
Continues to make these big plays. and put himself in a position to put these backliners in bad spots on the other side.
Yeah, Benji is just straight nuts.
It just shouldn't be allowed for them against the composition the Leviathans have to not have beads and have a fight go that well.
Yep.
It just shouldn't happen. The
They're all back
Leviathans
now.
definitely needed to get a better engagement than that. And as you just said, they're all
It's just
up now.
awful by Rongyu. Rongyu just went in and all of the Magi's cloak. Like, what is he thinking? What is the plan there? Doesn't make any
Push out
sense.
this left side fire wave as far as you can. There's a mid lane Phoenix that could get looked at now by the Tartarus Titans. But likely you just whittle down the last bit of defense that the
Magi's
Leviathans
just
face
came up,
has.
did it?
That
Oh, really?
passive was activated in game 4, but might be deactivated here. Or in game
That is
3.
tough. If that is what happened, that is tough. You gotta give them a break on that one. Draugr gonna be secured here, but they'll see. They'll see that this Draugr is secured. They know that people aren't here. They're too late. Phoenix is gone.
Keeps the Leviathans in the hopes for a game 5.
Draugr for Phoenix. Thank you very much.
Gone with no pressure.
Save the
from
Titans.
Leviathans. Draugr buff did more than any of the Leviathans did on the right side. And now one Phoenix stands.
It wasn't even just one of them. There were two of them doing Draugr. Two of them.
I don't mind this call. Just reset real quick. Make sure we're as strong as can be. Grab this red buff for Cyclone. Allow him to have that extra damage. But
Whoa,
Shinto!
Oh, no, that could end the
Shinto
game.
called out by Benji. Here come the snipes. 1, 2, 3, all connect, but the Aegis is there from Shinto. Mid Phoenix will fall, though all 3 Phoenixes gonna be down. Off of Shinto getting called out by Benji once again. Rongyu goes back towards the fountain. Zap still alive, but Rongyu has fallen. In goes Hardcore, and it looks like the beginning of the end. Here comes the damage onto Panatom. He will disengage. Patient stuff. Oboe hitting from Zap. He turns around, doesn't get stunned, steps forward, avoids the pool with the beads, but there goes another relic.
Not quite yet.
No
They
ult
can't
for
get
Zap.
the Titan quite yet. Fire still up for 35. No wave. For the
They gotta
Titans.
go.
By the time a fire wave gets here,
They gotta go.
there'll only be a few seconds remaining on that FG, so they've got to make a choice.
I said leave, and they do not. The Tartarus Titans are still here.
Here comes the damage. Shinto has to be the target. Shinto has to do it all. Zapman in trouble. Paul jumps on his further teammate and puts him into the ground. Hardcore will join him. Lears is down, but Paul's still alive, and Paul ends out the game. Tartarus Titans win the
Performance
playoffs.
from the Titans. Can you believe a team that no one thought was doing anything positive as recently as a couple of weeks ago makes one.
Wait, can I be
change,
Benji?
And all of a sudden,
I want to be
they
Benji,
are
not Cyclone.
Right there and locked
I'm
in.
Benji.
Look at Aurora. He looks like he just got an extra
Yeah, me
nugget
again.
in his Happy Meal. That's as happy as he looks. You know, I'm sitting there. I'm like, yeah, I got a little bit more.
Congratulations,
My man
Titans.
just won Phase 2 playoffs, but this team is so locked in and understands what they're playing for.
Yep.
So many veterans, so many world championships on this roster. This is just step 1 for the Tartarus Titans. They've got their
What
eyes
a
on
win.
the hammer.
What a performance this tournament by the Titans. Man, oh
How
man.
confused we were
Taco
by how slow
is the
that
GOAT.
team started. Yep. This is why.
How was
This is
Taco
why.
predicted that?
Players have played a big impact. There have been some changes, but effectively,
Does she
that's the
tweet it?
roster
Surely
that we
she's
were
tweeted.
thinking would be top 3. They would be one of the top teams. It took a while to get there. But
Let's have a look.
Tartarus Titans, they're here. They're here.
Taco.
They struck Vader in the Phase 2 playoff finals. Tartarus Titans take this
what's
one in
it?
4 over
The-
the Atlantis Leviathans. That's it for aggro.
Guest?
We'll go to a break. The desk will take us.
Taco? There she is. Taco no scriptwriter. Maybe she's taken over. Who gets MVP? Do you gotta give it to Benji? I think you gotta give it to Benji, maybe. Layers was really sick in the final, but I feel like I would give it to Benji. Benji was so good the whole tournament. I don't think Benji likes interviews. So got the outfit on? Yeah, the outfit stays on during sex. Yo! Farah! Thank you very much for the host. Hope you had a great stream. Hi, Farah viewers. I'm Hayzer. Hola. Don't worry about it. Hola. How are you all doing? Hope you had fun watching the games. I had fun for sure. Benji was good every game? Yeah, Benji was MVP for me, I think. Will I dance? I don't know if I can dance. Yeah. Tell him you have the Neath outfit on just for him, and he'll come. Need to tell you I've dressed up just for you, so you come do the interview. Power rankings, they've gone rang. They've gone rang. I'm half sick, so voice is fucked, but okay. Massive. We'll call you after official X. Okay, we got Benji interview. We got Benji interview. Neath cosplay? Yeah, I'm dressed up as the nurse Neath skin. I don't know if you've seen the nurse Neath skin. Let me get it up for you all, chat. Let me get it up for you all. Neath nurse diagnosis. Don't worry about that. Got these on. Got the hat. Ready to go. Mirror image? Don't look in the mirror. You're not allowed to look in the mirror. Shut up, Pixie. You saw nothing. It's the fucking... It's honestly, like... These panties they gave me with it are just unbelievable. They're literally like... They don't cover anything. I don't know what they're supposed to do. Don't tell me the battery's low. Earphones. Am I cold? No, I'm pretty warm actually. But no, yeah, I'm cold. I'm freezing. I'm shrinking like crazy. Oh...
Gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Can I do the Neath dance? I already did that. I'm not doing it again. I'm just not good enough at it. I can't handle it. I did. I changed the sheets especially, yours. Where's the wine? Yeah.
Hey there, Smite fans. Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible.
Press my elbows together.
I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level.
Ow, I'm pulling a muscle every time I do anything, man.
They're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on.
It does look kind of good like this, huh?
I'm excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best.
1K viewers just dropped out again, not surprising. It's the end of the set, plus a lot of Spanish-speaking people.
Not only will these be
probably not interested in looking at this ugly mug.
But Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is.
Wait, has anybody got the clip?
Now let's get
of the dance? I'll show the clip, but I won't do it again. That's all I'm saying.
Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
Neath dance for Benji as MVP. If he asks me to do it, I'll do it. That's all I'm saying.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores.
I think he's gonna say it. Surely he says it.
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What?
I thought it was fun. I thought this was a better tournament than Phase 1 playoffs.
Of DDR4 RAM.
It was a lot of fun.
You can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
I think he's gonna say it.
And one of the hottest.
Nobody DM Benji. Don't tell him.
World, an NVIDIA GeForce 30.
Surely he says it this time.
insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Ultra, of course.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitor.
Man, when I load in the
Out of the way, man.
bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited.
Surely he says it for the last one of the phase.
Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And
My hair's gone a bit of a mess here. And sort it out.
I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike,
He's gonna say it.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
An alien! An alien! Games this weekend. And that's all it takes to go from 5th seed to Phase 2 playoff champion, as it turns out. But of course, you have to remember that they were playing on these beautiful Aurora Ryzen R10 desktops from Alienware, and that you too can get one by going to smitegame.com/Alienware and make sure you use code SMITEAW on checkout to make sure you get those discounts. Also follow them on Instagram and Twitter @Alienware, and go to alienwarearena.com in order to sign up for to join their global community and sign up for giveaways and more. So thank you once again to Alienware for being the title sponsor here for the SPL, and thank you for the Titans and the Leviathans for a great final set. Gore once again joined for what will be the last time by Inbound and Mifflin. Well, like for today.
Yeah, this is actually the announcement.
Yeah, so Mifflin,
you're out of here.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe you go find a team to get that that win-loss up or whatever it was.
I literally have the exact same amount of game wins as you, and I played for 1 split.
This is what happens when you and Aggro. I think Mifflin's just contrarian to people. Now that I'm thinking about it, he just likes to fight.
Why? He started it.
You did this on waiting.
He started it, Mom.
Either way, the Titans are the team that stands victorious today. They end up. I mean, looks like they're not going to be victorious there in game number 4. Looks like we're going to 5 for what, maybe half.
The Taco tweet that she's the GOAT.
And then maybe 2/3. And all of a sudden, they start picking up kills. Specifically, they start burning down Wrong U at the beginning. There were a few where Zap was forced out. I mean, they just turned those fights around late.
Yeah, there was actually a couple scenarios where it just seemed like the Leviathan guys were just trying to get too much.
Yeah, Benji tweeted so much for being washed. Look at that!
To Paul's damage, and it was just it just didn't feel like they were taking their wins and were just trying to push the game farther. They were trying to get big wins out of not like much that was possible, and it was just not great play from the Leviathans.
Yeah, it just felt like they were trying to play a little bit faster than they were ready for. I mean, it was a small skirmish here where they find a win, and it's like, okay, we found it. Let's go to fire. No, you got to do a little bit more than that. Oh, okay, we got to pick here. Let's go for a tier 2. No, got to do a little bit more than that as well. The Leviathans,
oh my God! Look at Paul go in that fight. Sicko mode. He's still trying to. He's like, I'm gonna kill Shinto. Fuck it. Like, Titan, Paul, Titan.
Given the right opportunity, Paul is going to pop off, and he does it here again. 5, 2, and 6 on the.
I want to see the damage numbers.
I think the Tartarus Titans have had an ideology around them, this idea about them that this is a star-studded roster. Aurora, Cyclone Swim, Paul, Benji, and now Layers as well. All these guys have got
28K for Paul, top of the charts again. Shinto pretty close. Shout outs to him. He played very, very well on that Merlin, you do have to say.
I don't know.
That Paul interview? Massive.
Unstoppable right now.
Well, the good news is they tend to be unstoppable. They just beat everybody that mattered, at least in this case. So they made it to the finals, and they win to be able to get. So yeah, through the Dragons, through the Kings, in order to get here to be #1. And that is just so much to be able to accomplish in just a weekend, let alone the fact that, look, looking forward, there's a whole other phase. I'm sure they're not thinking about that right now. They are relaxing, but this is a team to keep your eyes on. And Bobby, it just
I don't know, Wraith. It seemed like they were panicked.
What their next move is. I mean, this was just one shift in the jungle, and like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Pressure got to them a bit, I think. It looked like they were they lost their cool towards the end of that fourth game for sure.
And they just feel like they're taking off, and then they come back. and it's up to them.
There's gonna be red hair everywhere, man. I might have to go in the shower. Well, yeah, I think what happened, Wraith, is my chat told me he went into alt layers, and layers
Actually, have Paul standing by for an interview.
Layers Magi's came up at the exact time he tried to fan
Phase 2 playoff champs from 5th place to top of the world right now. How are you feeling?
Yep. Everyone's feeling great right now, dude. When we won Game 4, everyone was ecstatic. It was pretty loud.
I was gonna say, we were seeing some of the player cams. I think Aggro had said, like, I think it was Aurora, who was just kind of clapping, like, politely, at least is what it looked like, based on what you just said. Maybe a little bit louder. Let's talk about today and just how you got here. You know, the first 2 games you guys won pretty convincingly. Yesterday, you guys won pretty convincingly. Oh, there. Speaking of the man, there he is. There's Aurora. I just wanted to know, what happened in Game 3? Like, what caused the stumble?
Game 3, let me think. Yeah, how did we lose Game 3, Max? We just started trolling. Like, we tried to do too much. We were trying to play the map, like... I don't know, I think we're getting a little too confident. We're getting, like, yeah, we started misplaying. We're trying to do way too much. We just gotta tone it back a bit and just realize that we're gonna win if we just play how we do.
And is that the same thing? I mean, at the beginning of Game 4, things were getting a little bumpy for you guys. We were already convinced it was going to be a 5-game set. And then you start turning it around in those fights. What caused the kind of momentum shift?
It's pretty much the same thing, to be honest, as Game 3. We started snapping out of it a bit. Yeah, we're getting way too ahead of ourselves. Like the Gold Fury, like if you saw that, we just pulled it.
That's my power. I brought that to you
for free. Just a lot of just like really weird plays and we're just okay. Let's just play our game, you know?
Yeah, snap back into it. Obviously, it worked out. You guys end up winning game number 4. You win the Phase 2 playoffs here, and so I'm sure you guys are ecstatic, as you had said earlier, and of course, want to go celebrate. So congratulations on your win, man, and go take the day.
Thank you, man. See you.
Just happy
Bye, Paul.
That's what we see right here. Let's look at the tweet. Hindu Man, yeah, throwing it out there. Hey, if the worst happens tomorrow, would you be down to come in on Saturday for some desk analysis?
All right, let's find Benji.
Aurora said I'm winning tomorrow, but we can assume that he could just erase the tomorrow now. I'm winning, period. That is all he is going
I gotta
to say.
go to the pro Discord to make sure I'm finding the right Benji here.
Friday, then it worked out pretty well for him. Saturday, it worked out pretty well for him on Sunday.
He was giving item feedback recently.
This is something that not only just beating these teams regularly is difficult to do, but to make it through these teams in a weekend in best-of-5s and the way they did it in convincing fashion for the Titans, that's insane, Bobby.
Yeah, I think
I'll send him a friend request. I think I gotta add. I think you gotta add me as a friend.
Didn't play that well. When in reality, I think the Titans played so well that it forced the other teams into making those mistakes. I think that there's very few mistakes that the Titans actually made. That
he's typing.
Like we're almost ending up losing a game. The one
he's giving feedback right now.
A couple mistakes were made, and then the one against the Leviathans, a couple mistakes were made. But other than that, they had a pretty good weekend of Smite and almost flawless games.
No, the Tartarus Titans are playing at damn near the peak of their game, right? These guys are looking incredibly strong. I will say maybe the Camelot Kings.
Right, maybe not. Maybe I can call.
Playing at the peak of their game, but the Leviathans certainly brought it in games 3 and 4, and still was not enough for them to make the comeback here against the Tartarus Titans. Look, these guys have essentially now put a target on their backs. Worlds just around the corner. Tartarus Titans waking up. I think everybody's going to be studying up on what Benji, what Aurora, what Cyclone Space.
Benji is ready. Let's give him a call.
Going to be allowed to play Tiamat in the near future.
Hello, Benji. Hey, man. Congratulations. Hello? Nope. Hello?
Hello.
I hear you. Okay, we're back. Benji. Yeah, we're good. Congratulations on the 3-1 victory. You guys had a tough start to the year. You made the roster change. You've brought layers in. And you've won your first tournament afterwards. How are you feeling?
Feeling really good. Yeah, I mean, I think technically we're like undefeated with layers. So we went from being, you know, pretty dog shit to literally beating everyone. So that's pretty cool, I guess.
Everybody. Every single team you came up against. I mean, you came in, lower seed, you have to play the Dragons in the first round. You played them in the Phase 1 playoffs first time out. Managed to take them to 5 games in that one, but couldn't quite get the win. And then it just felt like ever since the second game started, you guys have seemed like almost an unstoppable force in this tournament. Is this just your meta? Is it just that everything's settling in with layers really well? What has turned the team around so much?
Yeah, everything has worked really well with layers. Like literally from the first day we started scrimming with him, we were kind of taking everyone to Pound Town. And I think this meta also fits us really well. Like there's a lot of teams that kind of are on like crutches because they don't play like 1 or 2 of like the top picks, but we basically play like every single OP pick right now. So if you look through our games, I'm pretty sure we just had a better draft in like every single game.
Yeah, I mean, I think in particular against the Kings and the first 2 games of that final, it just seemed like when I looked at the 5 gods you had and the 5 gods they had, I was like, how could they not win?
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Like Team Out literally got banned all split long. And then Paul gets to play every single game.
Yeah, he gets to play 4 games in a row and win a tournament. Your Herc as well. I mean, it seemed like we've seen you play the Herc before. People have been mostly going towards the Guardians in this meta, but a lot of them got banned away. You go towards the Herc. You're hitting 2-man Herc 2s into 3-man pushes. I think in that fight, you guys, it went 1 for 1 in the end. What were you thinking at that point? Were you like, oh god, what have I got to do?
No, that fight started off really badly, so I was kind of happy that we pulled that out like 1 for 1. But yeah, I don't know, the solo meta is pretty weird right now. Usually it's warriors or meta, and there's a few niche guardians, but right now Herc is like a niche warrior that you can pick.
Yeah.
So
I mean, warriors have always been.
Yeah,
warriors have always been kind of your thing as well, I feel, Benji. But I mean, you've said it yourself, or you've talked about it. You've said, I'll play the game when people get better. You're still just playing scrims, you're still just crushing it. Did you have any trouble at all adjusting to it being more Guardians in the meta, or is this something that you felt was always going to suit you?
A little bit. I'm not really that much of a Guardian player. I think I'm like way better on Warriors, but the Guardians are also like pretty low skill cap, to be honest, which is why I think most people don't really enjoy them being in the meta.
Just too easy for you, is it? That's what it is.
Something like that.
Cool. Well, I think that's it for me, Benji, unless there's anything final you'd like to say to the fans or to anybody. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Not really. You look good today.
Thank you. I put this on just for you. Do you want me to, I'll do a twirl for you. 1 second.
Okay. Let me open up your stream.
Oh, if you not got the stream, 1 second. I'll
get it open.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll just let you see it. Let you see the full body, the full picture.
Yeah, it's looking good on you.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
How is this not like TOS? I don't really know the Twitch rules, but
I don't know. I think it's probably fine. I've seen worse. Surely it's okay. As long as nobody reports me, we'll be grand. Benji, thanks so much for coming on. Great to speak to you. I'm looking forward to seeing how you and the Titans progress in Phase 3.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, have a good one.
Cheers, man. Bye. Love you. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye. Love you. What a man. What a man. What a man. What a man. What a mighty good man. Say it again, my darling. That's it, chat. I was gonna do some fun games. Where did I put my other earphone? I have no idea where it went. Fuck me, dude. But that's it from me. Put the full cosplay on. I forgot. I didn't have the cast on for that last bit. Benji equals GOAT. He is. He is the GOAT. The solo GOAT. Interview Cyclone. Cyclone not good. Cyclone want to come on? If Cyclone wants to come on, I'll give him a call. I don't know why people are typing interview Cyclone. I think Cyclone's just gonna make fun of me. Cyclone was in chat. Yeah, but he didn't say he wanted to interview. He doesn't like interviews. If he wants to come on. But don't harass him. You wanna watch the milk video? We can watch the milk video, maybe. Oh shit, no audio. I don't hear anything. Do you guys hear that? Here's the real one. Well, howdy. Welcome to the Cowgirl Cafe. Wait, hang on a second here, chat. My last moment of the day. Surely I can pull this off.
What can I get you started with? Chalky, I like your style. This one's for me, I mean, on me. Well, howdy. Welcome to Cowgirl Cafe. If you're here for that nut stuff, afraid we're fresh out. But we do have 1%, 2% whole milk and skim. What can I get you started with? Chalky, I like your style. This one's for me, I mean, on me.
Alright, chat. She's bald?
Well, howdy. Welcome to Cowgirl Cafe. If you're here for that nut stuff,
I think I'm done.
out, but we do
I think I'm out. I think this is enough. Thank you everybody for coming on. We're gonna drop a host over somewhere. We'll do a little raid thing. Hopefully you can stick around and say hello. Oh, is it time to? No, not again. Who are we going to watch, chat? Who are we going to watch? Wolfie, maybe? Elisa, maybe? Morphia, maybe? Do it again? You want to go? All right, we'll get another. No, we've said no. Change of mind. My goodness. Wolfie, it is. We're hosting Wolfie. Maybe gonna host staff now. Thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate you all. And I'll see you next time. Bye, I love you. Bye, love you. Bye, love you. Bye. I hosted her last time, Nika. Oh shit, I didn't raid. Whatever, man.